with a couple of national semifinals, one in the Rose Bowl, one in the Sugar Bowl. That certainly includes the Texas Longhorns in New Orleans. We will preview, certainly, also talk about the Cowboys, and a big day for legendary Cowboys coach Jimmy Johnson, finally into the Ring of Honor tomorrow night, ahead of their game with the Detroit Lions. Cowboys and Lions, also the Texans and the Titans in the NFL. Week 16 kicked off last night and break up the Cleveland Browns. They continue to roll. We'll get into that, and also some other college football news. The bowl games continue. There's basketball with the Detroit Pistons on a collision course with Utility. Spurs broke a skid last night, too, so a lot to do into the weekend. Looking forward to doing it with you over the next 5 hours. Wherever you're finding us, I appreciate you being there. Maybe 101.9 on the FM dial, could be AM 1260, and always easy to find us on that Horn app. Just download it to your smartphone. You've got us with a touch of a button wherever you are, all over Austin, all over the great state, and all over the world at that Horn app, and also at hornfm.com. And look who it is sitting across the room here, just rolling in here to our South Austin Onion Creek studios, our man from the 713 DB High down there in Houston, Texas. Also DBU right here in Austin, Texas, a lifetime Longhorn. Also 4 years in the NFL, now 16 great years on radio and doing media here in Central Texas. He is our shutdown corner. He is Blackstradamus. He is the proud papa of Baby Monroe. What's up, Rod Babers?
Doing great, brother. I appreciate it. And it is Friday, so it's a freak flag, feel good, fake it till you make it.
Indeed.
Ric Flair, woo! Football Friday edition of Hook 'em Up with E and Rod B. Ooh, one of the last, too. So I always, it always makes me feel
Last
excited.
Friday of the year, Rod.
It's one
Last
of the,
Friday
yeah,
of the
it's one
year.
Those last football Fridays, too. But I will enjoy it while we can, of course. And, of course, we'll talk plenty of Texas, Washington. We'll be breaking that down all day. Also, a little bit later on, we'll talk a little bit of Cowboys, too. Can't ignore the Cowboys. They got a big weekend. The Cowboys have been a different team at home than they have been on the road. Man, this is probably one of their best. This is one of the biggest tests they've had so far. The Eagles, obviously, that was a big test at home too, but it's probably the second best team they've played at home
This year, yeah, I think so. I mean, they've had a pretty tough road schedule.
They play
with
Philly at home. Philly's a good team.
Philly's a good team, but yeah, they've annihilated teams in Arlington.
Yeah.
And they've had their struggles on the road. They have played their tougher teams on the road, which is
I agree
credit to the Cowboys. But unfortunately, the way things have gone, they're going to have to go on the road in the playoffs. Which you're going to play a tough team in the playoffs. That's just the way that works.
They're all tough.
But yeah, Buffalo, Miami, back-to-back losses for the Cowboys. Now they lost to San Francisco earlier this year in Arizona.
And as Ty mentioned, last time the Cowboys lost 3 in a row in a year where they had a healthy quarterback, it's probably
been a bit.
Yeah.
You go back to the Dak year when Dak broke his ankle. I mean, they lost a lot of games that year with a horrible defense and no quarterback. But yeah, this is one you need to put stem the tide there and put an end to that losing streak. Cowboys are they haven't lost at home this year. I think they're on a 15-game home win streak if you date back to last year as well. Houston's back home as well. Their playoff hopes alive. We'll get you details on that. They are going to have their starting quarterback back, but we're ready to crank this thing up. But yeah, last Friday of 2023, we'll say goodbye to the. It's been an eventful year, Rob. Been a lot going on. The radio station with us. But, man, it's a great year. Longhorns are back among the elite of college football, playing for a national championship. A great year there. Volleyball national championship, a lot of athletic success for the Longhorns, and we'll run through some of the highlights of 2023 because it is the final. It's hard to believe because we were off all week, and so we're already Friday, Rod. We're already to the end of the week, but we got a lot to do. Let's start with the headlines. Get you caught up on the news of the morning. There's plenty of it, including news from NOLA yesterday. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring you the news. Top Gun had a new location coming. We'll tell you about in the new year. Excited about that. Start with college football. T-minus 3 days and about 13 hours till third-ranked Texas meets second-ranked Washington in the national semifinal at the Sugar Bowl in New Orleans. Pretty clear for Texas. If they're going to win that game Monday night, they're going to have to do a great job and have a great plan to handle Michael Penix Jr. and that Huskies' top-rated passing offense. The senior has thrown for over 4,200 yards and 33 touchdowns. At his media availability yesterday, the Heisman runner-up said he respects the Texas defensive line that features Outland Trophy winner Tavondre Sweat and Big 12 Defensive Lineman of the Year Byron Murphy. Said they play good ball, but says they're not playing the 49ers D-line or the Eagles D-line, so we'll be good. Also extremely confident in his group up front as well.
They're a good D-line. I have a great O-line, so we'll see. That's all I got to say. I ain't trying to talk about them too much more.
Tell us about your offensive line.
Joe Moore. Them boys, the best of the best. They come out and they show it each and every week. They show it each and every day to the team. Man, they put in the work and they come out to play each and every day. So it's gonna be exciting.
certainly is. Texas and Washington, Monday night. Game set for 7:45 kickoff from the Big Easy. Other national semifinal played at the Rose Bowl Monday afternoon. That's where top-ranked Michigan faces fourth-ranked Alabama. At his media availability yesterday, Crimson Tide quarterback Jalen Milroe revealed that former Alabama offensive coordinator Bill O'Brien advised him to consider a position switch. He was asked about that yesterday.
What was your reaction to Bill O'Brien telling you that you shouldn't play quarterback? Do you remember how you felt when he said that?
How would you feel if I told you you suck?
Probably wouldn't like it.
Okay then, so that's exactly how I felt, you know what I'm saying?
Is there a position he wanted you to play or said you should be this position or that position, or he just...
I mean, he told me a bunch of business I could have switched to, but look where I'm at right now, so, you know what I'm saying? So who gets the last laugh?
Yeah, that game set for 4 o'clock Monday in Pasadena. The winners will meet in Houston for the national championship. 4 bowl games yesterday and last night, including the Alamo Bowl in San Antonio, where Arizona forced 6 Oklahoma turnovers, including an 87-yard fumble return for a touchdown late in the third quarter on their way to a 38-24 win over the Sooners. Kansas State topped NC State 28-19 in the Pop-Tart Bowl. Rutgers took down Miami 31-24 in the Pinstripe. And on a rainy Boston, it was Boston College rallying past SMU 23-14. 4 more bowl games on tap today, including 11 o'clock this morning. Clemson facing Kentucky in the Gator Bowl. 19th ranked Oregon State will battle 16th ranked Notre Dame in the Sun Bowl this afternoon in El Paso. Iowa State meets Memphis in the Liberty Bowl. And tonight, top 10 matchup in the Cotton Bowl in Arlington. 7th ranked Ohio State facing 9th ranked Missouri. NFL Week 16 kicked off last night. Break up the Cleveland Browns. They won their 4th straight game, clinched a playoff berth in the AFC with a 37-20 win over the New York Jets. Resurgent Joe Flacco threw for 309 yards and 3 touchdowns. Browns improved to 11-5 on the year. Full Week 16 slate coming this weekend, including, as Rod mentioned, in Arlington tomorrow night. Cowboys back home to face the Detroit Lions. Ahead of the showdown tomorrow night, at long last, Jerry Jones and the franchise will induct former head coach and Pro Football Hall of Famer Jimmy Johnson into the team's coveted Ring of Honor. That whole ceremony will be on ESPN. Ahead of that game, if you're looking forward. Down in Houston on Sunday, Texans look to keep their playoff hopes alive. They'll host the Tennessee Titans. Good news for Houston yesterday, word that their starting quarterback C.J. Stroud has cleared concussion protocol. Plans to start that game after missing the past 2 with that concussion. NBA last night, Spurs put it into their latest losing skid. They beat Portland 118-105. In Minnesota, the Timberwolves, best team in the West, they beat the Mavericks 118-110. And speaking of losing skids, how about the lowly Detroit Pistons? They blew a 21-point lead in Boston yesterday and lost their 28th consecutive game. They are now officially 1 loss away from setting the NBA record for most consecutive losses of all time.
The Cleveland Browns story, circuitous route to becoming a double-digit win team and securing a playoff spot. It's mind-blowing. We said it yesterday. 4th quarterback. They got their 4th starting quarterback. That's been an issue for everybody in the NFL, but they've probably been hit with the most dire of circumstances. They had to go grab a old quarterback who was sitting on the couch hanging out, and 26%, as I said, of their salary cap is right now on injured reserve. And this is a team that's right now playing their best football. It's going to be really awkward in that locker room. I'm telling you, when they're a playoff team, and Deshaun Watson's still the face of the franchise, but he's not the guy that's won over the locker room necessarily. It's going to be weird. It's going to be strange. He's not the guy that saved the job of Kevin Stefanski or helped save the job of Kevin Stefanski. I don't know how you navigate that. It's going to be weird.
Well, I mean, at this point, if you're the Browns, you're just going to ride the wave here and see where you can
go
go with this. But you're right. I mean, the future is questionable with 38-year-old Joe Flacco, who's come in and looked like 28-year-old Joe Flacco. Pretty incredible. His 4th straight game over 300 yards. He's the first quarterback in a long while to throw for over 300 yards against that Jets defense. We talked about, he did it against Houston. He did it against, some other teams. But, man, could he do it against the Jets in that vaunted pass defense? 309 yards, 3 touchdowns. He had 296 by halftime. 296 by halftime.
Yeah, no,
and he's not just playing. He's playing great. I mean, he's playing great since rolling back in and really has clicked with that offense. And David Njoku has become, looks like Tony Gonzalez out there running around.
The team is playing inspired.
They are. They're really. I mean, I
said that about the Browns. I don't think ever.
Well, I said that when I saw him beat Houston, and I was like, man, this team's really good. This is a team that no one wants to play right now. Through all the injuries, 26% of their salary cap on injured reserve. Nick Chubb is their best player, probably the running back. He got hurt way back. Their offensive line's banged up, but they have the number one defense in pro football, led by Myles Garrett, who's a game wrecker. Zadarius Smith off the other side.
Should be Defensive Player of the Year, or at least he's the front runner for
front runner. And now they have this quarterback who's playing with a ton of confidence, and they're going to be a scary team to face if you're because they're now in the playoffs. They're 11-5. They're going to be in, so they're going to ruin somebody's January. You feel like
the 296 yards that Joe Flacco had at halftime, as you mentioned, versus the Jets. That was more than Deshaun Watson's had in any of his 12 starts for the Cleveland Browns. I should have saved that for what the facts, but
no, that's good.
No, it's I mean, so I'm saying I think it's going to get awkward in there. And here's a little nugget for Cleveland Browns fans because they've been throwing this out there because it just hasn't happened in forever. For the first time since 1989, the Cleveland Browns will finish ahead of the Pittsburgh Steelers in the division.
Since when?
1989.
I was in high school. That's a long time.
It's been a long time. That just lets you know that I'm not saying things are changing. It could be an outlier, but this Cleveland Browns team, they're built with some substance. Though the defense, that's legit. Their lines of scrimmage, that's legit. And honestly, everybody thought they were kind of an insert quarterback here construction in terms of the roster construction, and they thought Deshaun Watson would be that quarterback. And it hadn't worked out, but they still got a quarterback. As long as you got a quarterback, doesn't matter if you got the quarterback, I guess. As long as you got a quarterback that can operate, and right now, Joe Flacco, man, he's dealing.
Well, and he's just found this offense so compatible to what he's about, and he's got the big arm, and now they're pushing the ball down the field, a lot of play action that they run, and
got a running game. Yeah,
I mean he's playing. I mean it's not just game managing type of stuff for Joe Flacco. He's playing really high level football and making some big time throws. And in the 4-game win streak, he's thrown for 1,362 yards, and now how many more touchdowns last night? 3. So, so he's thrown.
Pretty amazing.
I mean,
yeah, that's he's on a heater.
He's on a heater.
He's
thrown.
He's on a heater.
1,362 yards and 13 touchdowns in 4 games. I mean, that's kind of MVP level quarterback play right there. What he's done over the last month, and that's why you combine that with a number one defense that is salty. It's going to be a tough team to meet coming up in January.
Yeah,
I think that's fair to say.
No, and think about Joe Flacco.
I know Amari Cooper last night, and they still shredded him.
Yeah, it's a great point. And think about Joe Flacco and even the Browns team. They're made for cold weather and bad weather. Joe Flacco, that's why part of the reason they drafted him, because they said they liked the fact that he could operate, on the East Coast, cold weather, harsh conditions. That's what you get in the playoffs this time of year.
The Delaware Blue Hen.
Yeah, man. So
MVP of Super Bowl 47, if you can believe that, way back when. Remember when the question was, should he get remember he bet on himself and he earned the big contract from Baltimore, had his great year. They won the Super Bowl, got paid, and never really played that good again until now, 10 years later. Wow. Which is pretty amazing, but
and how old is Flacco now?
38.
Know? 38
years old.
Yeah,
but you can't run him off. He's on his way to being a
I'm not
Browns legend.
It's just amazing. We're just seeing it just continues the trend of quarterbacks playing better in their older age. Now it's just whether it's the systems or whether it's because the NFL protects you more, even though quarterbacks are still getting hurt at a rapid rate. Quarterbacks. I mean, if you can provide some structure around them. I mean, even at close to 40 years old, you can still get a lot out of a good quarterback. I guess the Jets thought that was the case, too, until Aaron Rodgers.
Think about it. Right now, the Browns would be the 5 seed in the AFC, and if they would go to Jacksonville to play the Jaguars, who are going to win
They'll beat the Jags.
They'll beat the Jags.
They'll beat the Jags.
Well, that's the thing. Because they're going to be the highest-seeded wild card at 11 wins at this point. They're going to go play whoever wins the AFC South, which could be Jacksonville, could be Houston, could be Indianapolis. All 3 of those teams still fighting for that. Houston's got Tennessee on Sunday. They'll win that game. I mean, they'll go in there and win that game, and then they'll go upset one of the top groups. Now, look, can we criticize the NFL again? I keep asking this question. You don't have a good answer for it. It's not something you should have an answer for.
Nobody.
They have this flex scheduling thing that they've agreed to, and the networks have agreed to it to put better games in prime time. Best game of Sunday is Dolphins at Ravens. It's the top 2 teams in the AFC. It's Tua at Lamar Jackson, and it's a noon kick. And they have not flexed this game to Sunday night.
I don't know what's going on.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
What are we doing? Why do I want to watch the Vikings and the Packers play on Sunday Night Football?
I can't answer that.
That's just bad. Why do you have the rule?
What's
Keep
the
saying
point
this.
of the flex scheduling?
Packers at Vikings Sunday night. I mean, who cares?
Yeah, I think Jalen Waddle's going to be out for Miami too.
I know.
That's unfortunate.
I mean, the best game is at noon, and Miami plays Baltimore on the final day of 20 and 23. Come on, man. I know CBS and Jim Nantz and all, they want that game, but at the same time, that's a game to put into prime time. That's a battle for the top spot in the AFC, 1 seed, Tua, leading passer, another opportunity for Lamar Jackson to make an MVP case. And after coming off their big win over the 49ers, and they haven't flexed it.
No, it's
too
weird
late now.
because, and you've brought this up several times. The last 2 years, I think it's noticeable that they don't like to, I don't know, egregiously use the flex scheduling rule. They don't. I mean, because all the quarterbacks have gotten hurt, and we've seen a lot of the quarterbacks disappoint. Mostly, think about what happened with Russell Wilson and the Denver Broncos and how they put him on all the primetime games. Same thing with Aaron Rodgers. Put him on the primetime games. He gets hurt. For Russell Wilson, it was all the obviously subpar performances. But we've noticed that they don't flex him out when they can. It's like, well, flex them out. Well, you're not watching the games?
Yeah.
I don't know what it is, but it's become more and more obvious that they don't like to do it a lot, and I don't know why.
I know.
I'm with you. Like, do it.
This would be the obvious one.
Flex
This is
them out.
because in past weeks I've argued for the Texans to get moved into prime time, which I get. Okay, fine.
Some people said, yes, sir, bias.
Come on, this is the Ravens and the Dolphins. This is a huge game.
The Ravens coming off
Can't get bigger
that
than
big
that.
win against the 49ers.
Yes.
Everybody wants to watch the Ravens again, and we've talked about it and seen them.
And not just two healthy quarterbacks, two quarterbacks who are in the MVP discussion head to head. Come on, man. The battle. There's not a bad subplot there, but it's going to be the noon kick on Sunday. So that's the way that goes at this point. So we'll watch Nick Mullins and the Minnesota Vikings at 7-8 play Jordan Love and the Packers.
Hey, man.
In a standalone game Sunday night, and ring in the new year, I guess, is the way we'll play that out. Then it'll be into New Year's Day, and that'll feature the Longhorns, and we'll get into that coming up behind the burnt orange curtain. Any thoughts on Michael Penix? The Longhorns have been collecting receipts this year. That's been kind of the revenge tour theme for the Longhorns. Beating teams who beat them a year ago and then finding bulletin board material where they can. Did Michael Penix provide some bulletin board material yesterday, talking about how he's not too impressed by this Texas defensive line? They're good, but they're not the 49ers. They're not the Eagles. We'll be good.
It was interesting. I mean, he's got that dog in him. He's barking a little bit.
He's barking a little. I like the way he put that.
It's interesting. He just kind of couldn't help himself. So, that I'm sure we always talk about when stuff like this leaks out, it is what is being repeated in the locker room, right? These are the sentiments of either what's being repeated in the locker room or by the coach. All right. There's either a coach behind the scenes saying this or this is what the players are saying. And I respect it. They're the best offensive line in the country.
Joe Moore.
That's what he said. Joe
Moore.
We talked about this yesterday. It's interesting that this is kind of what we opened up with yesterday, talking about the offensive line, and now this has become the big focus. And I brought up the fact that Chris Peterson, who is the former Washington coach, he also said, "Oh no, the biggest determining factor in this game is going to be that Washington offensive line versus the Texas defensive front. There's no question about it." And now you got Michael Penix barking about it. So there's a longer cut, and we'll get into it. I sent it to Ty. Cool. We'll play the complete cut, try to get a little bit more context to it, and hear from Michael Penix. This is kind of the second time that Longhorn fans will take anything, by the way. Even when he said the earlier comment, which we'll hear about, hey, I don't remember nothing but winning. Longhorn fans took that. What do you mean you don't remember nothing but win? He's like, hey man, what's wrong with that? He's just like, because I think he's just talking about he didn't play a great game. He doesn't really know about strategy. Hey man, we won the game. That's what matters the most. So we'll get into it. The trash talk. That's usually a bad idea against Texas. But I don't know what the strategy is, the tactic is, or maybe it's just like I said, he's got that dog in him.
It's got that dog,
and that dog is barking a little bit. If you're a dog, hey, you got that dog in you. It's hard not to bark a little bit. You see, Byron Murphy immediately responded. It didn't take him any time. As soon as he saw the tweet, he immediately responded. Oh, when he's put up 7:45.
7:45.
7:45. We'll be there. So that's because he got that dog in him. He been trying to bark, and he been. Hey, coach been like, nah, y'all chill out. We gotta wait. We're telling Bo. Bo been telling him, hey man, I'll wait till game day. We're gonna do our barking. But they started barking a little bit, so now the Texas guys, they're barking back. And anytime a dog starts barking at the dog, what's the dog do? Bark back.
Gotta bark back. I love it.
You got these
like this game needs more fuel, but
it's so good. It's
pretty
so
good. And I will say that It's one of the I mentioned it yesterday, and you've talked about that Michael Penix in his 2 years in Washington has only been sacked 18 times in 2 years or 15 times, whatever. As I've said, if you look at his career, he's only been sacked 31 times. 31 times in almost 1,600 attempts, dropbacks, Rod, at Indiana and Washington. That is not a lot. Nope. So he's really good at getting the ball out. And Pete Kwiatkowski, who we'll hear from this morning as well, he talked about that it's not just the O-line, it's Penix. He gets the ball out on time. He gets the ball out where it needs to be. He moves in the pocket well to avoid pressure and keep plays alive. Because you've said this, Rod, no one goes deep, no one goes vertical more than Washington.
No.
And so these are long developing plays. So they are good up front. They do hold up. And then Penix can do a good job of moving the pocket and finding a place to let the play develop. But getting rid of the ball when the play's not there. He's a really savvy player and a really good thrower of the football. This is safe to say this is the best player. This is the best quarterback the Longhorns have faced this year, without a doubt. Yeah. And he's a Heisman runner-up, for crying out loud. Yeah. They're the number one passing offense in the country. It's what you're dealing with. And, we talk about a lot during the year, styles make fights. And this should be a heck of a fight because the styles match up. These teams are kind of mirror images of one another. And, both teams are going to, in a boxing match, this is one of those 12-rounders. Both teams are going to land some haymakers. Both teams are going to win some rounds here. I think it's fair to say. And the other part about it is both teams have been extremely clutch this year. They've been really have found ways to win games. I mean, the Washington fans will talk about the win at Arizona State when the wind was blowing 40-some miles an hour and they didn't score an offensive touchdown, and they still won the game. They found a way. The defense stepped up big with an interception return for a score. And Texas can point to spots along the way where they found ways to win games. Both teams have been really clutch, and you call it the football character. Both teams have high football character. Yes, they do. So this should be one heck of a football game. Same thing at the Rose Bowl. We'll get into that one as well with Michigan and Alabama. The other bowl games, including last night, were Oklahoma. How about the debut of the Jackson Arnold era for Oklahoma, Rod? They ran up for over 560 yards, but six turnovers. Yeah, man. 3 interceptions by the young quarterback.
Can't happen.
They kind of gave this game away.
Can't happen.
But then they had the lead, and after trailing early, they rallied to take the lead. Oklahoma did, and 6 turnovers, and the biggest one was a 87-yard touchdown after a fumble. So they were going in to score to extend the lead. Ball goes the other way, 87 yards for a touchdown. The Arizona Wildcats get to 10 wins and win the Valero Alamo Bowl.
Yeah, man, you gave that game away. That was you just were careless with the football. The football is the most precious item on the field. Like that's I mean, you cannot be there careless with the football. And that's an unforgivable sin for the football gods. You're not going to be able to come back from that. You're not supposed to win a game. You don't deserve to win a game.
No, I mean, Arizona scored 25 consecutive points to win the ball game. Yeah, they were up. Oklahoma was up 24-13 in control of the game in the third quarter,
even with all the turnovers.
And give Arizona some credit. They found the win with Jed Fish, their young coach. Got to get the victory there. With young Fafita. Their young quarterback there, over 300 yards. So that was pretty good bowl game, actually. And the good bowl games are here. We've talked about these bowl games are going the way of flip phones. They're not much to see, but some pretty good games today that you can sink your teeth into. Oregon State, Notre Dame should be a pretty good ball game. Sun Bowl's always a good game out in El Paso. And then Missouri, Ohio State tonight in the Cotton Bowl in prime time. Both are top 10 teams. We don't know what this Ohio State team is going to look like with their quarterback has transferred to Syracuse and all the players in the portal. Missouri's a really good team out of the SEC.
They are good, but I wonder if are their receivers playing? All those receivers, because they got.
I don't know who's playing in these games.
Yeah, exactly.
I really don't.
I gotta go check out who's playing. If their receivers are playing, they can go.
Devin Brown will be the starting quarterback for the Buckeyes. He's expected to be the new starting quarterback in Cleveland. Actually, in Cleveland at Ohio State. The Buckeyes 11-1. Only loss was that game to Michigan. That dang game to Michigan, they keep losing.
Quarterbacks still transfer.
Quarterback.
It used to be quarterbacks only transferred because they were trying to get to blue blood.
I think Kyle McCord's situation was he kind of knew because he transferred down. He went for Ohio State with Syracuse, kind of knowing Devin Brown was coming, and it was
Okay.
probably his job to
lose.
he was going to be a backup next year,
Okay.
and so he wanted to go start at Syracuse. It does appear. We'll see that game tonight, and we'll preview the games of the weekend. There are 4 today. There are 4 more tomorrow. There are, of course, NFL on Sunday, and then, of course, Monday we ring in the new year with the national semifinals. So a lot to do on this busy Friday, getting you into the final weekend of 2023. Rod, as you just mentioned, we'll take you behind the burnt orange curtain coming up. We'll hear from Michael Penix Jr. Got that dog in him. He's barking a little bit. That's a good thing as we get ready for this game Monday night. Also, we'll get some What the Facts for the end of our first hour of our 5-hour morning conversation on this Friday morning. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby.
Hook 'em Up, 1019 AM 1260, The Horn.
Friday on the Horn. It's the final Friday of 2023 as we get you into the new year come Monday, and Monday will be in New Orleans with live coverage of Sugar Bowl 2024 to start the new year. What a way to start the new calendar with the Longhorns playing in the national semifinal. I'll be headed out to New Orleans tomorrow, Rod, and I'll be coming to you live with our pregame coverage. We will not do a morning show on New Year's Day, but we will have live coverage 4 to 7 from New Orleans. We're going to be partnering with Rod with our friend Bobby Burton and the team at On Texas Football, and they're going to be at Manning's Restaurant right down there near the convention center, right by Harris Casino. And that is also the site, Rod, of not just of our pregame show, or at least my part of it, 4 to 7 on Monday, but it'll also be the site of the Texas One Fund event. It'd be a lot of former Longhorn players rolling through there throughout the day. Right. I know Bobby and his team are going to be set up all day. They're doing some live web streams from Manning's Restaurant. So if you're looking to pop in and keep up with what's going on, just come see us, and we'll be there on Monday from 4 to 7. And then on Tuesday morning, I'll be coming live with Hook 'em Up, Rod, the first Hook 'em Up of 20 in New Orleans. So looking forward to bringing some live coverage. We do appreciate our travel partners at Hay City Store and Ice House in Taste on Main, a great restaurant in downtown Buda, Texas. They are our travel partners helping us get there and get back, and we appreciate them very, very much. But that's where we'll be. So if you're headed to New Orleans, come join us out at Manning's on Monday. The Archie Manning, I believe, is who started that restaurant originally.
Nice.
But it just carries the Manning name. I
Hey.
was there back in 2018 when the Horns played Georgia in the Sugar Bowl. It's a cool place. It's huge. Very large place. Plenty of room, plenty of space to get on in there, get some food, and hang out. We'll be there 4 to 7, getting you ready for a kickoff at 7:45 on Monday night,
Beautiful. Everybody's hyped. Hey, even Ty said I'm starting to get hyped.
Rod. Get hype.
Starting to
Well,
get excited about it.
you got to temper it. You got to peak at the right time, and you're hoping the team's doing the same thing, right? You were trying to find that edge, and that's why to hear, the players yesterday and Michael Penix, I love the way you put it, starting to
He's
bark
dog,
a little
man.
bit.
You got the dog in him. That's all.
Yeah, these teams know each
okay.
other, and the Longhorns have been on the revenge tour, right? It's been a big part of this year, using that for their own team motivation has been to right the wrongs of the year previous, right, and beat teams that beat them a year ago. They did it, to be able to get to the Big 12 championship game and see Oklahoma State, who wasn't on their regular season schedule, right, to avenge that loss in Stillwater and Texas Tech. Those games they didn't finish a year ago. They finished them outside of the Oklahoma game, but they'll get to see Oklahoma next year.
Yeah.
But this is the last of the receipts, Rod, with the Washington Huskies coming up. And with that in mind, let's go behind the burnt orange curtain and talk more Texas-Washington.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
All right, so as he mentioned, a little trash talk. Now, I think it's official trash talk going on. Michael Penix is a smart guy. He's been around for a long time. He's a veteran. He's been a starting quarterback for Washington for 2 years. And, he's played Texas. He's familiar with Texas. He's watched a lot of film on these guys. He knows that this defensive tackle duo for them is the best in the country. He knows about T'Vondre Sweat, too. And instead of just kind of throwing out some coach speak and just throwing out a little bit of some compliments and moving on, he decided to keep it real. And sometimes keeping it real can go wrong for you. Like I said, he's got that dog in him, so I'm not shocked to hear him barking a little bit. Here's Michael Penix when he was asked about the Texas defensive line.
They're good. They're a good D-line, They play different teams. They haven't played offensive line yet, so I can't really make comments on exactly how good they are. But it's from film and the teams that they play. They show a lot of great things. Them boys, they're pretty good. So.
What are your thoughts on the secondary, Texas secondary, and how you plan on attacking that going into the game?
I feel like they're good too. They do a lot of great things. I feel like just their whole defensive game plan and stuff like that. Each week I feel like they done a lot of great things, and I feel like those guys they trust each other on that side of the ball, and they trust each other to do their job to make those plays, and they do a lot of good things. So.
Yeah, there you go. So he did give some compliments to them too. All right, he did compliment them too, on top of saying that they're not necessarily the 49ers or the Eagles defensive line. Just throwing it out there, just for full context of it. He also was asked about the how his O-line matched up against the Texas defensive line. Here is Michael Penix.
They're a good D-line. I have a great O-line, so we'll see. That's all I got to say. I ain't trying to talk about them too much more.
Tell us about your offensive line.
Joe Moore. Them boys, the best of the best. They come out and they show it each and every week. They show it each and every day to the team. They put in the work, and they come out to play each and every day. So it's gonna be exciting.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious, with now at least a little bit of trash talk, but this is going to be the key matchup. Whether Texas defensive front can get to Michael Penix and whether they can stop the run and make them one-dimensional. I think we know the answer to one of those questions. They will be able to stop the run and make them one-dimensional. Can they get to Michael Penix? Last year they did not. They only hurried him 8 times. That was it. They didn't knock him down. They didn't hit him. They didn't sack him at all. So that's going to be the question in this game. Can Texas get to Michael Penix? If they can't get to him, it's going to be a long day. Even if he's not completing deep passes downfield, last year he was able to maneuver the pocket just well enough to be able to keep plays alive and convert first downs because Texas just didn't get to them enough. And I think that's the key matchup. When they answer question 1, stopping the run, can they answer question 2, which is getting to Michael Penix earlier and often? They didn't do it enough last season, which translated to them not having enough splash plays on defense. They had 1 interception, which was great early on in the game. They had 2 PBUs. That was all Terrence Brooks. He had a really good game. And they had a pass deflection on the defensive front. That was it. That's all the splash plays they had in the game defensively. When you don't get enough pressure on the opposing quarterback, you don't get enough splash plays on defense. And Texas, by the way, has been top 5 among Power 5 teams in pressure, but that needs to translate to turnovers and splash plays, and it needs to convert into sacks. If it doesn't, then the pressure doesn't matter. And he's the kind of quarterback where only 9% of the pressures against him are converted into sacks. He brought that up earlier, that he, 31 sacks that he's actually had in his career, and he's a guy that's been throwing the football, actually kind of a pass first offenses, and yet he's able to avoid sacks because he has athleticism, but also the fact that he gets rid of the football really quickly, just because he knows the system. This system that he's in now was the same system he was in when he was in Indiana. He's basically been in this system for 3 years. So think about how comfortable Quinn is in the system he is at Texas in his second year under Sark. Imagine everybody assumes next year he's going to take a huge leap forward, a quantum leap. All right, that's what Michael Penix is. That's where he is right now in this system. He's at that comfort level, quantum leap comfort level. That's why it's hard to sack him.
Yeah, and he's got really good receivers who find ways to get open. That's and they have their full complement, right? There were times this year where they were missing. McMillan was out for a little while, but when you got 3 guys, and the Longhorns know this very well, when you've got X-Man and A.D. Mitchell and Jay Witt and Jatavion Sanders, which the Horns do, you create mismatches. And as you talk about with Sark, hunting mismatches, trying to find them. Michael Penix can do the same thing. Try to find a mismatch where they feel good about their guy on a defender, and that's where you go with the football.
11 sacks they've allowed all season long. So if Texas can get to them even once, I mean, they're allowing less than a sack a game as an offensive line. 18 in the last 2 years. So that will be the question: how often Texas can pressure him, and how often Texas can get in his face. I do think in the interior they'll be able to create some pressure, even if they can't do it organically. I think they'll have to double down and blitz in the interior. But I mean, this offensive line, even though they got a 285-pound center now, he's the redshirt freshman Parker Brailsford that moved from right guard when their starting center, who a 6th-year guy, went down. They have 2 5th-year juniors, I believe, who are in the interior. I know it's crazy to say that because that's just the way the kind of the new with the new eligibility stuff, you can get those kind of numbers. But those guys bookend him, and they do a lot of great work. Nate Kalepo and Julius Bulow, I believe is his name. So they got veteran experience around the young buck, and they don't overburden him with anything. Their 2 tackles, I think, are NFL guys: Troy Fautanu and Roger Rosengarten. Only 2 sacks allowed between them, and I shouldn't even say that because Rosengarten has allowed 0. Both of those have been on Fautanu, and he's the All-American. He's the guy that's, I think, a 3rd-team All-American. So that is the challenge. Can Texas get it pressure from the edges, or do you double down and get the pressure from the interior? I would go the latter. I would go pressure from the interior. I think that's how you get to Penix. That's what I've seen so far this season. But obviously they don't have a lot of leaks because they're the best offensive line in the country, and they have arguably the best pass protection in the country. I heard Chris Peterson say that earlier too. So that's the challenge for the Texas defensive front, and it's a hell of a challenge. But I like the game plan from last year. Last year they just didn't get to him. 3 things the game plan did not allow Texas to execute very well last year. They didn't stop the run with a light box. We'll hear from PK talking about that later on. They didn't stop the conversions on money downs. They were 56% last year. So Texas gave up too much of that. And I think they also allowed Washington to keep Penix clean. They just didn't get to him. This year, they're top 5 in 3rd down defense. They're top 5 rush defense. Last year, they were subpar to below average in both of those categories. So maybe this year, same game plan, but you're better suited because now you're a better overall, stronger, well-rounded defense that you can execute that game plan with a lighter box, and hopefully you can actually get to Penix when you stop the run.
Yeah, that is, it's last year's game, and the Longhorns lost 5 games last year, right? 8-5, and going into the offseason, all the things you're talking about were the points of emphasis on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah.
We've got to be better on money downs. We've got to be better rushing, getting pressure on quarterbacks, and we've got to be better forcing turnovers than they have been. That's why they're 12-1 this year. They've been better in all of those things this year, and that's what needs to show up on Monday night against this high-powered Washington offense. But again, I think, there's also, you just have to give credit to your opponent. You know what you're dealing with, and I'm not saying back down to them, but you can use your offense like a defense, right? Try to keep them off the field if you can control the ground and run the football. I think Sark's going to have a heck of a game here, game management wise. Playing that end of the half, start of the third quarter kind of thing. If you get the win the toss, those kind of things, you got to try to steal some possessions where you can, Rod. I believe, and I think both teams are in this. This is Kalen DeBoer, Steve Sarkisian. This is high-level stuff where both teams have that clutch gene. Both teams have really good offenses and quarterbacks and passing games. Both teams can be leaky in the secondary. So this is one of those. The coach can do some favors to the team as well. Got to call a good game in this one. This one says, what was the name of that Iowa State offensive lineman that talked mess about Texas earlier this year? Yeah, I don't remember his name either.
Yeah.
Well, it was actually Gerard Hufford.
Gerard Hufford. Yeah, Michael Penix. Like I said, that guy, I don't know why he was talking because he ain't got that dog in him. He was just, I don't know why he was barking. Michael Penix is different, though. We all agree. He's built a little bit different.
Well, and this will be his last game for him, hopefully not his last game as a Washington Husky. He'd like to play in the national championship game. It says, guys, we all know our weakness is our secondary. If Washington goes hurry up to keep our guy from subbing, it will be a big challenge. Now, they don't go hurry up a lot, Rod, but that would be a tendency breaker.
They are 75th in plays per minute. They don't like to go up tempo. They probably should. If Texas gets a big lead, they would, because every team has. When Texas is trying to protect a lead, then teams usually end up going hurry up because they're running out of time, running out of possessions, running out of plays. So, yeah, I brought that up earlier this month that as just looking at what they could do potentially that could break a tendency to win big games. You got to break tendency. I would go up tempo against Texas. I mean, that's every team that's done it has had success. I mean, you think about the 2-minute drills that Texas has struggled to defend early on in the season. That's essentially putting Texas in a emergency situation defensively because you're going up tempo, right? Challenging their communication. You also have the situations where Texas is up by 20, 21 points on multiple teams, and then they go into more of an up-tempo, hurry-up mode because they're running out of plays, i.e. the TCU game, the U of H game, the K-State game. Teams, they go pass first, and then Oklahoma, naturally, I mean, they're like top 10 in the country, top 15 in the country in pace. TCU was one of those teams, naturally, that had really, I think, high numbers in plays per minute. So, yeah, that's one of the ways I think you can expose the Texas pass defense, and it nullifies the rush, their pass rush. You don't really have to worry about it as much when you're in up-tempo and hurry-up mode because the ball's coming out quick.
Yeah, and Texas goes fast when they get going, right? You get that initial first down, and then you can go tempo. But we'll see. This is a heck of a matchup. Looking forward to it with a lot of subplots, and obviously the relationships between the coaching staffs. And Sark was a coach at Washington, and PK was there before he came to Texas. He revealed yesterday, Pete Kwiatkowski, the Longhorn defensive coordinator, his best friend is the offensive line coach. The Joe Moore award-winning offensive line.
And they kept that guy, and they didn't have to keep Scott Huff, but they kept Scott Huff around from the previous regime.
Yeah, Sark, PK revealed that. Yeah, that's my best friend. We're good buddies in the offseason, but man, we're gonna go at it. We're gonna go at it on Monday night.
So there you go. That's the plot thickens.
Plot thickens.
Yeah.
For this game, and so a lot of familiarity between the two, certainly based on last year's game and all the crossover for these staffs. All right, we'll come back when we do some What the Facts that you need to get you, things you need to know as you get into the new year and the final weekend of 2023. Also more on Texas and Washington, obviously. Looking forward to the Cowboys game with the Lions on Saturday. We'll preview that. Got a lot to do on a busy Friday on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Hook 'em up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
All right, time for some What the Facts, including some facts on these bowl games. Had 4 games yesterday, Rod, and got to give some props. It is a fact that after the Pop-Tart Bowl yesterday in Orlando, where K-State beat NC State, Chris Kleiman found he knows his quarterback for the future, right? Avery Johnson.
Oh, yeah.
Threw 2 touchdowns, ran for another. He was the MVP. So for the celebration after the game, they brought out a giant toaster, and a guy dressed as a Pop-Tart actually got into the toaster.
Oh,
and then
come on.
Chris Kleiman and Avery Johnson were standing, and the Pop-Tart came out, and they got to eat some of it, like a giant Pop-Tart.
I love that the coaches now have to participate in the antics that whatever the promotion is. Like they get mayo poured on you, or you got to go over there and pull the Pop-Tart thing. I love it. I think that's fantastic.
What did Lincoln Riley had eggnog dumped on him?
I know. I think it's great. I think the coaches are like, you know what? I'll do it. You know what? Just get. I don't know if they get paid extra. I don't know if they get a little bonus for that. And they probably get a bonus for winning the bowl game. So you got to do whatever the hell you got to do. But that's pretty wild. I like that. So did it work out? Was it a success?
Yeah, it looked like, and when it came out, Chris Kleiman grabbed a hunk of the icing that was on it and he ate it. I mean, I guess it was a giant
strawberry
pastry.
Was it strawberry?
It was white. Yeah, white with sprinkles. Yeah.
That's obviously the best Pop-Tart flavor, strawberry.
It looked like the best Pop-Tart flavor.
I mean, it's not even close, actually. While we've been discussing this, it's easily the one. Not my favorite anyway. All right, what the facts? Gave this fact earlier, but I still think it's fantastic. I'm going to give it again. For the first time since 1989, the Cleveland Browns, with their win last night, will officially finish ahead of the Pittsburgh Steelers in the division. Hasn't happened since 1989.
That is stunning. I mean, I was in high school the last time they did that. I mean, it's crazy.
But it just lets you know. I think it says more about the Steelers, though, honestly. Not the Browns, what they're doing is honestly, it is extraordinary. For fourth quarterback they're on, which is, I mean, usually if you're on your fourth quarterback, there's no way you should be winning double-digit games.
It's almost like they stumbled into the right quarterback though in their fourth drive.
You're right. The one that's most compatible with their formula, and then in addition to that, they've been hit hard by injuries. Well, obviously, look at the quarterback position, but even at other positions, like close to over 25% of their salary cap is on IR right now. So Kevin Stefanski's doing a great job. He saved his job, as a matter of fact. So Cleveland Browns right now, one of the hottest teams in the NFL, and Joe Flacco, the 296 yards that he had at halftime, as you mentioned, in one half, that is more than Deshaun Watson's had in any of his starts with the Cleveland Browns. That's going to be a problem. I know it ain't right now because they're riding high. All they're thinking about is winning games, and Joe Flacco is the savior right now for Cleveland. But I'm telling you, after the high wears off and they're done with the season, it's going to be really awkward trying to figure out, with the face of the franchise being Deshaun Watson, what are you doing with the backup quarterback position? What do you do about Joe Flacco? Do you bring him back? Do you want him back in that locker room? Because the guys may like him more than they like Deshaun Watson. Just going to be weird. It's going to be awkward. Everything's been awkward for Deshaun Watson, and I don't feel bad for him, by the way.
Joe Flacco, by the way, was also the first Cleveland quarterback ever to go for over. Yeah,
it makes sense because look at all the quarterbacks they've had.
Yeah, I mean,
who's going to be?
I mean, you're talking about Bernie Kosar and
right.
I mean, Baker Mayfield. But by the way, Baker Mayfield, Tampa Bay's got a decision to make with him. That's a fact. Well, what are they going to do with him? I mean, he's going to be the comeback player of the year. They kind of brought Baker in to be a bridge quarterback to their next guy, but don't you kind of have to ride Baker? He's playing as a top 10 quarterback right now.
It's interesting. We've seen this happen where a team brings in a quarterback they think is going to be a bridge guy. I believe Detroit was doing that with Jared Goff, and now they're like, you know what? Maybe we should rethink the bridge. At least let's repaint the bridge. Let's give it some renovations. All right, like Tom Herman always said about repainting the Golden Gate Bridge. You know what? Let's just repaint the son of a gun and renovate it. And now I think because he looks compatible.
Well,
with their situation right now. That may change when Ben Johnson leaves, but we'll see. But you're right about Baker, too. They got to reconsider.
Yeah, you're right about that with Jared Goff, and now here's Baker Mayfield, both former number 1 overall picks, right, guys?
So high upside guys.
Maybe came in too hyped and kind of got caught up in it. Maybe we weren't in a good situation, but
that's not bad.
But you're still talented if you're going that high in a draft. You got ability, which is interesting. I'd also say this, that we are on the verge of of history in the NBA, Rod. Verge of history. The Detroit Pistons scared us a little bit last night. They actually built a 21-point lead in Boston. Looked like they were going to break their losing skid. No, they're playing Boston, of course, at TD Garden. And the Celtics came all the way back, won the game 128-122. It's now 28 consecutive losses for your Detroit Pistons.
Is that the record, right?
That ties the record.
That ties the record, okay.
They can own the record outright with one more loss. One more loss. It'd be 29, and that's miserable.
How's that not, man, that's crazy. I don't know how in the hell that's not the record anyway. They're that bad?
They're that bad.
Now the shame is going to be who the hell loses.
Yeah, that you can't be the team that loses to them now.
You don't want to be that slump buster, no.
No, they're 2-29, Rod. I mean, they 2-29.
Dude, you realize they're so bad, they may set the record twice. You know what? They may set the record, win a game or two, and they're so bad on the back end of the NBA schedule, they may get it. They may lose that many games again. It's hard to do.
Their last win came right
pretty
before.
damn bad.
It's like the Browns last time they were ahead of the Steelers was when I was in high school. The last win for the Detroit Pistons came before Halloween. October 28th.
Wow.
The Rangers have more
28th.
recently won a game than the Detroit Pistons.
Yeah, the Texas Rangers. That's correct.
I did not expect
Well,
that.
because the Pistons started the season 2-1. It was promising. They were 2-1 to start the year.
That was promising.
They've lost every game since.
Don't they have the special there when they win a home game? Is it the
Yeah, they got to deal with Wingstop or something. If they win a game, they get 5 free wings. They haven't had to give that out.
The Wingstop's like, man, we just get all the promotion, but we ain't got to give him no free wings.
Give them no free wings yet. This is a great promotion. Somebody give that guy a raise.
Oh, man. That's unbelievable.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
All right, there's some what the facts. We'll
What
pick
the
this up on
facts.
the other side for sure. As the Browns break them up. They're 11-5 and a scary team in the AFC. Also, the Cowboys finally doing a full weekend. It's the final weekend of 2023. We're getting you ready for it. Talking Texas, Washington to start the new year. We're jam-packed. 1 hour down, 4 to go on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B.
Football Friday edition. Hook 'em up with E and Rod B.
Certainly is. It is also a getaway Friday. I'll be headed to New Orleans tomorrow. Making my way, like a lot of you will, down I-10, headed eastbound and down, Rod. Eastbound and down.
Y'all be careful on that road. Not a lot of Longhorn fans hitting the road early.
Yeah. Got to get on the road. Got to get to NOLA, where the Longhorns will face the Washington Huskies on Monday night in the West. And hopefully that would lead to a trip to Houston a week later for a national championship game of what would be, we got to get there first.
Got to take care of business.
First things first.
Yeah, man.
But, I mean, you glimpse ahead of you get ahead of yourself a little bit. But, man, the energy, the atmosphere in Houston for a national championship game featuring the Longhorns in that city. We talked about yesterday how something like that could impact big picture recruiting for the Longhorns in Houston, with to cap the year. But obviously they've got a big challenge ahead of themselves coming up on Monday night. The Heisman Trophy runner-up and Michael Penix is quite the player. That's quite a passing offense, and looking forward to this game on Monday night. But if you are headed to New Orleans, headed out today, be careful, be safe, and we'll get you there. Lock it in. 5 hours. We get you 5 hours. I mean, it's about a 9-hour drive.
So shizzle.
So we'll get you 5. We'll get some hours knocked out talking Texas football, getting you ready for the big weekend. Cowboys. It is rightful that finally Jerry Jones is going to put Jimmy Johnson in the Ring of Honor tomorrow night. It's finally going to happen.
Yeah, can't lose that game. Not when Jimmy's going in, all right, after all this time. I wonder what changed Jerry's mind. He always said he would do it. He always waffled on it. Kept saying he would do it, and then he would say it's his decision. He'll do
it should have
whatever.
happened long ago. I think we can say that fairly.
I agree, but it seems silly.
Well,
seems like a silly thing. And I know they're petty because, they obviously had their issues with their breakup. But, man, that stuff should have been – that hatchet should have been buried a long time ago. What are we talking about? 20? Come on, how many years later are we talking about here?
Well, let's 25.
Yeah, come on,
20,
man.
well, no.
That's ridiculous.
Going on 30.
Yeah, come on.
It's 2024. I mean, they haven't they've been in a Super Bowl since the mid-'90s. So, but we know, Jerry Jones wanted to show he could do it without Jimmy. I mean, that's been kind of the quest.
Pride and ego.
And, they've always outwardly been friendly to one another.
Yeah, they've been amicable among, but still. Yeah, guys, how you not honor Jimmy Johnson? There are people in there that don't, that have been honored ahead of Jimmy that don't make any sense. And I'm not
in comparison, right, of what he did for the franchise.
Exactly.
I mean, when he was hired in the late 80s to coming from Miami and was the architect and they built those teams that won 3 Super Bowls. I mean, he won 2 of them, but the Barry Switzer Super Bowl goes somewhat on the resume of Jimmy Johnson.
Totally agree.
Because even the players would tell you that. I mean, Troy Aikman, he got at odds with Barry Switzer when he got there because he didn't like the lack of discipline that he brought and
relaxed atmosphere.
Yeah, because he had to become the hard guy. Troy Aikman did. Because it was always Jimmy Johnson was the hard driving force and good cop bad cop. So then Troy Aikman could be the good cop. When Barry Switzer came in, he was the good cop, and Troy had to flip to being the bad cop and start yelling at everybody.
You want to be a good time coach, hang out.
Yeah.
Now, especially
ride the wave.
Well, now with that group, because the group that Jimmy assembled, they were very combustible. It was, but he could handle it. He was the lion tamer, right? He could come in, and he was the one that could handle all these volatile personalities, all these alpha males, pretty much in that locker room that he had built it with. All these really competitive personalities, them dogs. He got that dog in him, all right. But he was the dog trainer, right? He could keep all the dogs pretty much on a leash. He could keep them from being. Well, I guess they still had their off the field issues, but he could keep it from being toxic in the actual locker room and hurting the team. They still had their off the field issues. I guess. Don't be like, oh, I know that. I'm talking about they were worried about the product on the field and the product in the locker room. And when Jimmy was there, all the issues that these guys had and their very volatile personalities and combustible mixes, it really didn't hurt the Cowboys. As a matter of fact, you could make the argument that it helped the Cowboys, that it fueled them and it fueled that run. When he left, man, those combustible personalities blew up. They started to blow up and
turned into Oklahoma all over again for Barry Switzer.
Yeah, in the locker room, and then the product just starts to deteriorate ultimately.
That's right. And the talent didn't get replaced. And
No.
remember when the Cowboys won that Super Bowl, their first one in the early 90s, they were the youngest team in the league.
Yeah.
They're the youngest roster in the league,
Mm-hmm.
winning the Super Bowl, dominating. And, it was quite a run. And
Uh-huh.
obviously you finally, 30-plus years
unprecedented.
later, he's going to go into the Ring of Honor.
Is he in the Pro Football Hall of Fame?
He is.
Yeah.
He's in the Pro Football Hall of Fame before he's in the Ring of Honor.
I mean, come on, Jerry. That's so ridiculous. Like, come on. You're obviously holding a grudge to some guy. He's in the Pro Football Hall of Fame, but not in your organization's Hall of Fame. And to that point, because he did things that were unprecedented at the time. They had the biggest offensive line in the history of the NFL when they made that run, and nobody had offensive lines that were that mammoth. And he decided, no, we're going to build the biggest O-line that you've ever seen. And that Jimmy Johnson value chart really kind of changed draft evaluation and the way teams basically decided to attribute scores and rankings to different prospects. And when he came out, and this is something we see all the time, but the Cowboys are one of the best examples of it. He has such a deep knowledge of college prospects. You brought up them being the youngest team in the NFL. When he remade that roster after the Herschel Walker trade, he knew exactly what he was getting in those prospects they were drafting. Well, not exactly, but he knew more. I would say had a more informed opinion than most of the talent evaluations because he came from college and he used that knowledge. He had recruited some of these kids like from high school. So he knew about them and used that base knowledge to build the Cowboys from the ground up.
Yeah. And the Herschel Walker trade didn't hurt to bring in a lot of draft capital that they used to acquire those players. And, yes, it rest is history. But, by the way, if you're going to be watching this game, it's Saturday night. It's tomorrow night. It's on ABC and ESPN. And the ceremony will happen at halftime of the game. And ESPN's going to show the whole thing.
Oh, that's cool.
So you'll be able to see all of it. Lions will be the counterpart there. Of course, the NFC North champions coming in at 11-4. Cowboys are 10-5. That's part of a big weekend and the final weekend of this calendar year 2023. Let's get to the other headlines, trending topics. Rod's got a rant coming up, his first of two this morning. We will let you hear Jimmy Johnson in his own words of what led to the divorce with he and Jimmy Johnson, or Jerry Jones, I should say, coming up. I'll get you that this hour. But first, let's get you the news. All right, Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring you the top stories here on this Friday morning. It starts with college football. T-minus 3 days and about 13, 14 hours till third-ranked Texas meets second-ranked Washington in the national semifinal of the Sugar Bowl in New Orleans. Pretty clear for Texas to win Monday night. They're going to have a great plan to handle Michael Penix Jr., the Huskies quarterback, and, of course, that Huskies top-rated passing offense. Senior's thrown for over 4,200 yards and 33 touchdowns this season. At his media availability yesterday, the Heisman Trophy runner-up said he expects the Texas D-line to be good. Says they're good. Features Outland Trophy winner T'Vondre Sweat, Big 12 Defensive Lineman of the Year Byron Murphy, but said they play good ball. Wouldn't say they're playing the 49ers or the Eagles D-line, so they'll be good. Texas and Washington will play Monday night. Kickoff set for 7:45. The other national semifinal will play at the Rose Bowl on Monday afternoon. That's where top-ranked Michigan faces fourth-ranked Alabama. We'll talk more about that game coming up as well. That game 4 o'clock on Monday. 4 bowl games yesterday and last night. That included the Alamo Bowl down in San Antonio, where Arizona rallied to beat Oklahoma. 6 Oklahoma turnovers led to a 38-24 Arizona win there. That included an 87-yard fumble return for a touchdown. Arizona scored the final 25 points of that game. Kansas State topped NC State 28-19 at the Pop-Tart Bowl. Rutgers took down Miami in the Pinstripe Bowl in New York 31-24. And then rainy Boston College rallied past SMU 23-14. 4 more bowl games on tap today, including one at 11 o'clock this morning. Clemson facing Kentucky in the Gator Bowl. 19th-ranked Oregon State will battle 16th-ranked Notre Dame in the Sun Bowl in El Paso this afternoon. Iowa State beats Memphis in the Liberty Bowl. And Iowa State in Memphis, by the way. And tonight it's a top 10 matchup at the Cotton Bowl in Arlington. 7th-ranked Ohio State facing 9th-ranked Missouri. Good game there. NFL Week 16 did kick off last night. Break up the Browns, won their 4th straight game. Clinton AFC playoff berth with a 37-20 win over the New York Jets. Joe Flacco, another 300-yard game. He had 296 yards passing by halftime as they built a big lead. And he threw 3 touchdowns as well. Browns improved to 11-5 on the year. We mentioned in Arlington, Cowboys playing the Lions tomorrow night with the ceremony for Jimmy Johnson. Down in Houston on Sunday, the Texans will look to keep their playoff hopes alive when they host the Tennessee Titans. Good news for Houston yesterday. Word that their starting quarterback, C.J. Stroud, has cleared the concussion protocol. He will start that game. He's missed the last 2 games after suffering that concussion against the Jets a few weeks ago. NBA last night, Spurs put it into their latest losing skid. They beat Portland 118-105, and Mavericks ran into the top team in the Western Conference and got beat 118-110 in Minnesota. Anthony Edwards scored a season-high 44 points to lead the T-Wolves.
Is it possible that Joe Flacco could win Comeback Player of the Year?
It's DeMar
Over
Hamlin's
Baker
lose.
Mayfield? Is DeMar Hamlin's the
No, he's the
I think
odds on
it's-
favor. He's like minus
I
500.
know. Yeah, you're right about that. I guess you're right betting.
Even
on
though
it,
he's
right?
barely played this year, it's like you can't. He died.
Oh,
And
I think
he's on a team.
All right.
yeah, he came back to but I think it's Baker Mayfield to this point as far as on-field play.
But he's not gonna win it.
We'll see.
Joe
No,
Flacco's
you might
number
be-
2 right now in the betting odds.
Yeah, you might be right about that, Ty. I get why he would win it, but in terms of the on-field play, I don't know if that's the. I don't know if that's,
I promise you, he's gonna win it.
Yeah.
That's the one
It's
law.
more ceremonial, I guess. The
Yeah.
NFL would do it that way. It's ceremonial, and I trust me, I get it. I'm not saying it shouldn't be the case, but if he didn't win it, let's take him out of the equation. And you just pointed out, you said Joe Flacco has the best odds right now, second best odds behind DeMar Hamlin.
Correct.
Comeback Player of the Year. Yeah, I think he actually, and you're right. Baker Mayfield should, because he's actually done more, and it's more complete resume. But Joe Flacco's got these splash performances.
He's only been playing for 4 games,
But-
but they're 4 great games.
Exactly.
And I will say the odds have shortened a little bit. It was like minus 2,000 to Mar Hamlin a few weeks ago. Now he's probably down to I haven't checked this week, but probably 500 minus 500.
Well, look,
So-
if Baker leads the Buccaneers into the playoffs in a division championship, I mean, he's thrown for almost 3,600 yards. He's thrown 26 touchdowns, only 8 interceptions. He's got a quarterback rating through the roof. I mean, he's playing as a top 10 quarterback.
He's top 10 in passer rating, or at least he was last week.
I mean, that's got to be good for comeback player of the year from a guy who was.
But does a comeback player, does it matter from where you come from? Like from the depth of where you come back from, right? It's like Joe Flacco was on the couch just kicking it. Baker Mayfield
Literally.
was playing. He was still playing. Joe Flacco was just kicking it on the couch like, hey, man, you know what? I think I can still play a little bit. He's probably warming up his own. I would love to know exactly what he was doing. Eating Pop-Tarts at home, kicking. So I think that's why DeMar Hamlin, that's why he's odds on favorite, right? He came back from death.
Yes.
And most
play
years,
again.
most years it's not. It's the same thing where it's usually come back from an injury or something like that.
Yes.
So
So
it's
now we're talking about
rarely a
difference.
performance like, oh, you sucked last year and you came back and you're good this year. Because Baker Mayfield on the Rams, he wasn't bad last year when he
No,
did
you're
get
right.
to play.
He wasn't terrible.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
wasn't he released last year?
Yeah, by Carolina.
At
By
one point?
Carolina was they were tanking at that point.
Yeah, but
With
still.
what Sam Darnold over him.
Yeah, and then he was finished as like a third, kind of a backup quarterback in
No.
the Rams, and
I didn't know if he'd be a starter again. I wasn't sure about that. So yeah.
all he's done this year is start every single game and play really well.
They're gonna win the division if you're right.
Yeah, as a division champ, but I mean, it's I don't have a vote, but I would vote for Baker. But you understand DeMar Hamlin, he came back from death to make a roster.
Hard to argue about comeback player of the year. I do kind of get it now. Like actually, if you're thinking about it, like, hey, if they come back from something, obviously injuries, depending on the trial, the tribulation they had to face in order to overcome to come back, yeah, DeMar Hamlin wins it. But I'm with you. Baker Mayfield he really is one of the best stories in the NFL this season. It's a lot of great stories we haven't talked about, but he's a quarterback that stayed healthy. That's half the damn battle these days.
Well, that's right.
With a quarterback, just get a healthy.
That's why he's a top 10 quarterback. There's only about 10 that have stayed healthy all year long.
Yeah, you're right about that. That's a good point. He's top 10 in passer rating. It was like, well, it's easier to be top 10 this year than it usually would be.
Not as many guys.
Yeah.
All right,
That's
great
fair.
stuff. We'll hear from Jimmy Johnson coming up as he goes into the Ring of Honor finally at long last. Also, some bullish or BS for the end of the hour. But right now, it's time for Rod's first rant of a Friday.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore!
Find out what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real.
You ain't keeping it around!
My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
Oh, you've got it now. It's time for Rod's Rant of the Day.
Hold on to your butts.
All right, so yesterday PK spoke to the media. He never really speaks to the media. I think at the beginning of the season, Sark lets his coordinator speak to the media, and then at the end. So we got a chance to hear from PK. Two pieces of audio I want to get to that I think are really relevant to the game plan between Washington's offense, obviously, and Texas defense, PK being the defensive coordinator. The first cut is about T'Vondre Sweat. He's asked about T'Vondre Sweat. He's asked about how good T'Vondre Sweat is, but it's the part at the end that I think is really, really relevant. But I do think it's a really nice cut when he talks about the maturity of T'Vondre Sweat in leadership. So here is PK.
There's two pieces to T'Vondre. Obviously, the physical stature that you mentioned, but also his level of maturity and growth as a teammate, a leader, has been awesome. From the first year that we got here to now, to see his growth and how he approaches, how he communicates with the guys. Not so when it's going great, but when it's not going, when we face adversity. He's a very influential guy in that locker room, and so to see his growth from a leadership standpoint, it's been awesome. And then, yeah, he's a big dude. That's, there's an athlete somewhere inside that body. That's what we always joke about. But he is hard to move. He eats up a lot of space. He takes multiple blockers, and so that frees up the linebackers, gives us a little bit more, bit of a luxury to be able to play with lighter boxes because of what those two guys inside can do in the run game.
I think the last part is key. I talked to Coach Bob Shipley about this as well. And Texas last season, their game plan, guys, I thought it was a good game plan. Now, I've actually thrown out a lot of reasons why it may not have been an effective overall game plan, but holding Michael Penix to his lowest yards per attempt in the last 2 years, he had his longest incompletion streak of the season actually in that game, under 60% completion percentage, only one pass completed of 20 yards or more, and it was a flea flicker on the first play of the game. I thought pass defense wise, they actually had a decent game plan, but it did have some holes, and one of the holes were that they played with a lot of two deep safeties, rotating their safeties late in the run game to come rally late in the run game to be forced run defenders. But they stayed with a lot of too high shell coverages, and they played with lighter boxes at times, and those lighter boxes allowed them to run the football. This year, they're better against light boxes. Last season, they were about 40-something in the country in rush defense. This year, they're top 5. They're actually the best Big 12 rush defense, not only overall, but against the light box, which is fewer defenders than you have blockers. Now, you can do that, like you said, because of T'Vondre Sweat, because he's such a massive human, he takes up 2 blockers. So you go back to winning the numbers game, and you can spin it in their favor. And if Byron Murphy and T'Vondre Sweat both can take up multiple blockers, or they take 3 to block your 2, once again, you win the numbers advantage, and then you can play with a lighter box. Texas allowing less than 4 yards per carry with a light box, less than 1.9 yards per attempt, yards after contact per attempt. So they're really good from a light box. Last year, they couldn't do it successfully. This year, I think they can. And that's one of the keys, I think, to this game. Can they stop the run the light box? If they can, they'll keep the safeties deep, and they'll be able to neutralize the deep passing attack. If they can't, they'll have to bring a safety back into the box to win the numbers advantage to stop the run. And if they do that, your corners and DBs are going to be left on islands, one-on-one. Speaking of, PK was also asked about those DBs and them being left on an island. Here is what PK had to say about when being asked about the DBs and them being a vulnerability, and if he had faith and confidence that they could hold up against the best passing offense in the country.
Just better understanding of the leverage, and we've tweaked some things in the back end that have helped them. But then they're going to catch the ball. We got to get them on the ground, right? And so when we tackle, right, we have it and don't give up explosive plays, and we try and force these offenses to drive the length of the field. We're pretty good, but it's all about tackling and controlling the explosive plays. And then there's the deep balls are. They're one-on-ones, right? And they do a good job. We got to go up and compete, and we got to play the hands, and play the ball, and there's no magic answer to that other than competing and being where you're supposed to be, and then at the when you're high pointing the ball, right, and making a play on the ball, playing the hands, and hopefully getting the ball stripped out.
All right, that's PK talking about his DBs, and you'll recognize he said they changed the leverage. I talked about this on this show and on other shows about how the leverage was bad early on for Texas. That's why they were giving up a lot of inside breaking routes. And they changed that, and it became more aggressive, especially in the last 2 games where they played a lot of more bump and run coverage than they had played all year long against Oklahoma State and against Texas Tech. Let's talk about the deep ball really quickly. Last year they were great at defending the deep ball. Only allowed 1 pass of 20 yards or more down the field. Washington was 1 of 10, and they were just as vertically centric in their passing game as they are this season. They're completing now 44% of their passes 20 yards or more down the field, which is a phenomenal number. Right? That's a low percentage throw, and they kind of make it a higher percentage throw because they're so good at it. They got 3 NFL wide receivers. Rome Odunze, he's the best contested catch receiver in the country. He literally makes 50-50 balls, 70-30 balls, because he's catching 70% of his contested targets. 17 contested catches. That is the most in the FBS. Behind Marvin Harrison Jr., he's probably considered the best wide receiver that will be coming out in the draft. Daniel Jeremiah says his favorite wide receiver actually coming out in the draft is Rome Odunze. It's actually not Marvin Harrison Jr., which, like I said, that's a bold statement. The deep ball, though. Texas is defending the deep ball pretty well this year, only allowing opponents to complete 36% of their passes 20 yards or more down the field, which is not bad. But when you take out the backup quarterbacks out of that sample size, which Texas played 3 backup quarterbacks, that number rises to 42%. And then 7 opponents completed 40% or better on deep balls against Texas. 6 of their opponents were 50% or better on deep balls against Texas. Oklahoma State actually was 3 of 7 on passes 20 yards or more down the field. Texas played a lot of bump and run coverage, so their answer or adjustment was out and ups, the double moves, and just to throw deep shots. And they had some success, not including the PI that they got or PIs that should have been called. This season, almost 90% of all the PIs that Texas has been called for have been on deep balls. So they'll probably try to utilize that too on deep balls. That's a problem. So Texas got to be better at defending deep ball. That goes without saying. And they have to be better at defending certain concepts, and they do it with leverage. PK talked about this. I think he hinted at it. When I went back and watched the film from last season, Texas defending on 3rd and 4th down, money downs. And they're better this year because they were 94th last year. Now they're a top 5 money down defense. But still, they have had trouble defending targets to bunch formation, closely clustered groups of receivers, and inside breaking routes. And when you look at on money downs, just 3rd and 4th downs this year, I look at a 53% conversion rate on inside breaking routes versus Power 5 starting quarterbacks when they're targeting on money downs, targeting inside breaking routes on money downs. So that's over 50% conversion rate, and same thing similar when they're targeting bunch formation, closely clustered groups of receivers on money downs. You're talking about over a 70% conversion rate for the Power 5 quarterbacks that Texas has faced, starting quarterbacks Texas has faced, basically. So you're looking at that's one of the vulnerabilities. They don't have many. And when I looked at last season how Washington moved the football, how they kept the football, how they had long sustained drives because they weren't able to really throw the football downfield, it's mostly the running game, which we talked about, but also these concepts. Inside breaking routes, they had a 50% conversion rate on inside breaking routes last season in the Alamo Bowl when they were on money downs targeting inside breaking routes, and they had over an 80% conversion rate when they were targeting closely clustered groups of receivers, bunch formations on money downs last season in the Alamo Bowl. Texas has struggled with it. They struggled with it against Washington last season. They're going to see it. They got to figure out a way to fix it. I think the game will come down to Texas defending the deep ball, Texas defending those concepts I just mentioned, inside breaking routes, and the targets to bunch formation, and also empty formation, which hurt them a lot too. And this team loves to run a lot of empty formation. Remember, U of H ran a lot of empty formation versus Texas, and they had a lot of success running empty formation. They were 12 of 14 running empty formation, 85% completion percentage, over 9 yards per attempt. They love to do it too, and they'll just abandon the running game altogether, put the ball in Mike Penix's hands, and let him run it. So pressuring Michael Penix, it's just half the battle. The DB's got to hold up in coverage because you're not going to get there every time going up against an offensive line this good.
Good stuff right there. And Rod's rant, the first of 2 today, the second to last of the year, Rod. This is our final show of 2023, getting you into the final weekend of the year, leading you into a new year that's going to start with the Longhorns playing for a national championship. Good stuff right there. Coming back, we'll hit more of these conversations, getting you here Jalen Milroe, who apparently was told by Bill O'Brien, the former offensive coordinator at Alabama, that he should switch positions. We'll let you hear his response to that, and now he's got his team playing for a national championship as well on Monday. We'll get to some bullish or BS. It took him up with Ian Rod B. Coming right back.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers, Hook 'em Up, 1019 AM 1260, The Horn.
Appreciate your messages and thoughts and opinions on the text line, 512-447-3776. It says, is it the comeback player of the year or the resurrection player of the year? In our Damar Hamlin, Baker Mayfield conversation.
That's pretty good. Not bad. It's not bad. But, yeah, no, I get it. I get the Damar Hamlin thing. I understand it. Hey, this is a song. Apparently, are you playing this, Ty, because the team was jamming this during their workout?
No.
Oh, interesting.
I just like that song.
Okay.
Who is that? What is that song, Ty?
It's I'd Rather Be With You by Bootsy Collins.
I thought I saw that they were jamming Bootsy, but I could be off. Let me check this out. I've been seeing a lot of updates from NOLA.
Yeah, they had a 2-hour practice yesterday afternoon. The media got to watch about 7 minutes of it, and then Sark got them out of there before they got down to business. And they were practicing in the Superdome there.
Yeah, they said they were practicing a lot of tackling, which makes sense because one of the things that after a long layoff like this, just making sure they wrap up just all of the kind of the fundamentals with tackling, that could be something that, that could easily come back to bite you. Just guys missing tackles, something simple. But you haven't done it in a long time.
Full speed.
A lot of people said that. A lot of coaches that I've heard talk about the long layoff say it's a lot of the things that are troublesome in the first game of the season pop up again in that bowl game after that long layoff. Tackling, special teams miscues, ball security stuff, and it's like, guys, we already, we went through this, but you kind of take that stuff for granted when you don't have those really physical practices, and you're not having those. The later you get in the year, the less physical the practices are going to be, because guys are banged up. You're just trying to get fresh. Safeguarding against injury is your biggest concern and primary concern as a coach, to be as fresh as you possibly can, and that comes with some drawbacks, which is you lose the awareness that you gain, ball security, tackling, all of those different things. So I understand.
No, for sure. When you got to try to get them back to the game speed. Now, Sark did say when he got to New Orleans, he's been really pleased with the guys' mindset since they've come back, right? And they've been really locked in. Look, I mean, you don't you talk about the dog and Michael Penix and the dog and Byron Murphy. Look, these guys know what they're playing for. I mean, their motivation will not be a factor in this game.
Yeah.
You're playing to be legendary, right? You're playing to win a national championship. Both of these teams have already won their conference championships and leave with that honor. But at the same time, you have a chance to now play for the biggest prize. And one of the themes we've had on this show and throughout the year, Rod, is there's so many guys on this current Texas roster that are never going to play in the SEC. We talked about that all summer. The SEC is the talk of Texas in 2024 and what the schedule is going to look like. And Sark was clear. Look, you remember when the opponents came out this summer, the Longhorns, who they were going to play in the SEC, and Sark, every player kind of put out this year's schedule, the 2023 schedule. Let's focus on this one, and that's really what has fueled this Texas run in my mind to this point. Is both of these teams are going to be in new conferences next year, right? Texas will be in the SEC. Washington will be in the Big Ten. As strange as that sounds, but this current group, these guys. I mean, look, we talk about Texas and all their veteran players. They got a ton of guys who were here with Tom Herman, who went 5-7 with Sark and have seen the bad days. Well, there have been like 10 guys on the Washington roster who were there with Chris Peterson.
Yeah,
I mean, it goes back that far, and they've been through some down times too. And that's why these teams are almost mirror images of one another in where their programs were and are, where the players who stuck through it. Through the down times to the good times. And, again, the guys on Washington, the guys on Texas, they're never going to play a game in the Big Ten. They're never going to play a game in the SEC. This is it for them, and that's what's on the line here, a chance to leave a legendary mark on that program, which is pretty darn cool for guys like Jalen Ford and Tavondre and X-Man and all these guys who are going to move on to their next phase of their lives. The program at Texas, and I would say the program at Washington, is still in pretty good hands moving forward. But for all the guys that this is it, this is what's driving this energy for me in this game.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I mean, that's the storylines for both these teams are just really good. And you brought it up. I mean, I've talked about how Texas has great football character, and you brought up, hey, Washington has really good football character too. Whether it comes from Michael Penix, this guy dealing with multiple ACL surgeries and multiple injuries, transferred with Kalen DeBoer, and now is in the college football playoff with an undefeated Husky team, and with the highest, I believe it is the highest that any Husky has ever finished in the Heisman, which was, he was second in the Heisman, I believe. So that's a great story there. Their offensive line actually is a pretty good story. I talked about how they lost their starting center for the year, and everybody thought, oh man, that's definitely going to derail them. They're definitely going to. And that was early on in the season. That was the second game of the season. Texas lost the Oklahoma game in the one game where they lost their starting center. And the game, it's tough when you lose your starting center. And yet they were able to, recalibrate as an offensive line and end up being the best offensive line, at least awarded the Joe Moore Award for being the best offensive line in the country. That's losing their center. That's tough to do.
Yeah.
That takes good football character. Texas, you're losing your starting running back who would have won the Doak Walker Award. If not, and still being able to bounce back and have a young, 100-yard rusher and a C.J. Baxter and then Jaden Blue run for 100 yards. That's tough, playing their best football of the season in the last two games of the season, playing the complete game that we have been asking for from this team. They might be peaking at the right time. So I'm with you. I think there are a lot of great stories that you can point out here. This matchup is, and I love the Bama-Michigan matchup. I think both programs almost have doppelganger like qualities about where they mirror each other in some ways. And the Washington's worst aspect of their team is their pass defense. Worst aspect of Texas's team, pass defense.
Yeah.
Really good weapons. Honestly, the offensive scheme is very, and philosophy is very similar between Kalen DeBoer's scheme and Sark's scheme.
Yeah, no, it is. And, the track to here, obviously Kalen DeBoer's in year 2, Sark's in year 3. But the one thing you hear about Kalen DeBoer from anybody that's covered that team is just how genuine it is, how down to earth he is, how calm he is. And much like Sark, who in his new incarnation as head coach has come back to be more genuine, right? Be more deliberate with his players, more open with his players. And that's how you win a locker room that's a lot of guys you didn't recruit, right? I mean, that's how you you don't have to throw everybody out. You have to win those guys. You have to win their trust, and both of these coaches have done that. And that's how you get to this point with a lot of guys who you didn't recruit and were here when you got here and that kind of stuff. How all too often you hear coaches say, I got to get my guys. I got to get my guys, and then we'll be fine. Neither of these coaches took that tact, right? I mean, they want to go get the guys they're going to need, but at the same time they convinced the guys who had been there to stick with it and ride a new way. And I think that's what's exciting. One of the many things that is exciting about this matchup. And you're right about the Michigan-Alabama game. With that in mind, Ty, can we play this Jalen Milroe? This was pretty interesting. The Jalen Milroe, who, got up to the rough start, trying to learn a new offense. With Tommy Rees coming in from Notre Dame, and we saw against Texas early that it was a struggle for him. But man, after getting benched after the Texas game and coming back, he played as good a football as any quarterback in the country from week 5 on, and now he's playing for a national championship. They beat Georgia. He played great in that Georgia game, in the SEC championship game. Here's Milroe yesterday at his press availability revealing that Bill O'Brien, when he was the offensive coordinator, advised him to switch positions, Rod. Switch positions. That you probably shouldn't be a quarterback because Bill, Texans fans like you and I know the player scouting ability and assessment ability of one Bill O'Brien, who was our general manager for a while. Here is Jalen Milroe out of Houston, Texas, or Katy, Texas. His response, actually, he was asked by you'll hear it, the question from the member of the media about Bill O'Brien's advice.
What was your reaction to Bill O'Brien telling you that you shouldn't play quarterback? Do you remember how you felt when he said that?
How would you feel if I told you you suck?
Probably wouldn't like it.
Okay then, so that's exactly how I felt, you know what I'm saying?
Is there a position he wanted you to play or said you should be this position or that position, or he just...
I mean, he told me a bunch of business I could have switched to, but look where I'm at right now, so, you know what I'm saying? So who gets the last laugh?
Who gets the last laugh, Rod?
No, I mean, there are plenty of ways to skin a cat. There are a lot of different ways to play the quarterback position. We're finally learning that, if you tailor the offense to the skill set of the quarterback, the quarterback can't have success, even if they are limited in their skill set, even if they don't have a well-rounded skill set, even if they're not the prototypical quarterback that you want or expect them to be. That's your failure as a coach. If you can tailor the system to their skill set. I mean, that's your job as a coach. As Mike Tomlin say, don't run from coaching. Don't run from it. That's what coaching is. You see a player, he's got some raw materials for you to work with. He's got some strengths in his skill set. He's got some weaknesses. Okay, then build a system around his strengths that highlight his strengths and are able to mitigate his weaknesses. And as a coach, help him get better. He's supposed to be better from week 1 to week 10. And if he's not getting better, well, you know what? Man in the mirror moment for you as a coach. Why isn't he getting better? He's with you every damn day. Why isn't he getting better? And I think, some coaches, they kind of run from that challenge. And it's like, you should just change position. It's like, well, should he? So sometimes that is the answer. Sometimes it is. But they were doing that in the NFL with Lamar Jackson. I just play receiver. Like, oh, you're just running from coaching? I mean, he's got great talent for the quarterback position. Why don't you adapt the offense to his skill set? Who did it? John Harbaugh. Paid off for him. Paid some dividends.
You can
found
understand
himself a quarterback.
A guy like Jalen Milroe, who you recruited me as a quarterback. I mean, it wasn't like I didn't play quarterback in high school. Now to Alabama, and now you're advising me to switch positions. Come on now. As you said, let's because the other great quote I heard from Jalen Milroe when asked about working on his passing, which he's done. He's really worked on throwing and. He said, I don't work on running. I've run my whole life. I know how to run. I don't work on that.
I love that.
I know how to run.
Yeah.
Because as Nick Saban has said, that Jalen Milroe might be the fastest player on their team.
That's crazy.
He goes, I can run. I don't need to work on that. I got to work on my throwing, and that's what I've been working on. And you've seen the improvement, and that's the coaching. Give Tommy Rees some credit that they built the offense, and he's become and that's why a lot of people, Rod, and you might be one of them, picking Alabama in this game because Michigan, as good as they are, as solid as they are, have not seen a quarterback who brings this to the table. And the Longhorns, if they can get to the national championship game and play Alabama again, they'll see a different quarterback than they saw week 2 in Tuscaloosa.
That is true. Yeah, I mean, that's the great equalizer, right? You got a quarterback that can move around, that can make plays, that can turn a broken play into a positive play, that can extend plays. I mean, we literally just watched this with Lamar Jackson, right? We watched against the 49ers pass rush, him even them, they're pressuring him too. They're applying pressure, but then he escapes the pressure to either scramble or to extend the play and look downfield in a scramble drill, which is essentially another play. Right? So you got to defend multiple plays when you have a quarterback like that. I got to defend the first play. And then when he goes to improvise and he goes to second reaction plays, I got to defend the second reaction play. And that's what the 49ers didn't do well. The 49ers did a great job of defending the first play. But the second reaction play, Oh man, that's hell on wheels.
Yeah, that's the problem.
And that's what people are worried about with Michigan. I think Michigan will do a really good job. And this is why some coaches with quarterbacks like that, they want to keep them in the pocket. I'm going to keep you in the pocket. That way I'm only defending one damn play. I'm going to keep you in the pocket, and we're not even going to really rush you, because if we rush and we go into rush lanes, then we give you too much room to operate, and then you can escape the pocket. If I keep you bottled up in the pocket, at least I'm defending that one play, and it's predictable. There's a predictability to where you are going to be. When that dude escapes the pocket, Jalen Milroe, there is no predictability to what the hell he's going to do. He could run, he could throw it, he could run to throw. He could run, escape, and then keep the play alive and then throw it the last second. It's just possibilities are endless. And you can't defend all those scenarios. You keep him in the pocket, you can defend that one scenario.
Agreed. And there's not a player like him in the Big Ten. Like Michigan has not faced a quarterback like this. And it's one of those. Can they simulate that in practice? I mean,
then maybe they got a guy, but I don't know. I haven't looked at their roster, but you're right. I don't think they can simulate in practice either. It will take them at least a quarter plus to get used to the speed of him at the quarterback position, and operating with that kind of efficiency. But if anybody can do it, Michigan's defense can do it. I'm not saying they can't, because Michigan's defense is stout. And Michigan may decide, you know what, we're going to put one of our spies on them, and we got freaks athletically too, and we can match up with them. And as long as we can make him go sideline to sideline and never have to go vertical, we can neutralize him as a runner. And if you neutralize his running ability, as a passer, he doesn't hurt you except for the deep ball. His deep ball is an elite.
No, he can really throw it. And he got Texas a couple times in that game in Tuscaloosa. I would also say this, like that game needed another subplot with Saban and Harbaugh. So Alabama wide receiver Isaiah Bond revealed yesterday out in Pasadena that the Crimson Tide can't watch film on their own iPads, their tablets, because of the sign stealing scandal that Nick Saban apparently believes Michigan may have hacked into their film apps.
Hey, smart man.
So he said you can gather in groups and we can watch film as position groups.
We're going old school?
Old school.
Old school?
Yeah.
Hey, I remember them.
But you can't take the iPad home with you and watch on your own.
Right, get hacked.
Because Connor Stallions and the Michigan Wolverines may have hacked us.
That is fantastic. Old school film watching too. Ooh, I like it.
Yeah.
I like it, man. I like it. Because honestly, the iPad film watching is great for guys who are like me. I was intrinsically motivated, so you give me access to I can watch film on it. I remember they gave us like the DVDs and stuff. I was like, oh man, please give me more. Just give me more. I can watch it in my room, hang out in my room and watch it. Not everybody's motivated like that. Some guys need the study groups, and with the iPad, you don't get the study group mentality.
Remember Kyler Murray with the Cardinals? Like there are no minutes on the iPad.
Yeah, some guys will sit around. Man, you know what? I'll do that later. It's like, no, man, do it now.
Play Call of Duty.
So I think for the guys who need the study group, this kind of old school mentality helps, because I recognize some of the guys like, nah, you need study group, man. You need to come watch with me. Come on, we'll grab some pizza or something. Let's go watch some film.
Is he overly cautious, or is he onto something?
No, he's onto something. Yeah. No, don't take any chances.
No,
with Jim Harbaugh, no, the guys who've been suspended twice.
Yeah, don't take any
violations.
chances.
Don't take any chances. Nope, don't take any chances.
Story.
Oh, that's fantastic.
We'll be watching that game, by the way, on Monday while we do our pregame, getting you ready for Texas and Washington. Of course, 4 to 7. We'll be live on Monday afternoon with you and myself, Rod, Patrick Davis, the crew. I'll be in New Orleans, live at Manning's, the Manning's restaurant right there down off of Canal, right there by the Harrah's Casino. That's where I'll be, along with Bobby Burton of On Texas Football. And remember that Manning's location, Rod, on Monday is where the Texas One Fund is going to be gathering for their day-long event.
I like that.
So come on out there, and about a lot of, I think what they tell us, 30 or 40 former players are going to be rolling through there. We'll grab them and try to talk to them while we're doing pregame if we can. Also, Bobby and I will be doing some streaming for On Texas Football, so that'll be our location, Manning's, in downtown New Orleans on Monday. And our pregame show will be happening, Rod, while the Rose Bowl is happening, Alabama and Michigan. So we'll have live eyeballs on that. And then it's Texas and Washington at 7:45. I'll also be coming to you live from New Orleans on Tuesday morning for our first Hook 'em Up edition of 20 and 24, Rod. Excited to do that. And I do want to say thanks to our travel partners, our friends at Hayes City Store, and, of course, Taste on Main. Travis and Tamara Tyndall, our travel partners, helping us get there. They're going to be in New Orleans as well, taking in the Sugar Bowl. They are helping us get there. Hayes City Store in Driftwood. What a great location. These beautiful days we've been having. Great time to get out there and enjoy it. Also, in charming downtown Buda, go see Taste on Main. They've built it into a 100-year-old historic building, and it's just a great place for a steak, some seafood, a raw bar. If you're looking for a great high-class dinner experience, but also in a casual environment in downtown Buda, do it at Hayes City Store, at Taste on Main on Main Street. in downtown Buda. We'll come back when we do, Rod. Some bullish or BS
Yes, sir.
on this busy Friday, obviously, final Friday of the year. It took them up with Ian Rod B. Bullish or BS next.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers, Hook 'em Up, 1019 AM 1260, The Horn.
Somebody asked if Peyton Manning owns the Manning's restaurant in New Orleans. We'll be broadcasting on Monday. No, Archie, the Manning family owns
it's in
it.
the Manning family. It's in the fam.
But Archie was opened that up. Got 30 flat screen TVs, big two 13-foot mega screens to be watching the games.
What's that menu look like?
Menus, I'm trying to remember. We ate there in 2018.
It's like sports bar food?
Sports bar food,
Okay,
yeah.
sports bar food.
Yeah, it's right on Fulton Street, which, gosh, it's a stone's throw to the Mississippi River down on the whatever direction that is in New Orleans, not far from the Harris Casino and the Convention Center area. Really cool spot.
Nice.
So that's where we will be, Manning Sports Bar and Grill.
That place is going to be packed. It's going to be fantastic.
Heaven for
Longhorn fans. It's going to be a haven for Longhorn fans. I don't know if there will be a heavy contingent of Washington Husky fans down there.
I will report back as we get there on Saturday evening. I would say this, and then now if you go to the website, it looks like maybe the Harrah's Casino bought the sports bar from the Mannings, because it's now under the Harrah's. You could go through the Caesar website to get to it.
Oh, okay.
Caesar's Casino.
So can you bet in there?
Well, we'll find out. Oh,
look at Ty.
I'll be at Harrah's pretty much all day tomorrow. Come on, man.
Beautiful. There you go. Oh, Ty's gonna be. He's gonna be in the place to be.
Pull up a seat. Yeah, I remember being there with when Texas played Georgia. They got big recliners. They've got the big screens, and oh yeah, man, they're ready to go. Manning's Sports Bar at Harrah's, New Orleans. So yeah, looking forward to that. That'll be our spot coming up on Monday, 4 to 7, while we're watching the Rose Bowl. And several people have messaged in on our conversation about Michigan and Alabama, Rod. This says Michigan is second in run defense, third in pass. Milroe ain't going anywhere. Go Blue.
Yeah, no. Listen, Michigan defense is legit. That's the question that will be answered: is how quickly does it take for them to adapt to a quarterback with that kind of athleticism? Because they haven't played one all year.
Michigan hasn't played anybody all year. I'd argue.
Yeah. Ohio State is the best team that they've played.
Who did Ohio State play besides Michigan?
Notre Dame. I mean, Notre Dame would be their argument back that way. And both played Penn State. How good is Penn State? Like, that's the thing, right? The Big Ten outside of the top two were pretty historically bad this year. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, this is a step up in class even for them. I think Ohio State's a pretty good football team. They'll play tonight, by the way. Buckeyes are playing Missouri in the Cotton Bowl with their new-look roster as well. This guy Saban hired a former Michigan coach, so maybe he's the one that warned him about the iPads. I remember you told us about the linebackers coach.
True. He did. He's on the staff too. Like, he's
you bullish on that, Rod? That maybe brought in the hey, coach. I don't want to say anything, but you may want to keep an eye on those iPads.
Don't take a chance. And there might be some new information that it was more than just sign stealing. They've been hacking some stuff too.
If I was Nick Saban, I'd respond with the Mike Leach trick. I'd be putting some phony stuff out there. Putting some phony junk.
Misinformation?
Yes.
A little misinformation out there?
If you're going to spy on us, I'm going to go ahead and put the reverse Johnny in there on you.
No, listen, I'm with I'm all about being cautious in regards to that kind of stuff. If you're Nick Saban, don't take a chance. Don't take a chance. There's some sinister stuff happening. Duplicitous deeds happening out there in
Are you bullish or BS, Rod, that these will be the last games of Jim Harbaugh as the Michigan head coach? Because there's a lot of the reports are out there that they've offered him a $12 million a year contract, but it comes with the kicker that he can't flirt with NFL teams when the season is over. Yeah. He hasn't signed that yet. No. $12 million a year, mega extension, even with all of the issues. Are you bullish or BS on the fact that this is, however many games they play here, 1 or 2, that this is it for Jim Harbaugh at Michigan?
Oh, that's good. I'm bullish on it that this might be his last hurrah here at Michigan. Just because I think he's getting, listen, he wants control, though. I know that. He wants a lot of control. That he's kind of a control freak. There will be, I think, a desperate GM potentially in the NFL that want to do it. Chicago obviously jumps to mind. They might be in that category, but I think there'll be a desperate GM that may make him
the
an
Raiders
offer
maybe
that he can't refuse. Yeah, I mean, hell, the Chargers, they don't give up control. That's the point. That's the problem with the Chargers ownership. They don't want to give up control, really.
Yeah, and then you got to deal with Jim Harbaugh yourself, and he's kind of a pain in the ass.
Yes, yeah, and which is also why I think he wears out his welcome at places.
He does, and that's why
he wears out his welcome.
That's one of the things I would, if he was asking me, I'd say, Coach, you kind of you wear on people. You're good for people, but you wear on them. That's probably why a rotating roster is good for you in college. In the pros, 4 years in, your guys are probably tired of you.
That's a great point about the rotating roster. Yeah, no, you're right about that. I didn't think about that. That's a good point. The NFL.
Well, the NFL is more transient than before, but you still
tied to certain guys. Your quarterback, you got to make sure
left tackles, your core players.
Whoever your GM is, you're gonna be tied to them. That's a good. I just think that, man, the NCAA right now, they seem to be picking on Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah, but is the NCAA even going to be a factor for football and major football in 2 or 3 years?
Maybe not, but they can really be annoying to him right now. And he doesn't like to. He obviously mocks their rules and thinks their rules are stupid. Headset communication. Some of the he's violated some of the recruiting rules, but everybody mocks how antiquated NCAA recruiting rules are in the modern, kind of the modern ecosystem of college sports. And we also mock that they don't have headset communication in a multi-billion-dollar industry, that they still don't want to have headset communication. So they force coaches to use pop culture, icons on message, also on poster boards, and they use messaging with hand signals and stuff like that to get plays in. I think the reason he violates those rules, I think he thinks they're stupid. Because he's an NFL guy. So he doesn't like those rules, and he thinks they're a little bit stupid, and that may be a reason he goes to the NFL too. He's just tired of that.
Rod, do you have a bullish or BS? Anything?
No, not really.
I did see where you bullish or BS on this, that Joe Flacco was so cool last night at 38 years old and had almost 300 yards passing in the first half. His fourth straight 300-yard game. There are pictures of him maybe dozing off on the bench, like eyes closed.
Joe Cool, baby.
Joe Cool.
Joe Cool.
Bullish or BS on taking a nap during a convincing win.
Yeah, apparently to celebrate the Joe Flacco breakout performances, Dude Wipes, they tweeted this out: to celebrate amazing Browns QB play this season and our presenting sponsorship of the team's white unis, fans can bring an old jersey of any Browns quarterback from 1999 to 2021, and we'll swap it out for a new white jersey at the stadium ahead of Thursday Night Football. Dude Wipes loves your Browns.
Loves your Browns.
Wow. So they're basically saying the other quarterbacks were so bad that, don't use, if you're using Dude Wipes, you might be using them for something else. You're trying to describe those old Browns quarterbacks. The Browns.
Coming back, we'll tell you and get the headlines how the Browns did win their fourth straight game and clinch a playoff spot. Also, the other bowl games from yesterday and last night, including the Sooners coughing up the Alamo Bowl. How about Arizona come to get it? We'll get that plus more on Texas and Washington. Final show of Hook 'em Up for 2023. Ready to hit the ground running in the new year. We'll tell you about that coming up as well. It's Hook 'em Up, 2 hours down, 3 to go on this Friday morning.
We're rolling take 2, take overdub. 5. Double tap.
roll on this final show of ours for 2023. We'll ring in the new year on Sunday night into Monday, and you'll do it here in Austin, Rod. I'll do it in New Orleans, Louisiana.
Yes, sir.
NOLA time.
Yeah.
Ty Henderson, our
Orleans.
producer, will be there as well. You're not going because you got a baby at home.
Yeah, I shouldn't be in New Orleans for when I got a 3-month-old at the crib. I'll go to H-Town though, if the Longhorns.
You got people there. You got babysitters.
Yeah, I got a support system there, so I can drop the baby off with people I trust. Keep it moving. In New Orleans, yeah.
It's not a good place to bring a baby.
I got family in New Orleans, but yeah, exactly. It's not a good place.
And you're probably not ready to leave the baby for a long period of time. It's
gonna
only
be
been
loud
a couple of
down
months.
there, and I'll have to be in a hotel room somewhere. It'll be foreign. It's just a lot.
Yeah, I think that's
H-Town will be a
wise way to go.
Yeah.
By the way, you asked about the Manning's restaurant where we will be on Monday for our pregame show. Come on out. You must have met the menu. It's kind of a good mix of, if you want a little higher end, you can get.
Do you got some Cajun?
Yeah, they do.
Food on there.
They do. Yeah, and they got the normal wings and queso and that kind of stuff. But yeah, then they've got blackened Gulf fish tacos you can go with if you're looking for that. They got a little. Yeah, they got some Cajun stuff in there as well. So. A little something for everybody. We'll see how that goes. I was there in 2018, but I do think it's now owned by the casino.
Okay, that's like I said, Ty. That might be a good thing.
Might be.
Yeah, might be a good thing, man. Maybe you can play some bets while you're there.
You got some blackjack tables there?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's your game of choice, Ty.
Yeah, blackjack or roulette. I'm not. I tried craps last time I was in Vegas, but I need to learn a little bit more. My mom did a pretty poor job of trying to teach me. So.
How to play craps?
Yeah. Yeah, a lot. I don't know. I feel like it's pretty easy, but I don't know. I'm stupid.
It is pretty easy. But man, you want to get on a heater on that craps table, man?
Maybe you can teach me, Aaron, while we're there.
We'll see. We'll see. I'm not a huge gambler. I like to sports gamble. I do like to do that.
You could just sit behind me and watch me lose all my money.
I'll do that. I'll do that.
That's awesome. That's not as fun though.
It's free drinks.
That's true. That's a good point.
Do they do free drinks like they do in Vegas? I forget. I haven't been to a casino in Louisiana in a few years.
I will admit that I've not been there.
I know it's like that in Vegas. Yeah, I don't know if it's like in every casino. Yeah.
A little bit cheaper in New Orleans and Louisiana.
I'll take it.
The people are cheaper, is what I
meant. Not the drinks.
Probably the drinks too. I don't know. I mean, how much do you think a hurricane runs you on Bourbon Street during New Year's? 14, 12, 14.
How big the hurricane is.
Yeah, but you told us whenever you go, you'll just carry your jug of Tito's around.
Well, like I said yesterday, I came in some money over Christmas. Had some good fortune, so hopefully I won't have to do that.
That's a good idea.
Don't do that. I don't want to hear any stories about you getting.
Well, coming up. I don't know if you saw this yesterday, Rod. We'll play some fun because the Longhorns and they had Arch Manning, who's from New Orleans.
Oh yeah.
Asking his teammates if they could pronounce names of streets and things in New Orleans that are hard to pronounce.
Oh yeah, because I get you. I'm probably bad at this too. Got to have that Creole accent. Probably would help.
Like streets, which was not far from Manning's restaurant, like Chapatulas, and Poydras and some others that can I pronounce that? We'll go through. We'll let you hear some of that because Arch was having fun with them. Also, Rod will take us behind the burnt orange curtain at the bottom of the hour as we're talking Texas and Washington all the way to kickoff at 7:45 on Monday. Let's get to the other top stories, the headlines that get you caught up as you're up and out on this Friday morning. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bringing you the news. Yeah, Top Gun's got a new location we're going to be telling you about coming up in the new year. Excited about that. Do want to start with college football, though. T-minus 3 days and 14 hours till third-ranked Texas meets second-ranked Washington in the national semifinal at the Sugar Bowl in New Orleans. Pretty clear now for Texas to win the game. They'll have to have a great plan to handle Michael Penix, the Huskies quarterback, and their top-rated passing offense. Senior's thrown for over 4,200 yards and 33 touchdowns this season. At his media availability yesterday, the Heisman Trophy runner-up said he respects the Texas defensive line that features Devondre Sweat, the Outland Trophy winner, and Big 12 Defensive Lineman of the Year Byron Murphy, but said they play good ball. I wouldn't say we're playing the 49ers or the Eagles D-line, so we'll be good. He's also extremely confident in his group up front.
They're a good D-line. I have a great O-line, so we'll see. That's all I got to say. I ain't trying to talk about them too much more.
Tell us about your offensive line.
Joe Moore. them boys the best of the best. They come out and they show it each and every week. They show it each and every day to the team. Man, they put in the work and they come out to play each and every day. So it's gonna be exciting.
All right, 7:45 kick Monday night, Texas and Washington in the national semifinal. 4 bowl games yesterday and last night included the Alamo Bowl down in San Antonio, where Arizona rolled to a win over Oklahoma, 38-24. They trailed 24-13, but scored the game's final 25 points. 6 Oklahoma turnovers led to that, including an 87-yard fumble return for a touchdown late in the third quarter. Kansas State topped NC State in the Pop-Tart Bowl, 28-19. Rutgers took down Miami in the Pinstripe Bowl in New York, 31-24. And in rainy Boston College rallied past SMU 23-14. 4 more bowl games on tap today. 11 a.m. this morning, Clemson faces Kentucky at the Gator Bowl. Notre Dame will face Oregon State in the top 20 matchup in the Sun Bowl in El Paso this afternoon. Iowa State faces Memphis in the Liberty Bowl in Memphis. And tonight it's a top 10 matchup at the Cotton Bowl in Arlington. 7th-ranked Ohio State facing 9th-ranked Missouri. NFL kicked off last night, Week 16 in Cleveland. Break up the Browns. They won their 4th straight game, clinched an AFC playoff berth with a 37-20 win over the New York Jets. The resurgent Joe Flacco threw for 309 yards and 3 touchdowns. Browns now 11-5 on the year. That is the 4th consecutive 300-plus yard game for Flacco. Full Week 16 slate is coming this weekend, including in Arlington, where the Cowboys are back home to face the Detroit Lions. At halftime of that showdown game tomorrow night, Jerry Jones will at long last induct Pro Football Hall of Famer Jimmy Johnson into the team's Ring of Honor. Down in Houston on Sunday, the Texans look to keep their playoff hopes alive when they host the Tennessee Titans. Good news for Houston yesterday, word that quarterback C.J. Stroud has cleared the concussion protocol. He will make the start. He's missed the past 2 games. Texans went 1-1 in those starts.
Michael Penix talking a little trash. I think he's just tired of, like all of us, tired of the wait and the build-up.
Well, and everybody's just asking you about how good their D-line is, how good their D-line is.
That's what I'm saying.
Come on, man.
It keeps coming up over and over. And they just won the Joe Moore Award. So I think at this point, like I said, he's got that dog in him. And he's just barking a little bit. But most of the stuff he kept saying in context, to contextualize that, he was very complimentary. I mean, he said they were great. He said they were a really good D-line. They were great. But, yeah, he just said they're not like we're playing the 49ers D-line or the Eagles D-line. So we'll be good. I like that confidence in a quarterback. He's got that dog in him. He's going to bark a little bit. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Texas players now, they've already responded. And this usually helps out Texas. But Texas hadn't played a quarterback like Michael Penix. They ain't played a quarterback like him.
Well, I looked it up yesterday when you were talking about he's only been sacked 18 times the last 2 years.
Yeah.
He played 3 years at Indiana, and he's got over 1,600 attempts and has only been sacked 31 times.
Yeah.
His whole career.
Yeah.
That speaks to him and his ability to read the field, see the field. That's why the NFL has taken notice of Michael Penix, because he does have a big arm. He can push the ball down the field. He can spin it with anybody from the left side. People have compared him to a bigger Tua. We're going to see Tua tomorrow on Sunday, by the way. Shame on the NFL. They still haven't flexed that game to Sunday night.
Come on,
what are we doing? Why do we have a rule that we can flex games to give us better primetime matchups, and you have a game like Miami and Baltimore that is far better than the Green Bay Packers and Minnesota Vikings on Sunday night,
Crazy.
and they haven't flexed out of it?
Makes no sense.
Makes no sense.
Yeah, nonsense.
It's like one of the games of the year in the AFC.
It really is.
Could be for top seeding, MVP.
And especially after Lamar Jackson, the Ravens came off that big win over the 49ers. They're trending right now.
Come on,
Everybody's
man.
talking about Lamar Jackson for MVP. I'm with you. Makes no sense.
Yeah. Well, we got and the leader in pass yards in this league is Tua, and this is what Michael Penix kind of gets paired because he's left-handed. But I think he's got a better arm than Tua. I think he can stretch the field a bit more.
His release isn't as quick, but I think his arm might be stronger. I'm with you.
Yeah. But he certainly has, to have only 31 sacks and 1,600 attempts tells you he gets rid of it when he needs to. He can move in the pocket.
Yeah.
There's a lot of guys who get sacked 31 times in a season.
Mm-hmm.
This guy's in his whole career.
Exactly.
Pretty damn good. So that's what the Longhorns have to do. And again, we talked about it last year. You'll talk about it coming up in the behind the burnt orange curtain, but they've got to get after it. They didn't have a sack of him not last year. Not even a tackle for loss last year in the game against Washington. I'm assuming the Longhorn coaches and Bo Davis and those guys have reminded them, hey, y'all, you got skunked on this deal last year.
Yeah, you only got 8 hurries. That was it. So no knockdowns, no hits, no, like you said, no sacks, no tackles for loss. That in itself is why he's confident. You want to ask Michael Penix why he's confident? Well, he's been sacked only 11 times this year. So if you sack him once, they're averaging giving up less than a sack a game. All right. Can you get to him just once?
Yeah.
Can you pressure him? And I think through the interior is the best way to do it. Through
Sure.
the gut. And you already got the best interior D-line, so you're way ahead of the game.
This says drinks are free while gambling in Louisiana, Ty.
Oh,
This one says
Ty.
usually not free drinks in NOLA
no.
unless you have a diamond card. So you may have to get a diamond card, Ty.
Oh, Ty, how do you get
They
that
want your
diamond
intel.
card?
They want your info. Know
What is
I'm
that,
saying?
like a Caesar's membership
I
card? or
guess
something like
you
that?
get a membership and then you can drink
Scan
for
it at
free
every
or
table.
whatever.
Maybe I'll grab my mom's.
Maybe I'll grab my
She
mom.
has
I
them.
love this.
I know she has
No,
them.
I mean, clearly she does. If you're going to grab it from her, hey, can we? Can I play this? This is about a minute of. So what you see here is Arch Manning holding up a microphone. He's interviewing his teammates. The first one you'll see is A.D. Mitchell, and he's from New Orleans, so he knows how to pronounce all these weird names, these Cajun names.
Oh,
and he's
yeah.
trying to see how his teammates can do. Let's hear a little of this, how this went before they left for New Orleans.
All right, how do you pronounce these words?
Pronounce that first.
Oh, Lord. Lagnio. I don't know.
Laying up, man.
What? These New Orleans words, bro?
New Orleans words.
Laganapapi? Lagna. You know those words, bro?
Lagnio? I don't know. Help me out, Gav.
Lagna.
Tell everybody where you're from.
New Orleans.
New Orleans, baby.
Pronounce that.
Chapopulous?
How you pronounce it?
Chapatulas?
Chapatula.
It's right by my house.
Chapatula.
The T silent, ain't it? Chipatala. I'm wrong.
Chapatulas, man. It's
Chop. Chupiti Willis. Chow Pitu. I don't know.
Chapatulas.
Chapatulas.
Chapatulas. I was close.
Pontchartrain.
No, you had it. Okay, Jay Witt. Pachartrain.
Pont. Chartrain.
He was close.
I got Decatur for sure. I got Lagniepe for sure.
Close.
I got Lasays, Le Bon Temps Ruler for sure. And then Pontchartrain. Yeah, good. That was pretty good. That was like a 7.5 out of 10.
Like an
I give it. Like an 8. Yeah, round it up.
8.5, low key.
Yeah, love
Like
that.
a 9, low key.
Thanks for.
There you go. There's Arch.
That's great. I love that. I recognize all those. My people swamp people, so I recognize all of them. And yeah, sometimes they can play some tricks on you. You can sound it. Some of the guys are good though, trying to sound it out. Yeah, that second one I think is tough. The one he said is the street that by his house.
Chapatulas.
Yeah, that's tough.
That starts with a T.
Yeah.
The T is silent.
That one, yeah, that's
probably
one.
the toughest one.
That one's trying to get you.
Hey, it's a different place, you know.
Yeah.
It says, guys, I was in NOLA a month ago. Spent more time than I should have in Caesars. At least the drinks were free. See, that's
There you go. All right, good news for you, T.Y.
Hey, before we get to behind the burnt orange curtain at the bottom of the hour, also just got to know we're going to talk to Bobby Burton next hour. Bobby Burton from On Texas Football, who we'll be partnering with on Monday for coverage from Manning's restaurant there near Chapatulas.
I like it, Chapatulas.
And the Caesars Casino. But Rod, the Cleveland Browns, they're becoming one of the stories of the year in the NFL because as everyone else, I mean, the Ravens they're not going to catch the Ravens unless they can catch the Ravens if the Ravens lose their last 2 games and they beat the Bengals. They got one more game left now. Mm-hmm. They're sitting 11-5. They play the Bengals to wrap it up, and they could be 12-5. Obviously, if the Dolphins were to beat the Ravens and then the Ravens lost their Week 17 game, the Browns still could win the division. But, you know, that's kind of an outside shot right now. But they are going to be in the playoffs, and they're likely to be the highest-seeded wild card team, the 5 seed essentially, because the top 4 would be division winners. But right now the Browns would be slated to go play Jacksonville or whoever wins the AFC North, Rod.
Crazy.
Or South, I should say. They're going to win that game.
They are. I agree with you because they can beat the best team in the AFC South, which looks like it's going to be Jacksonville. They're a better team than Jacksonville. Their defense is a top 5, actually a top 3 defense in the league right now. And Joe Flacco is balling out of control. If you look at quarterbacks,
he didn't have Amari Cooper last night, Rod.
Exactly. I mean, it's him. He's just in this offense, that play action offense they use. I mean, he's just really, really comfortable. And if you look at quarterbacks to throw for 1,600 plus yards and 13 touchdowns in any one month, he has done it. Patrick Mahomes did it in 2018, and Peyton Manning did it twice, 2013 and 2014, and then Jim Kelly in 1991.
That's it.
That's it, guys.
And that was in the Fun and Gun.
Like exactly. That's wild considering how hot he is. He's got more touchdown passes in 4 games than the New York Jets have all season. It's real. That's a real
what it reminds
stat.
me of? The only thing I can think of is Nick Foles. Now, and it's different, but it's similar. Like, where did this guy come from? Like Nick Foles, because remember, Joe Flacco was on the Jets last year, and he played a little bit. He wasn't any good.
Yeah.
And the Jets aren't any good. But at the same time, it's almost like this guy is, found something while sitting on his couch and then gets his chance, and all of a sudden, remember when Nick Foles took over for Carson Wentz, and all the Eagles fans thought the season was over.
That's true.
And all of a sudden, Nick Foles starts throwing dimes all over the field, and they end up in the Super Bowl, and he wins Super Bowl MVP.
Because he was, I think before that, he was actually going to become a man of God. I think he was thinking about joining the cloth, right? He was.
He wanted to go be a
pastor.
He
was going like this. He was going to be a pastor or something like that. He was thinking about it. Well, you know what? If Jeff Fisher was your coach for a while, you probably think about it too.
Yeah, exactly.
But no, remember
drive you to retirement.
He had that great year in 2014 under Chip Kelly. And then because that Chip Kelly system was, remember Chip Kelly was the one who is, I don't know if he's the one that is given the credit for it, but he popularized the RPO in the NFL. He made it a main, like it was basically it was kind of the main driving force of his offense. Teams had dabbled in it. He made it the main driving force of his offense. And Nick Foles came in and he was really compatible with that because Nick Foles ran the RPO really well, had been running RPO concepts since high school. So he's really compatible in that system, much like Joe Flacco is compatible in this Kevin Stefanski system. And then when Chip Kelly came, when Chip Kelly was done, and when Doug Peterson became the head coach, he basically looked at what they did in 2014. He's like, why don't we just do that?
Yeah.
Why don't we just run the damn offense you were running in? He started running RPOs, took over. Like it just, boom, caught fire. And so give Doug Peterson credit for that. He just basically made the system as Nick Foles friendly as possible. I don't know if they've done that with Joe Flacco, but it seems like it because he's.
And again, I watched his game pretty closely with the Texans last week. Watched again this week. He's making big time throws. I mean, he's the Texans gave up the 265 yards passing to Amari Cooper, which is shameful. But he made some really good throws that only Amari Cooper could catch. And there was the deep ball, the 75-yard touchdown where they burned a backup corner in that game. But still, even on big third downs, he would convert. And they're doing this without a huge running game. I mean, Jerome Ford's their lead running back. Kareem Hunt is there.
They've had injuries.
Yeah, because Nick Chubb's hurt. Their offensive line's banged up. You mentioned many times the Browns have 26% of their salary cap on injured reserve.
On IR. A lot of it's on offense.
Crazy.
Well, I say that bad offense and defense. They got 3 O-linemen on injury.
Like good ones.
Yeah, with significant injuries. Nick Chubb, you brought up. Deshaun Watson's out. Remember Jakeem Grant? He's their wide receiver kick returner. He's out. On defense, Okuonkwo, the defensive end, out. Grant Delpit, safety, out. Rodney McLeod, out. Another safety. Defensive tackle Maurice Hurst, out. Jacob Phillips, linebacker, out. Their kicker, they got a kicker together. I mean, they've been a mash unit, and I don't know. They're still winning games.
It's amazing. And the funny part with Kevin Stefanski, who kind of looks like Joe Flacco, they kind of look alike. They're only a couple of years of age difference. And as Kevin Stefanski has said, hey, I'm from Philly. He's from South Jersey. I mean, we're dudes, man.
Jersey guys.
We're guys.
We're
guys. We just get along.
We're just guys being dudes.
And it's almost like he's not saying it but it's almost like he just gets along with this quarterback, but he got along with Deshaun Watson before him. Like he's compatible with this guy.
I was on the line.
And his offense fits what they're doing. And as we said yesterday, I mean, he'd be taking a lot of heat because Baker Mayfield is playing so well in Tampa that if this thing was going south, he would be in jeopardy of being fired because they'd be saying, well, why'd you let Baker go?
Yeah.
Why'd you make this trade? What are y'all doing?
Early on in the season, people were saying that.
And now he may be coach of the year.
I think he's got it locked up. Honestly, I don't see how he loses it because on your fourth quarterback, like you said, all the injuries, 26% of basically of your roster of your salary cap is on IR, and they're still able to win 11 games and have best season they've had for the Browns since when?
As you said, they're going to finish ahead of the Steelers
since 1989. First time they finished ahead of them in the division.
That's 35 years.
I don't keep up with Browns football, but you're talking about the best season they've had in multiple, like 2 decades.
It's a good thing for you. It's good for your overall mental health not to keep up with Browns football, without a doubt. I have a father who keeps up with Browns football.
Oh, no, don't do it. Say it, he's a masochist.
Cleveland football was so, because we were growing up, first 8 years of my life, I lived in Akron, Ohio, as people know potentially. And my dad tried to make us Browns fans. We didn't do it. We weren't buying. We weren't buying.
Y'all was smarter than that.
Not in.
You're like, no, Dad, we're not going to do that to ourselves.
No.
Why would we do that?
Even and it's funny because now I'm seen as kind of a Cowboys hater, but in we were living in Ohio, I was a Cowboys fan, and my brother was a Steelers fan.
Yeah.
Because they were in the Super Bowl every year.
Yep.
But that's really the games we'd watch was the Cowboys, and I liked Tony Dorsett, and he liked the Steelers.
Yeah, no.
My dad didn't like that. He's like, well, you like the Browns. Like, no. Sam Rutigliano, get out of town. Brian Sipe.
You brought up the fact that did Joe Flacco set a record about 300-yard games for Browns quarterbacks or something like that?
Yes.
He's already set a record.
Yeah, first quarterback ever in the franchise. That's a little long-time franchise.
Yeah.
The Browns to have four straight 300-yard plus games.
They just haven't had a very good record with quarterbacks.
And somebody pointed out that before he got hurt, Deshaun Watson was 5-1 as a starter too. So this is what you talked about with how uncomfortable this is going to be. Big picture.
They were built. Remember, they were, like I said, they were built for an insert quarterback here.
Offense.
Offense.
Great defense. Nick Chubb pounding the rock.
Lines of scrimmage. So they decided to insert the best, what they thought would be a top 5 young quarterback in Deshaun Watson.
Sure, which seemed to make perfect sense.
And, well, I guess it was paying off earlier this year. But the assumption would be when your starting quarterback gets hurt and you're in your 4th quarterback, I'm going to do some research for this, too, because because they've locked up a playoff spot. Like, they're in.
They're in.
And I'm going to look up.
And they're the team no one wants to play in the AFC.
Yeah, because there's not a lot of sample size of a Joe Flacco-led offense.
No.
I got 4 games.
I was big on this.
Of tendencies and trends.
Watching this game last night because, I'm like, okay, no one throws for 300 yards against the Jets defense. No one shreds them. He had 296 by halftime.
Now, you said Noah Murray.
Noah Murray Cooper. It was all David Njoku. It's like this guy's become Tony Gonzalez since this guy's shown up.
He threw for more yards by halftime than Deshaun Watson's thrown for in any start with Cleveland.
Yeah, I thought when Amari Cooper being out and then Elijah Moore got hurt in that game, I mean, they shredded this team without the top weapons, and that's whatever the Jets are organizationally in the Aaron Rodgers mess. They're a really good defense. They're a salty defense. They beat the Eagles this year. They stuffed the Texans this year. They've been pretty good, and last night it was all Joe Flacco. So that's a cool story in the NFL because it's out of nowhere. And now you got this Ravens-Dolphins game on Sunday, Cowboys-Lions in the featured game on Sunday or on Saturday night. This is a standalone game. Remember, there's not a Monday Night Football game this week because it's the National Championship semifinals on Monday. So essentially, the Cowboys are playing the Saturday night game, which will serve as that game. It's on ABC. It's on ESPN. It's the night that Jimmy Johnson into the Ring of Honor at long last.
Beautiful.
They'll finally put bygones will be bygones officially, and Jimmy Johnson, who's already in the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Is he in the College Football Hall of Fame too? Is he in both?
Let me check that.
He's got to be.
Let me check that. He's got to be. He was a great coach.
I'll look it up. Right. He's got to be.
He will go in the Ring of Honor. If you're a Cowboys fan, you'll be looking to watch that. It will be on ESPN. They're going to play this at halftime.
Jerry's going to speak, right? And
I'm
say
sure.
Something real nice about Jimmy.
Well, it'll be a cool scene for Cowboys fans on Saturday.
Yeah, if Jerry's going to do it, he's going to do it big.
Yeah, all the
Jerry.
living Ring of Honor members will be there, and they'll play this up. And ESPN's going to and ABC's going to put it on.
He's in both.
Going to put it on TV. Yeah. But the third one he goes into is the Cowboys ring.
Come on, Jerry. He went to the College Football Hall of Fame and the Pro Football Hall of Fame first. And I'm sure he's in some more Halls of Fame, Halls of Honor that we have.
The Port Arthur, Texas Hall of Fame.
Right.
Where he was a classmate of Janis Joplin growing up. That's a trivia question of Jimmy Johnson.
Well, he's definitely in the Texas Sports Hall of Fame
course
and all that kind of stuff. Come on.
Well, we know there was some whether he says or not. There were some people who texted earlier said it was Michael Irvin who they believed convinced Jerry Jones to finally do this.
Good for Michael Irvin.
That Michael Irvin was so
He's close enough with Jerry, and Jerry will actually listen to him. There are some people that Jerry will listen to.
Look, when he starts hearing from Troy Aikman and Michael Irvin, Troy Aikman's been asked many times, and he's like, it makes me mad. I mean, he should be in the. Come on, man.
It's absurd.
It's absurd that he's not. It's petty.
You devalue the Ring of Honor.
Yes.
You basically lose his credibility.
Yeah, every person you put in that's not Jimmy Johnson is shameful for your organization.
That's exactly right.
Exactly. Well, that'll happen Richmond. So that's going to be a cool scene. And it's a big game. That's a really big game. And as we said, the Detroit Lions have a lot to play for. I mean,
They do.
so do the Cowboys, obviously, trying to break a 2-game losing skid coming home from Buffalo and Miami. But with Detroit winning last week and then the Niners losing, they're 11-4 along with the Niners and the Eagles. So the number 1 seed in the NFC is still available with 2 games to go. So it'll be a motivated Lions team. It'll be a motivated Cowboys team on a big night. That's a lot of featured attractions this weekend, Rod. There's a new year coming.
It's going to be great.
Big
really
bowl
is.
games, obviously that big NFL game, and then Monday night it's the national championship semifinals with the Rose Bowl and the Sugar Bowl. We'll come back. When we do, Rod will take us behind the burnt orange curtain. Are we going Michael Penix? Or are we going
I might jump to the Texas offense this
Okay.
time. We've talked about the Texas defense. We'll get back to it, of course, but I want to talk about the Texas offense versus the Washington defense a little bit. We'll get into that strategy.
All right, we'll do that coming back. Hook 'em up with Ian Rodby.
A Callahan's Day.
Oh, man, it is Hook 'em Up in the final program of ours for this year, 2023. Our next conversation will come on the first day of the new year, Rod, on 2024 from 4 to 7 in the afternoon with our pregame coverage from New Orleans, brought to you by our friends at Hayes City Store in Driftwood, Texas, and Taste on Main, 2 great restaurants out south. If you live south, you got to get down to Main Street in Buda and check out Taste on Main. That's come online this year with Travis and Tamara Tyndall, who also own the Hayes City Store and Ice House. That great location. Hayes City Store, by the way, perfect for this time of year when you got family in town and celebrating the holidays, about to ring in the new year. Sit out under the canopy of oak trees or out in the outdoor ice house or inside in the old school. There's so much space out there. Great for big parties and family events at Hayes City Store. And then Taste on Main in downtown Buda is it's a great steakhouse, seafood, raw bar, everything you want, but it's in a 100-year-old building. It's in a casual atmosphere. I was in there recently, and there's a couple people sitting there and there with baseball caps on. And it's one of those kind of things, right?
Yeah.
But people dressed up too, because you do date nights and you get a
both.
great steak or a great piece of fish or some oysters and really get after it, but in a casual, relaxed environment at Taste on Main in downtown Buda. They're going to help us get to New Orleans, and that's when you and I and Patrick and the whole crew, maybe Bobby Burton's going to join us.
Yes, sir.
Coming up on Friday from 4 to 7, getting you ready for Texas and Washington. So looking forward to that. Ty, you say you're leaving today, or are you leaving tomorrow to head to your favorite place in the world? It's like your Disneyland.
I think I'm going to wake up around, usually the time I wake up for the show, 5 or 6. Get on the road by then.
I think that's our plan too. Heading eastbound to get to NOLA, to kind of get out there.
Yeah, I won't be the only ones.
I know it'll be more
kind of a caravan,
honking at each
Longhorn
other.
Fans heading down that way, no doubt.
It's like that one of my favorite movies growing up, Convoy. Remember Convoy with the semi trucks, big convoy?
Oh yeah.
That's what it'll be to NOLA. You got to get through Houston, get through I-10, and then cruise your way. So looking forward to it. It'll be a fun weekend, fun way to ring in the new year. And we'll be bringing you that live coverage thanks to Hayes City and Taste. And Roddy, before we get to your Burnt Orange Curtain, we'll make official picks for the game on Monday during our pregame show. But while we're doing the show, the Rose Bowl will be happening with Michigan and Alabama. Where do you stand on that game?
I've been going back and forth.
Me too.
I was confident on Michigan early on. Then I started swinging back after doing some research to Bama, mostly because of Nick Saban. And then when I brought up that story about him hiring that coach that off the Michigan staff and bringing him on immediately, and I was like, Nick Saban seems like he's up to something. And now you're giving Nick Saban extra time to prepare. They're playing really good football. So right now I'm leaning Bama. But I could easily go back to Michigan, but I'm leaning Bama right now. That Michigan defense is the only thing keeping me from going all in on Bama, because that Michigan defense, it's underrated. They just haven't played an athlete at the quarterback position like Jalen Milroe. But I don't, like I said, they're going to be prepared for it. Jim Harbaugh knows about running quarterbacks. He only had Colin Kaepernick. And he knows, about quarterbacks who are dynamic in that way. And they have athletes at every level of that defense. They'll have multiple ways to solve the problem.
For Jim Harbaugh is on record saying he thinks 20 members of this team will be drafted into the NFL. They're going to break. This is the team that will break Georgia's record for the most players from one team drafted into the NFL. They have talent, but as Ty said earlier, they haven't really played a rigorous schedule. Best teams they played are Penn State and Ohio State, and really, how good is Penn State?
He's not a big game coach either. James Franklin's not.
No, but let's also say this: that last year in this spot, Michigan, as a heavy favorite, lost to TCU because Sonny Dykes really.
That's a great point.
They changed up their signs, and they forced some turnovers of J.J. McCarthy, and they had a pick six, and that was one of the wildest games of all time. I mean, that game was crazy.
It's because it's kind of a bad matchup for Michigan in a lot of ways. The speed of TCU, some of the schemes they were running defensively. So that could be the case for Alabama too. It could be a bad matchup for Michigan. We'll see.
I'm trying to remember. So I'm gonna look this up when you're doing Burnt Orange. But how many points were scored in the second half of that game? That game was nuts. Out at the Fiesta Bowl in Tempe, and props to TCU. They won that game and then got smoked by Georgia, obviously in the national championship game. But either way, Michigan was in this spot a year ago and came up small. We'll see if Alabama does the same. Ty, where are you on that game, Michigan to Alabama? Are you leaning Bama with Nick Saban, or are you leaning Michigan here?
I think Alabama wins by at least 10 points.
Ooh,
at least.
Damn.
And think about this: if Nick Saban were to pull that off, which he could. I mean, they were a horrible defensive play from losing to Auburn and wouldn't even be in this conversation.
Nope.
Auburn had them beat. I was sitting at Hayes City Store watching that game on Rivalry Saturday going,
had them beat.
Okay, it's over. Alabama's going to lose this game. I mean, there's no way they're going to convert fourth and goal from the 30-yard line with one play. I mean, that's not going to happen. Okay, Auburn went Auburn, I guess, and played a horrible coverage plan and didn't rush the quarterback. And next thing you know, here's Nick Saban with a chance for a national championship.
But I will say, I haven't. Maybe Michigan has avoided this. I know Texas and Washington have had those moments too. I can remember Texas having a couple of them.
Oh yeah,
whether it be the U of H game or the K-State game down there, having to just have a goal line. Remember the A.D. Mitchell catch versus TCU? And it's like, ooh, man, if he don't catch that,
Fourth down.
Fourth down.
They're about to get the ball back.
Right, that could go all kinds of
Well,
wrong.
remember Dana Holgerson saying if that spot were right.
the spot,
They
yeah.
got the bad spot.
Got the spot.
Terrible spot. And
That was a terrible spot.
It should have been first and goal. And Dana Holgerson was already saying, we're going for two. We already have a play drawn up. With horns down. We're going for two.
You know, and then we talked about that. What was it, the Washington game, the Arizona State game, where they didn't score a touchdown at all? No offensive touchdown?
Yeah,
Was
that's
that
Washington.
game?
Washington
Where
had
they
that.
had to have and they had 2 game-winning drives so far this year.
Well, and the word out of Washington is that Arizona State game where they had no offensive scores came after the Oregon game, and that
beat up.
wind was blowing like 40 miles an hour, and Michael Penix was under the weather.
They had some
and-
injuries, too, I
and
think.
so they got banged up in the Oregon game, but they won it, and that's
Found
why
a way to win. That's the whole point. Found a way to win.
That's why, I mean, and we'll get behind the BOC. That is the beauty of this matchup. These two teams, you talked about doppelgangers. They do look very similar. Now, Texas is bigger and more physical up front, but as you said, Washington probably has the advantage at quarterback because Michael Penix more experienced, and he's not to say Quinn Ewers isn't a good quarterback, but Michael Penix is the Heisman runner-up. Heisman runner-up, and a lot of people thought he should have won the Heisman. And then, Kalen DeBoer is the national coach of the year. And has only lost 2 games in his tenure, and both teams have that high football character. That fine the veteran players
Found a way to make clutch plays.
Washington has 9 guys on this roster that have been on that campus for 6 years. Right, they're super seniors.
Good stat.
And so they're super veteran. Texas is probably more talented player to player.
And by the way, one of them was their starting center.
Yeah.
And he got hurt in the second game of the year, and they put in a redshirt freshman at center and have won the Joe Moore Award for best offensive line. That's good football character right there,
It
guys.
is. and all football fans know it's hard to go 13-0. I mean, it's hard to go 13-0.
Look at Texas. This team is a great team, and they barely, all right, they almost did it, but Oklahoma, hey, it was too much for them.
Yeah, that was the one time that they let down.
Yeah.
But, that's what makes this a hell of a matchup Monday night. Can we go behind the BOC? Let's hit it.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
Okay, now we've been talking a lot about the Texas defense versus the Washington offense, and I do think that's where most of your most impactful factors, the biggest determining factors in this matchup are going to be. Let's talk about the Texas offense versus the Washington defense. By the way, I do think the Washington defense a little underrated. I do, especially the pass defense, because pass defense-wise, they have struggled, and they are statistically a worse pass defense than Texas. And you can go through all the numbers, and I'll give them to you. They are in 10-plus yard pass plays allowed. They're 106th. 20-plus yard pass plays allowed, 112th. If you go look at their just kind of overall pass defense, they were 122nd in overall pass defense. So that is actually one of their weak points, too, is pass defense. And I think Texas can take advantage of that. I believe Texas should throw the ball on early downs. What you don't want to do is get behind the chains against this group. They're a top 40 rush defense. And actually, they're one of the better rush defenses out there. They got some really good edge players for the run. One of their linebackers really good. If I try to pronounce his name, I'll sound foolish and disrespect that man, so I won't. But he's a really good player against the run. And you go look up the downs where they are most susceptible to the pass, and the downs where they struggle in pass defense, and it's actually on first down. First down pass defense for Washington, allowing 66% completion percentage, over 8 yards per attempt, 148 passer rating, 10 touchdowns, only 10 interceptions on first down for the pass defense for Washington. And Texas, when they throw the ball on early downs, first and second, that's their most successful passing down. Almost 9 yards per attempt on first down passing, almost over 9 yards per attempt on second down passing. That number drops right on third down to about 7 yards per attempt. And that's when third down, third and long specifically, that's when the Washington defense is at their best. They run what we call simulated pressures, which is, it just looks like a blitz, smells like a blitz, but it's actually not a blitz. You're sending 4 guys or 3 guys. You're dropping 7 or 8, but you're just sending those guys from second and third levels to confuse the blocking schemes. When teams are going up against them, they run a lot of their simulated pressures at a top 10 rate in the Power 5, around 33% of the time. The college football average is around 17% for simulated pressures. You don't want them in that mode. On third and long, third and 7+ yards to go, the Washington defense, the passer rating drops from 148 passer rating allowed on first down to 48 passer rating allowed on third down. Take it back, 65 passer rating. So it drops a little bit. 48 completion percentage is what it drops to from 66 completion percentage. Yards per attempt on third down for the Washington defense. It drops to as well. It drops to 6 yards per attempt, which is also for Texas. I mean, for Washington, that's a really good number. The passer rating on fourth down, 77 passer rating. There's 16 interceptions. 10 of them have come on third and fourth down. That's where they make the most plays. And Texas on third and 7+ yards to go. That's third and long. They are converting around 32% of their third and long situations this season. Texas usually is hovering around 39% conversion rate. So you want to stay out of third and long. And in order to stay out third and long, I think you need to throw the ball on early downs. Texas uses around 45% first down pass rates. They were at 54% first down pass rate. If you go look at the opening script against Oklahoma State, if I was Sark, I would increase that to about 60 to 65% opening down pass rate. Not shots downfield necessarily, but high percentage passes that is at least could be considered an extension of the running game, considering that is your strength matched up against their weakness. If you start running the ball on early downs too much and get behind the chains, that's what Washington wants. That's when they're at their best. They really got some long, rangy, athletic DBs. Jabbar Muhammad is probably their best DB. Yes, I think he is related kinfolk to Malik Muhammad.
Nice.
3 interceptions, 12 PBUs. He's a good player from Texas. But the rest of these guys are really long and rangy. Michelle Powell, 6'1", 210. Hampton is 6'3", 220. Elijah Johnson is 6'1", 191. Thomas Drew, I believe, Thaddeus Drew. He is 6'1", 192. I like their length, and I like how athletic they are. They're not consistent in coverage, but they will make plays on the football, especially on third downs. You want to stay out of third and longs. And also, another reason to stay out of third and longs, Braylon Trice. You want to make sure that you can block that guy. You got to have a plan for him, and he goes off mostly when teams are in predictable passing situations, second and long and third and long. We've talked about this dude and how good he is. 49 pressures since week 9, guys. It's almost 10 pressures per week since week 9. He's 6'4", 275, likely going to be a first-round pick. He had led the nation last season with 70 pressures, 68 this season. He had 16 this year versus Stanford. He had 18 last season versus Washington State, by the way. That is the first and second most since Pro Football Focus again keeping up with pressures by one defender in a game. He is a grown man. And think about this last season against Texas, right? Texas faced how many first-round defensive ends? First, Will Anderson. They faced Tyree Wilson. They faced Will McDonald last season, Felix Anudike-Uzomah. All these guys were drafted in the first round. Dallas Turner will probably be drafted in the first round too. He's another edge rusher for Alabama, but he was on that team from last season, and they faced him again this year. None of those guys had the performance that Braylon Trice had against the Texas offensive line. He had 2 tackles for loss and 2 sacks. He had more tackles for loss and more sacks than any of those first-round prospects that Texas faced. And he had more sacks than any of them combined. How about that? Because Will Anderson had 1 sack, and then Tyree Wilson had a half a sack, and that was it. There was only 2 sacks that Texas allowed to those elite edge rushers. This guy had 2 of them and had 2 tackles for loss and had 6 tackles versus Texas. So he had the most tackles, the most sacks, and the most tackles for loss of any edge rusher versus Texas last season. So don't take him lightly.
No.
He will wreck your game plan.
He will. He's that good. He's, as you said, projected as a first-round draft pick. He's out of Phoenix, Arizona. Looking back at notes from last year's game, one of the things I being at the game, that you felt like the Texas offensive line was a little bit flat-footed last year in this game, and sometimes that'll happen with big guys, right? They kind of enjoy the holidays, and they weren't firing off the ball. And I know they didn't have Bijan or Roschon, so the run game looked dead, but they weren't getting much push either.
No.
And that's got to change. I mean, that's obviously look. Safe to say, if the lines of scrimmage aren't a really big advantage for Texas in this game, they're going to lose. Right, that's where the Longhorns have the advantage here. Their lines of scrimmage should be bigger, more physical, the big humans. Then again, this kind of like the difference between Michael Penix and Quinn Ewers. Washington's good, but Texas should be better. they need to be, convincingly the better side on both sides for Texas to win this game, because that's their big advantage. I mean, that's the advantage Longhorns should have. And to your point, if it looks like last year's game, I think you'd have to lean Michael Penix in Washington, because that's where Texas really needs to have the advantage.
Yep, and speaking of lines of scrimmage, they got a kid. We brought him up before, Zach Durfee. He's from Sioux Falls. Double-digit tackles for loss, double-digit sacks last season at Sioux Falls. He did transfer to Washington, but hasn't been eligible. He will be eligible for the Sugar Bowl. Kalen DeBoer says he will play, and also Brock Hewitt says he's going to play. Apparently, he's been giving their 2 NFL tackles, Tuafanu and Roger Rosengarten, who hasn't allowed a sack this year, and the left tackle was an All-American. He's been giving them fits in practice because he's been on the scout team. I wouldn't doubt if Texas is in predictable passing situations, which is why you want to stay out of 3rd and longs, they put Zach Durfee in there as one edge rusher, Braylon Trice as another one, and then move Tupuola, I believe his name is Fatui. Tupuola Fatui. If I'm mispronouncing it, I apologize. Move him inside as well and go to NASCAR package to rush Texas and put some pressure on Quinn. Watch that. That's why I wouldn't stay out of predictable passing situations against this group.
Yeah, and they are healthy. You talked to the Washington side of things. They've gotten 2 safeties that were banged up healthy. They got an interior defensive lineman healthy who'd been out. So, both teams are fresh and ready to roll coming up Monday night. All right, good stuff from Rod right there. We'll come back with more good stuff. It's off the record time, including more on that story of Nick Saban not allowing his teams to use their own iPads and worrisome of maybe being hacked by Michigan. Also, Nikola Jokic of the Denver Nuggets is a national treasure. A national treasure. We'll tell you why. Coming back off the record. Coming next on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. Oh, man. Happy New Year edition of the Off the Record. The stories you need to know, including, here it is. This has now been confirmed by Alabama football players in the Rose Bowl that Nick Saban and the staff so concerned about cloak and dagger sign stealing and game plan stealing. Nick Saban so afraid of Michigan that their players can't, as they usually do, watch film on their own tablets, like the iPads.
I love it, man.
Saying, no. Nope, you can't take them home. Can't take them with you.
Well, hey, man, the opponent you're playing was deep into the athletic espionage and duplicitous behavior. So I'm with him. I wouldn't take any chances. And you pointed out, there is a person on the staff now. We don't actually know the role that he's been given, but there's a former coach from Michigan on the Alabama staff. And, it's possible that maybe they got a warning.
Yeah, the Alabama coaching staff has told the players who have now confirmed it not to watch football on their personal tablets out of fear of Michigan sign stealing. The Catapult film system that the players usually use for personal use and access is apparently off limits. The Crimson Tide are only watching film as a team or in positional groups. Old school, right?
Hey, I like old school film watching. It encourages some guys need the study group. Some guys don't know how to, intrinsically motivate themselves to do stuff on their own. It might help Alabama for some of the guys who aren't watching it, because then you know exactly how much film guys are watching.
And the coaches can point out what to be watching for, right? A lot of times guys don't even know what to watch for when they're watching film.
Yeah. Well, that's a good point. Because the coaches can only be around them so much time, I wonder, right? Still? Because there are still restrictions on that with the bowls. Still some stuff like that. That's why you need on the players. That's why study groups are important. You need the players. The players got to lead it. And the players need to know exactly what to be mindful of while they're watching the film. Nick Saban, man, Nick Saban. He's the GOAT for a reason. And Nick Saban is the GOAT for a reason. Yeah, I think of everything. The devil's in the details, man. You can't miss out. You got so much time. There's no time to miss out on some detail that, oh, man, you know what? We missed that. It's a coaching staff. How'd you miss that? You had a month.
You had a month.
You had a month to prepare. How would you miss anything? You shouldn't miss anything. There should be no stone left unturned, man, when it comes to strategy and tactics, stuff like that. So I respect Nick Saban, what he's doing. Why take a chance?
By the way, ahead of their practice at the Sugar Bowl yesterday, Rod, at the actual stadium, Longhorns practice, I think, from like 2 to 4. And the media got 7 minutes to watch kind of the warm-ups. And apparently Sark's got his game face on already because, like, 7 minutes in, he was cussing John Bianco. Get them the F out of here. Get them out of here.
Get them out of here. Isn't that great? You were talking about Jimmy Johnson. I got to find this. I'm going to find this, actually, because this actually kind of relates off the record, but then it's not. There's a great story being told by Jimmy Johnson about this very thing, why coaches are so paranoid about the media window. And I'm going to find the sound of Jimmy Johnson's talking about it, but I heard him, and it was actually before the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
It was before the Bills Super Bowl, before one of the Bills Super Bowls, they played the Bills. And Jimmy said he was watching like news coverage on one of their
the local news station.
One of their B-roll footages, he saw them practicing the shovel pass over and over again. And he went to ask one of his, I guess, analytics guys, film guys. Yeah, he went and said, hey, do they run the shovel pass? And he was like, man, I haven't seen it now in any film that I've watched. And he's like, all right, I think we got to be ready for it. And they went back and confirmed that they had not run the shovel pass. They caused a fumble on the shovel pass in the Super Bowl and stopped them for no gain on like 3 shovel passes.
Yeah, it was obviously in the Buffalo game plan, right?
Yeah, because
Yeah, and they ran it like 4 or 5 times in the game.
And he was like, I saw it on the B-roll. And then he
like on the local newscast.
On the local news, and it was like, oh. And from then on, I think him telling other coaches about that, I believe that's obviously gotten around last.
Because of course, every media member there, including our friend Mike Craven, who I do the Eyes on Texas with, who told me this story, they all have their phones out. They're all recording everything they can to put it out.
Because it's your job.
Yeah. And Sark was ready to go into his next phase, and he's like,
"Hell out of here,
Bianco, get him out of here!
Get out of here! They might catch some beat roll footage of one of our plays."
Yeah.
Coaches, the details, right? It could be a route, anything like. the hell was that? Mac Brown was always paranoid about that with the LHN. Remember? He was always like, LHN. They gonna get some footage they ain't supposed to get.
You know, who hated that was
Tom Herman was paranoid about
the
it.
beginning was Augie Rito because he
Yeah.
was always because every Texas home game was on TV, so all their opponents could scout them.
You're like, it's the advantage of having LHN. It's like, yeah, but my opponents also get the intimate knowledge, all right, and they know what they're looking at. Fans don't necessarily know what they're
I
looking
don't
at.
get to watch them.
The coach, yeah, exactly. The coach knows what they're looking at. So I'm gonna find that. I'm gonna find that audio. I promise you, because I saw it not too long ago, and I was
did
thinking
too.
about it.
What do you have, Rod? Off the record?
We can get close to it because I'm now looking for the audio and I lost my story.
I will mention
into this.
This is why everyone should love Nikola Jokic, the MVP of the NBA, the NBA champion. He was on a podcast because every player has a podcast now. He was on whose podcast was he on? He was on Michael Porter Jr.'s podcast.
Everybody's got one.
He says, being famous, some people like it, some people don't. When I finish my career, I really wish nobody knows me. I wish my kids in the future remember me as a dad, not a basketball player. I think that's my goal.
Good for you.
He said, it just feels sad whenever you go to a bar or restaurant. He said people, here's what he says, I really don't like this life because at the end of the day, we're just basketball players. We're just good at what we're doing, but it's on television, it's popular, so we get paid. We're all just like everybody else that just goes to work and works on what they're good at. That's what we do.
You know,
he's so understated.
I see early retirement all over that dude. As soon as he's like, I'm done my contract, I'm done. I'm done.
And he said one of his life goals also to not have, when he retires, to not have a phone.
Well, you got to have a flip phone at least. Get a flip phone like Jerry Jones. Get the flip phone.
That's another big goal of mine.
Did you see that Shohei, this is a story I was going to get to, we'll get into the details later, that he bought a teammate, the wife of a teammate, he bought them a Porsche?
Yeah, I'll get you details. And that was
Yeah,
a great,
good.
another one of you talk about free media and marketing, Rod.
Shohei, baby.
That
I want
was-
to be his teammate. Buying Porsches?
Yeah, we'll explain that to you. And
Come
that was shrewd as well. Smart. I'll get you details. We'll come back. We'll hit the 9 o'clock hour. Also, Bobby Burton will join us from NOLA. Bobby's already on the ground in the Big Easy.
Knowledge.
Also, we'll have Rod with another rant coming up. It's a busy Friday. Happy New Year, everybody. 9 o'clock hour. Happy New Year, folks. It's the final show of 2023. When next we speak, it'll be 2024. Incredible. And we're going to hear from Jimmy Johnson. You found the audio of
I did
why
find him
coaches
tell-
are so paranoid.
Yeah, he's telling that story. It's a great story.
It is a great story. And Sark was paranoid yesterday. Nick Saban's paranoid about laptop or iPads.
And for good reason.
For good reason.
They all should be paranoid.
Stakes are
for good
high.
reason.
Stakes are high. Also, I just sent you some audio, Ty, about Jerry Jones kind of admitting that. How about this? We'll play this for you. That Jerry Jones kind of admitted that he screwed up with Jimmy Johnson, and that Barry Switzer tried to warn him.
Oh, before he hired him, like,
Yeah.
don't do this.
Yeah,
no,
but-
don't.
I'll play this for you.
I'm a
come
ball
up.
coach. Don't do this.
Yeah. Well, because Barry Switzer had coached both of them.
That's what I'm saying. So he knew. He's like, nah, man, you need to make this work.
And finally, Jimmy Johnson will go into the Ring of Honor. And you know, Rod, when we hit 2024, you know what that means? I don't want to say this too loud for the Cowboys fans, but
Don't say it.
2024 will make it 25 years since I promised on radio that I would walk to Dallas if they win the Super Bowl. That'll be the 25th year coming up next fall.
And I think you're safe again.
Unless they can do something about it this year.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
They haven't shown me much.
I don't know.
Talking about this 2-game stretch with
They're good. I don't know. They're not Super Bowl. Win Super Bowl good.
there's just something missing.
Even if they got there, they had to beat the 49ers to get there, which I don't know if they can do. And then they got to beat probably the Ravens, which I don't think they can do either.
You know what I hate to say, because you and I both hate to say we told you so, but we both talked about the lack of a running back. And I look back at this Cowboys team, and I'm like, you know what, if they had a better goal line running back and someone who could punch it in the red zone like Zeke did last year, I mean, how many times you go to the Arizona game, go to the Philadelphia game, go to the game against the
Miami,
Dolphins?
yeah, they
I
won
mean,
that game.
you like get rid of the 49ers game. That was an embarrassment. The
Yeah.
Bills game was a no-show, so they still have that in them. But the other 3 losses have come because they couldn't punch it in from the 5-yard line. And just the other night, Tony Pollard, on a play he should have scored on.
I don't know how he didn't score.
Like everybody gives the Dolphins linebacker credit for stuffing the play. It's like, dude, you got to find the end zone right there.
How'd you not just beat him to the pylon?
Yeah, beat him to the pylon, get
Crazy.
the ball across the end zone, and of course on the next play they fumble it and fumble the exchange, and they give up 7 points. I mean, the same thing happened in Philadelphia, same thing happened in Arizona, where they couldn't score, and you can directly attribute to that to not having a thumper at running back, to not having that dude, and that's a shame.
That's
a shame.
It seemed like an easy fix.
It
these
seemed like it
days.
was too obvious.
It seemed like that was an easy fix too. And
It does feel like they have everything else, that you're looking for. They just don't run the ball, and they go into Miami against a team that was banged up, and they ran 12 carries for 30-some yards for Tony Pollard. They should be better than that running the football.
Yeah, but I will say this: you brought this up about the Browns. Browns don't have a great running game. They don't have a great running game.
Well, and that's why I don't think they're going to win the Super Bowl. I think there'll be a tough out come AFC playoffs, just like the Cowboys were.
Yeah.
Cowboys aren't going to, not going to be an easy out. I mean, they're a good football team. But, I look for balance. I look for being really good on both sides of the ball. Browns are just hot. And sometimes that hot team can scare the hell out of you. That's why I said the Nick Foles story with this Joe Flacco. It just, when Nick Foles, remember when the Eagles lost Carson Wentz and everyone said, oh, man, the season's over. This guy just picked it up and ran with it.
Yeah, and now you're right.
And
They're
it's-
playing their best football.
Well,
of the
and as
season.
somebody pointed out that they were 5-1 before Deshaun Watson got hurt. So this is a really good football team, even with the injuries.
Yep.
And when they've had either Flacco or Deshaun Watson starting, they're like, 10-2. They're a good football team. So they will be a problem. And it's funny that they still could win the AFC North. They really could. If the Dolphins were to beat the Ravens on Sunday, and then the Steelers were to upset the Ravens in week 17, Browns could be the division champs. But that is an unbelievable story. And that would give Kevin Stefanski, who was almost fired, it seemed like he was on his way to being fired. This would give him 2 NFL Coach of the Year awards in 4 years. Because remember, he won it in 2020.
I didn't even think about that. I forgot all about that.
Yeah.
Man, I didn't even think about that.
So so
Wow.
almost within a 5-year period, he's going to have 2 Coach of the Year awards, and
go from being
Dan
on
Neer
the
was
hot-
fired.
go be on the hot seat to getting an extension because it's like, well, his agent should be able to work with that. It's like, man, he's Coach of the Year twice for you guys. Come on now, it's last time it happened to a Browns coach. Has it ever happened to a Browns coach?
Because again, that's a regular season award. Then whatever happens to them in the playoffs. But KC's got their issues, and their defense would match up well with that Kansas City mess on offense. We know what Miami, they're good, but can be beaten. You feel like with a really good defense. Because look, if you can play defense and you're getting that kind of quarterback play, you beat anybody on a given day.
You're going to be in every game.
Yeah,
that defense will keep them in every game.
That's right.
And it does. That is
and Myles Garrett is a big play waiting to happen. Zadarius Smith on the other side, Jadeveon Clowney, the coverage they do. They're a good team. They made the Jets look silly last night.
Yeah, the Jets will do that all by themselves, right? The Jets don't need the Browns to make them look silly. The Jets, you know what's amazing about the Jets? I will give them the credit for this. Garrett Wilson has 1,000 yards receiving again.
He's a good player.
I don't even know how the hell how do you do that?
He's going to end up being like Andre Johnson was with Houston. He's just
really
going to put up good numbers
with
and
bad quarterbacks.
Yeah, unless Aaron Rodgers can get back
yeah, it's amazing that he's been able to do that because Joe Flacco has more passing touchdowns than the Jets do as a team. And yet
he's been playing for a month.
That's a real fact. He's got 13. They got 11. That's how well he's been playing, and that's how bad the Jets' passing offense has been. So yeah, it gets ugly. All right, before we get back to talking Texas Washington, because we're doing a lot of Texas Washington preview, can we play the sound of Jimmy Johnson? Because you were talking about how Sark, he was just very adamant in getting the media out once their media window was done for they can get down to practicing. And I think coaches are all paranoid about that media window, and they want to make sure that everything in the media window is as vanilla as possible, and that no possible opponent who sees any of the media window coverage will get any advantages from it. I think it all kind of stems back from this Jimmy Johnson story that he told about their Super Bowl versus the Buffalo Bills. Here it is.
But Dallas was helped by something Jimmy Johnson learned earlier in the week, simply by watching television.
You know, at all the Super Bowls, they would let cameras come in just for the first couple of minutes to get what they call B-roll before you practice. And I was watching just a local sports station, and it had the B-roll of Buffalo warming up. And I saw Jim Kelly taking the football without anybody else other than Thurman Thomas and pitching it like a shuffle pass. And it looked to me like they were actually practicing the pitch. And so I went back to my defensive coordinator, Butch Davis. I said, Butch, have they run the shuffle pass? I don't recall seeing it on any of the game film. And that we went all the way back through. They hadn't run the shuffle pass all year long. As it turns out, I think they ran it like 3 times. And to stop them for losses. And actually got a fumble, one of the biggest plays in the ball game.
Kelly with a shovel pass to Thomas and fumble! Thurman Thomas fumbled the ball and stripped of it coming forward on that shovel pass. And the Cowboys have claimed a fumble. Oh, man, oh, man, oh, man.
So just by luck, I was watching television and able to pick up the shuffle pass. I told Jim Kelly about it years later, and I had a laugh. He didn't laugh very much.
He's like, well, shame on us. Why were we doing that during the B-roll session?
Like, I had a laugh. He didn't laugh about it very
All we had to do is be doing some jumping jacks or something.
Isn't that great? That's how great of a coach Jimmy Johnson is. He's watching the news. He's just hanging out, probably, eating some chips, whatever, watching news. He thinks to himself, I don't think I've ever seen him run that play. Let me go talk to my D coordinator about it. Ends up being a huge play in the Super Bowl. The details, babe. The details. That's why these great matchups, you got so much time. Got extra time for the Super Bowl, too. Got extra time to figure out some of these things. What did Sark, what does Kellen DeBoer figure out in this little bit of time? What little nugget did they get that's something you could find that's really small and then be extrapolated, all right, by you and your staff, and then you use that very small, minuscule bit of information and data to actually open up basically a game plan breakthrough for you. And that's what Jerry Johnson did. That broke the game wide open. It's crazy.
Well, as it stands right now, the Longhorns are a 4-point favorite in the game, so close. And then, the Michigan-Alabama game, 1.5. It's a pick'em game essentially in the Rose Bowl. So both games could come down to a single play, right?
I totally agree.
And
yeah.
I mean, we've seen both Texas and Washington play and win games on a single play essentially. That the fourth and goal stop against Kansas State for Texas, the game against Houston came down to a play or two that you had to make to get it. Washington's done the very same thing the other way. Pretty darn impressive, and pretty leads to the excitement of what this game can be. What
Yep.
I mean, it feels like a classic. It feels like we're going to get and maybe don't want to hype it up too much, but the mirror images of the teams, the football character of both teams, the toughness, the matchup is favorable for a lot of points to be scored, to where this thing could be the 37-34 kind of game, Rod.
I agree with that.
Where it's like, because I asked my friend Mike Craven on this when we recorded our Eyes on Texas podcast last night, which will come out today. What's the point total in your mind that Texas needs to get to believe that? Because if you tell me right now that Texas scores 27, I don't think they win the game.
Yeah, they're going to lose that game. That's a great question. I'll probably right now in my mind, I think to be safe that's a win for Texas, I'm thinking 36 points.
Yeah.
I think I feel good about 36. I think I think both teams are going to score, but I think Texas will hold Washington more often than Washington is going to hold Texas defensively. Washington's defense is underrated. We do need to say that because they get Longhorn fans are very critical of Washington defense, and listen, statistically they rank as a worse pass defense than Texas. But you point this out too, and I think it's a great point when you've made it. You got to look at opponent adjusted, stats though, because they play better passing offenses and more prolific. Passing
5 of the top
offenses.
16.
Yeah, so they play the best quarterbacks in the country, arguably, or some of them. And Texas hasn't really played the best quarterbacks in the country. In fact, they play a lot of backup quarterbacks. And Dylan Gabriel's the best quarterback they played, and we saw what happened there. And he had a great game. So I agree. I think Texas defense is better, no question. It's way better. But I think the narrative that their defense is terrible and their defense just sucks and it's a wet toilet paper, I think that's a little overblown.
Yeah, I agree.
I
agree. Ask Oregon. Beat Oregon twice.
Yes.
And I thought the quote you had for listening to Chris Peterson, the former Washington coach, that this is a defense that stats are for losers, right? Stats are for losers with this defense.
It is.
And I think PK, who we heard from yesterday at his availability, he would say the same thing about this Texas team. They've gotten better as the year's gone on. They've he even said they tweaked some coverages here late in the year. We've seen them play more bump and run and press coverage, which they're trying to get to help get the pass rush home. And this is again, these are two really high football character teams that find ways. It's not about stats for them. They find ways to win football games, overcome adversity, and get things done. And both teams have many examples of that, and just a lot of veteran leadership, a lot of experienced veteran leadership to lean on. That's why both coaches are pretty confident about what they've got. And I think, as you said, kind of like Jimmy Johnson, the one game with Buffalo, they blew them out in the Super Bowl, but that was the closer Super Bowl they played. It could come down to a play or two. And do you have a piece of information that can lead you to making the big play in the big moment that kind of changes the football game? Look, there's a reason Michigan's trying to steal your signs. I mean, they're looking for a little bit of an advantage.
And all it takes is a little bit, a small one.
Yeah.
A small one, man. And you just saw in that clip that we played for you, or at least you heard in the clip we played for you, a small little piece of data that your opponent doesn't know that you have or doesn't expect you to have can really make the difference. That's why I think tendency breakers. I always say to win a big game, this will be a big game. Super Bowls is the biggest game. You have to break tendency at the right time because there's so much preparation done ahead of time for these big games. And that's why your Alabama game, the Oklahoma game for Texas, Sark's really got to be in his bag. And I think we're all really excited to see exactly what innovative, creative concept Sark's comes up with to start out the game, because he does a really good job of breaking tendency. We even read I think it was The Athletic. They had a really nice piece about Sark from an anonymous coach who was talking about Sark, and I believe it was the defensive coach in the Big 12, who said he's a constant tendency breaker. Like, basically, it's hard to even figure out a tendency or a trend or a pattern with Texas because he goes out of his way to break the trend. Here's the quote. He says, quote, "He has little to no tendencies. If he has one, he breaks it the next week. His in-game adjustments are elite. We played a stack man concept to a route we thought was coming, and he had a counter that we had never seen. That was something off an And One mixtape." You got to break tendency in this game. Kalen DeBoer is the same thing. He's going to break tendency at the right time. I think one of the ways, and I brought this up earlier, we had a texter bring it up too. I think if you're Washington, one of the ways that I would break tendency is I would go up tempo at one point in the middle of the game. Like in first quarter, second quarter at one time. Probably second quarter is probably where you ideally would like to do it, once you feel out Texas a little bit, and then you're off script. You go up tempo on Texas because they've struggled in 2-minute offense, right? They're allowing a higher, if you look at points per play allowed, the points per play allowed for Texas, they shoot up, they increase exponentially in 2-minute drill as opposed to throughout the game. If you look at the opportunities that Texas had to close out opponents when they're up by 3 touchdowns or by 20 to 21 points. We saw it in U of H game, saw it in the TCU game. We also saw it in the K-State game. When Texas is unable to do that, it's mostly because the opponent is forcing their defense to a compromising situation because they go up-tempo, hurry up. Why? Because they're running out of time, they're running out of plays, and they're down 20-something points. So essentially, they go up-tempo, which replicates, kind of that 2-minute drill. It's all really the same thing, puts the defense in an emergency mode, in crisis mode, forcing them, or at least I think challenging their communication, which Texas is really bad at, and it neutralizes the pass rush somewhat. Number one, because if Texas doesn't have T'Vondre Sweat or Byron Murphy in there, then they can't sub. They can't even put them in there.
We see
that's
Texas do that quite a bit. They take them both out.
Take them both down. It's like, oh, they're out. Matter of fact, that's when I would do it. If I see them off the field, let's go. We're going up tempo. And you wear out the defensive line a little bit, right? Because they're going up tempo. They're conditioned. They're big boys. They're not meant to get in that many plays in such a short amount of time. So every time a team has gone up tempo against Texas, whether you're talking about 2-minute drill or whether you're talking about them going up tempo because they're down 20-something points, they need to come back. And we saw that multiple times. Teams have had success versus Texas. That is a great way for Washington, who is 75th in the country in plays per minute, to break tendency. And Texas should be ready for that, by the way.
Yeah. It's well said. And then we'll see what the Longhorns do to break tendency the other way on that side. I want to play this before we go to your rant, Rod. Here's Jerry Jones on the weekend that Jimmy Johnson will finally go in the Ring of Honor. This was previous sound, but admitting that they kind of screwed this thing up, that the two egos clashed, and it was Barry Switzer that actually told him before it all went down. This is Jerry Jones in his own words.
I go back to what Barry Switzer said. Barry Switzer came in the office, and Jimmy had just left. And so Barry came down from Norman, Oklahoma to talk about getting the job. And he comes in and he said, "Where's Jimmy?" Now, Barry had coached us both. He said, "Where's Jimmy?" And I said, "Jimmy's gone." He said, "Well, that's not right. Get him in here." I said, "Where's Jimmy?" I said, "Barry, Jimmy's gone. We're sitting here talking about you being the coach." I said, "What in the world are you so anxious to talk to Jimmy about?" He said, "I just wanted to get both you little ass on this couch and ask you both, how could you this up?" That was Switzer. I don't know what.
There you go. There he is for Cowboys fans. How you like that? Before taking the job, he wanted to get. I'm going to get you two a-holes on this couch and ask, how in the hell could you guys screw this up?
I think every fan and every Cowboys fan agrees. It's like, y'all couldn't put aside your egos and your pride just to go, you know what? I don't necessarily like this dude, but we win a lot of games around here, so let's deal with it. I'll deal with the other side. Neither one of them. It was on Jimmy too. It's on Jimmy too. It's on Jerry, but it's on Jimmy too.
Give Barry credit because he's like, I'll take your job because this team's really good.
I'll take that Super Bowl on my resume, but I'm telling y'all screwing it up because y'all could win two more.
Yeah.
Now, it could be the greatest dynasty in the history of the NFL potentially, but you screwed it up because of pride.
Think about the size of the egos because
come on, man.
By all reports, the straw that broke the back was at the Senior Bowl when they both had some drinks, and certainly Jerry had, and was bragging about because they had just won the Super Bowl, bragging about who was getting credit for it.
Yep.
And apparently Jerry said something along the lines of, how many people could coach this team to a Super Bowl? I mean, essentially was saying things like that. Anybody could coach this team to a Super Bowl.
Wrong.
And Jimmy heard it.
Come on.
Jimmy heard it. And, Jimmy in his mind going, but I built it.
I know.
You know what it was when I got here?
That's why anybody can coach it, you idiot, because I built it.
You know what it was like when I got here? You know what it took to get it to this point?
That's why it could. Yeah, exactly.
And then Jerry's point was, well, I was the one that put every nickel I own on the table to buy this damn team.
Also fair.
I took the risk.
Also fair.
I get some credit too. And that was it. And Barry Switzer tried to tell him. So at the end of the day, Barry got a Super Bowl, but he was – Cowboy fans, I think, love hearing that he tried to talk some sense into these fools. Hey, fools.
Love that Barry Switzer ended up being the voice of reason.
Yeah.
Come on.
All right,
now.
let's get
That's
to
never the case.
Let's get to Rod's rant.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore!
Find out what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real.
You ain't keeping it around.
My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
Oh, you've done it now. It's time for Rod's Rant of the Day.
Hold on to your butts.
All right, let's continue breaking down this Texas-Washington game. I want to get to some, maybe X factors or tendency breakers. We just talked about to win big games, you got to break tendency. And I just talked about one of the ways that I would break tendency if I was Washington, and Texas should be ready for this if they decide to go up-tempo. I went and actually looked at all the 2-minute drill reps for Texas all throughout the season, and as 2-minute drill, Texas had some issues defending teams in 2-minute drill. The Texas third down defense actually suffers when they're defending 2-minute drill. They're allowing teams to convert almost 43% of their 2-minute drill third downs, which, think about that, this is the third best third down defense in the country. They're top 3 third down defense, but their third down defense suffers a little bit in that situation. All right, when you put them in crisis mode, force their communication issues. If you go look at points per play, that number also goes up in 2-minute drill for the Texas defense. So that's just one of the ways where you can expose the Texas defense. You could, especially if T'Vondre Sweat and Byron Murphy are not on the field, right? You could catch Texas and not allow them to sub and catch them with their second unit in, essentially their rotational unit in, without 2 of their best players, the defensive tackle duo that makes them such a unique defense. And I think Washington, who usually they're 75th in the country in plays per minute, so they usually don't run a lot of tempo. They like a lot of pre-snap movement and shifts. They take their time with that, hunting matchups. But in this specific situation, because of teams like Oklahoma, who had a lot of success running up tempo, TCU had a lot of success running up tempo. And think about the teams, as I just pointed out, when Texas was up big, U of H, K-State, and against TCU, when they were up 20 to 21 points, those teams went in a 2-minute mode, and they were able to move the ball and make plays against the Texas defense. So I think that's a great way for them to break tendency. Also, if Texas isn't ready for the early vertical threats against the safeties, because I think Washington will go after the Texas safeties early. Why wouldn't they? Because Derek Williams, your best coverage safety, is going to be out. I would move Jahdae Barron to safety temporarily at times. I would think about it. There is some talks and reports that he's worked some at safety. I remember my man Chip Brown reported that Gary Patterson, the great defensive mind, said, he could play safety. As a matter of fact, he actually kind of projects at times. He has the skill set of a safety. He's played corner for him, played nickel. I'm sure he would love to play some safety to add that to his NFL, draft scouting report. I would move him around if they are just attacking the Texas safeties and you're giving up a lot of vertical shots, whether it's Jaron Thompson, Taft Daddy, or Keaton Crawford. He will be a coverage specialist, and you can stabilize things there. And I would even think about moving Terrence Brooks potentially to nickel. If you don't like your young nickels, move him to nickel, and you still have Ryan Watts and Malik Muhammad at corner. I'm just thinking about putting your best 5 guys out there because if you don't have your best 5, you're going up against the best wide receiving core in college football potentially, and they might they might be able to gash you a few times early on.
I'm in agreement with you on Jahdae Barron. I think it could be the most important chess piece on the Longhorn defense to all the reasons you just said. And you've had a month to prep him on this, and no one studies film like Jahdae. Whether it's dropping into deep safety, whether it's coming off maybe it's bringing a blitz off the nickel that changes the game. I mean, his film study and those kind of things. I think with PK and the extra time, that guy can become a huge factor in this game, especially with Derek Williams out early.
Yep.
And Rod, they've been working on defending the deep ball. I mean, they've got to be, and you got to rep it, right? You got to rep it and making a play in the air. 50-50 balls, they're going to lock you up in single coverage, and you got to be able to and it's something Texas has struggled with at times, and they're going to do it. I mean, it's coming.
Yeah, and they're going to have to play some bump and run. Texas will have to. They didn't do it last season at all, really, when they played Washington, and they still defended the D-ball really well, only allowing them to complete 1 of 10 passes, 20 yards or more down the field. But this game, they're going to have to play some bump and run because last season, I'll give you the number really quick. Michael Penix, he wasn't great, like less than 60% completion percentage, but he was 16 of 18 on passes 0 to 9 yards. So he really they didn't get a lot of vertical deep shots or even the intermediate shots, but the short, quick game, Texas gave that up way too much. He was 11-11 on screens. They gave up a lot of those quick underneath routes. This year, take the same game plan you had last year, but one of the tendency breakers for Texas should be to bring their corners up situationally, occasionally, take away the easy route, force Penix to hold on to the ball a little bit longer. If he holds on to the ball a little bit longer, maybe your pass rush gets home. Last year, they didn't force him to do that. The problem with that is, the big Kim Kardashian, Nicki Minaj, Serena Williams size, Cardi B size, Megan Thee Stallion size, but like Oklahoma State did when Texas went bump and run against them, they just took shots downfield. They were 3 of 7 on passes 20 yards or more down the field. Out and ups, hitch and goes, deep balls. That's what Washington is going to do, and they're the best in the country at completing 44% of their deep balls. If Oklahoma State can complete 40+% of their deep balls against you when you're playing bump and run, Washington's going to be able to do that too. So you've got to be really judicious about when you decide to press those corners.
As usual, well analyzed and then well said by Rod Babers as he's getting ready for this game like no other. Speaking of getting ready for this game, Bobby Burton like no other. He is in NOLA, Rod.
Oh, yeah, Nowlands.
We're going to talk to Double B coming up on what's coming, his thoughts on this game, what's the point total he thinks the Longhorns are going to need to get to get a win. Bobby, of course, been covering Texas for a long, long time, 4 decades now. He is already in New Orleans. We'll talk to him coming next, plus before the end of the hour, a little round of who said that, Rod.
Who said that?
Including former Cowboys quarterback talking about the difference once Jimmy Johnson left the Cowboys. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers, Hook 'em Up, 1019 AM 1260, The Horn.
All right, before we check in with our man Bobby Burton in New Orleans, Ty, before you call Bobby, can we play this? I wanted to play this because we were talking about, before your rant, we had Jimmy Johnson, or Jerry Jones talking about, Barry Switzer trying to talk him out of the Jerry Jones, the divorce, right? And say, what are you fools doing?
Seriously, come on, man.
Ty, can you? I sent you this. This is Troy Aikman from an interview he did talking about the difference. And this is not to rile up Cowboy fans. We're only playing this because they're putting him in the Ring of Honor finally. Yeah. It's actually finally happening, and he's going into the ring. But this is for fans who, like Ty. Ty wasn't born when this was all happening. He's part of that generation that doesn't remember all this. Listen to Troy Aikman on what happened and what changed when Jimmy Johnson left. I alluded to this earlier about Troy Aikman, but here's Troy Aikman's memory. Remember, this is a team that already won 2 Super Bowls. Then they didn't win it, and then they did win it in Barry Switzer's second year. But here's Troy Aikman of what he saw change within the team without Jimmy Johnson.
Jimmy was the head coach. It was a good cop, bad cop type relationship.
Hold on that damn football! God dog it!
He'd rip into guys, and guys are upset and frustrated, and I'd say, hey, just let it go. Let it go. Hey, don't worry about him. Let's just go practice. But deep down, I agreed with everything that he said. And then after he left, there was nobody that was doing that. It was very difficult then to always be the bad guy.
Pack! You got packed. 136 pack. You know the play?
Yeah.
Guys, we're junior high. That's junior high. That's so damn pitiful it ain't even funny.
Let's go.
We're not good enough. We're not as good as we used to be continually overcome that. We can't have negative plays.
I remember a time I was hurt. Troy came to me and said, I need you to practice. I just need you out there.
16.
Practices are different without you being out there. I need you out there driving the guys. He said, it's just a difference. And that was the first time I really felt like I feel the pressure. I feel that he feels he has to do the things that Jimmy used to do to keep everybody there. And I'm sure that took a lot of fun out of it for him.
As great as the first part
coming up. It's pretty good stuff.
It is really good stuff.
And
it shows you like how the dynamic changes when you just remove, one element from a team. You think, oh, they still got the same guys. It's like, yeah, but now those guys are playing different roles. They have different responsibilities. Well,
that's a really good documentary too. It's one of those NFL films things that they do on NFL Network.
Shows how fragile a culture can be.
Yeah, and how then Barry Switzer came in as the get along guy, and people. This is when the White House began with the Cowboys, and they had won 2 Super Bowls. They were rock stars. They'd show up to practice all hungover, and Barry wouldn't do anything about it. And there was one time where he canceled practice because they were hungover, and Troy was like, "What? No. This is when we go full bore.
Make them run and vomit on the field and pass out, and then we'll get the trainers in to get them, and they'll learn a lesson." Yeah,
the bootleggers boy might have had a little hangover himself. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All right, we'll get back to more Cowboys. The weekend that Jerry Jones will put Jimmy Johnson finally in the Ring of Honor. That'll happen on Saturday night. But on Monday night, it's Texas and Washington from New Orleans, and let's go live on the Vaqueros hotline to New Orleans. Just wrapped up his coffee and football broadcast on Texas Football. He's now headed over to a meeting. He is Bobby Burton, our great friend. Bobby, how are you, my man?
Good. How you guys doing today?
Doing great, Bobby. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, how's NOLA? How's the feel? I know it's the calm before the storm, but is it starting to heat up?
Hey guys, y'all will appreciate this. I'm an early riser. You guys have to get up early too, right? I found out this morning when I went out for coffee at 6 a.m. There's no place in this town that opens before 7 a.m. It's a late night town. I was out looking for coffee in the French Quarter, and there's not a place open. They all closed right at like 4 or 5, I'm sure. So I was that's how my morning went so far. But no, I mean, getting ready for the Longhorns with the Huskies on Monday night. Longhorns go to practice about 2 o'clock this afternoon, so it should be fun.
It should be fun, and obviously we talked about it for weeks now, Bobby, and we'll talk about it more on Monday. But a very even matchup. I mean, you're trying to find where the separation is between these teams. Might be on the lines of scrimmage when it comes down to it, which means the Texas O-line and D-line have to play really good games.
Yeah, and we don't know who's better. That's what I think is like. Yes, Washington won the Joe Moore Award, right? But they play in the Pac-12, right? Yes, Texas' defensive front was dominant, but have they played an offensive line as good as Washington's? And we don't know those answers. We truly don't. The one thing I would add that is interesting to me is something that Christian Jones said, I believe it was yesterday. Texas did not like how they performed in the run game last year. And I think the Texas offensive line is out for a little bit of revenge in this game. If that's the case, I bet they can run against Washington a little. And I think that might be a spark for the Texas offense.
Yeah, that's interesting, Bob, because last year was more the injuries, I think, and the loss of personnel at the running back position. No Bijan Orojo, and then Keelan Robinson, not really fitting with the run style that they wanted. But obviously, C.J. Baxter and Jaden Blue will be very different. I want to ask you about the other side, the lines of scrimmage period. I guess is what we're talking about here. You're talking about Texas being able to run the football, but now it seems like a lot of the pre-fight hype is around the matchup between the offensive line, the Joe Moore award-winning offensive line for Washington, and the Texas defensive front. And I do think that will be the biggest, the determining factor in this matchup. Can Texas, after they stop the run, because I think they will stop the run, Bobby, can they put pressure on Michael Penix? That's what this O-line is elite at doing, is protecting their quarterback, and he's elite at getting rid of the football. They didn't get a sack on him last year, didn't get a hit on him last year, or a knockdown. Does that change this year when they make them a little bit more one-dimensional?
I don't know. If I had that answer, Rod, you and I would be in Vegas making all kinds of money. I feel like they can, and they've proven that they're better this year than they were a year ago. And I think that part of that has been the reason for their success, Texas's increased success on third down. But you look at it, and Penix has not been under duress much at all from anyone this year, right? So it's not just Texas. It's how good is that Washington offensive line at protection. And I'm not sure. I mean, I've watched, 5 Washington games now this year in full, and I think that they're good. I don't know that they're great. And I do feel like the combo of T'Vondre Sweat and Byron Murphy can be great, but even so, those guys are only going to play 30 to 40 snaps a game, right? And so what happens when they're not in there, Rod? And is that when Washington makes hay? Look, these two teams, in my opinion, one's 12-1, the other's 13-0. There's a reason both of them are where they're at right now. So it's good on good. And when it's good on good, it usually takes one or two players to make a difference in a game. And who's that going to be? Is that going to be Rome Odunze? Is that going to be Michael Penix, Xavier Worthy, A.D. Mitchell, J.T. Sanders, Quinn Ewers? I don't know. And that's why they lace them up.
Yeah, that is. We were just talking to Rod's rant about Jahdae Barron. I mean, how big of an injury, how big of an issue is it to not have Derek Williams, the freshman safety, in the first half? And could Jahdae Barron be a puzzle piece that kind of helps with that as a safety potentially, but also as the game goes on, be a guy that with a month to prepare, PK could move around the chessboard a little bit and try to use with his high football IQ to be a playmaker that can make those plays you're talking about. Jahdae Barron, how big of a loss is Derek Williams for you?
I think it's big. As Rod likes to call him, he thinks he's the best. Rod, you said this. You think he's the best coverage safety Texas has.
Yep.
And this is a team, Washington, that likes to stretch the field vertically. So I think it clearly matters. You know what I mean? The question will be, what does Pete Kwiatkowski have different for Washington this year maybe than what he had last year? You know he's going to do something. You just don't know what. And I'm concerned with the Washington passing attack downfield. I think they're going to try to find some things that maybe they went back and looked at the film last year that they could have connected on against Texas. At the same time, I think this is a different Texas defense. There's not as many busts. I think that as we've talked about, they are getting more real pressure on the quarterback this year. Texas is. And furthermore, I just think Texas is starting to make more plays, whether that's Manny Muhammad with a pick or Jaron Thompson with that pick he had against Iowa State. I mean, they're starting to make real plays. And so I just think that these are two different teams than a year ago. And so I'm not really sure how much we can extrapolate between the two games of what we saw a year ago based on what we're going to see on Monday night. I just don't know.
It's good stuff. Go ahead, Ron.
Yeah, hey, Bobby, how do you think, Sark, there's a lot of expectation that Sark is going to come out and be very, very creative early on. He's had so long to prepare, and we've seen him in big games with extra time come up with some really innovative concepts. Who do you think he features early on in that script? That script always features, one or two players specifically. Is it going to be the old X-Man? Who would you feature early on considering the matchup?
Probably one of the running backs in the passing game or Jordan Whittington. And I say that to decrease expectations and open up Xavier Worthy and A.D. Mitchell later when the game gets on the line. But we've seen him come out and feature either the running backs out of the backfield or Jordan Whittington early, and I think that might be where they try to hit early and then keep Xavier Worthy and A.D. Mitchell in the holster, if that makes sense.
Yeah, use them as decoys early on.
Yeah.
Because they're going to be keying on them.
Yeah, no question. I'm think about
exactly. And so you kind of you make them go to sleep a little bit, right? If you have other things going on and maybe they roll coverage a little bit differently, and then all of a sudden Xavier Worthy's one-on-one as opposed to safety over the top. There's all kinds of little things that can happen if you start off schedule and what they're expecting.
And I'd also say the guy that they can't match up with, I don't think, is JT Sanders, who was a big factor early in the Oklahoma State game, in that Big 12 title game. Hey, Bobby, as far as Monday, your plan, I know I'm going to be joining you and you're going to be joining us for some combo coverage from Manning's Restaurant. Give everybody the details. You're going to be out there all day. There's also a big Texas One Fund event at that spot on Monday, the first day of 2024. Give us our listeners who are headed that way your plan, and then what we're going to be doing that evening.
Yeah, absolutely love this. I mean, there's going to be 1,500 to 2,000 Texas fans at this one spot. It is Manning's, and that is the namesake. Archie Manning's place in downtown New Orleans is a sports bar, has 100-plus TVs, so we're going to be playing all the bowl games on New Year's Day, of course. And then we'll be broadcasting live on Texas football from 10 until 4. And then you guys are going to take over from 4 to 7 to lead up to pregame, Aaron. And we'll have, I think 10 to 15 different former players on that are going to be with us during that time period. It should be a lot of fun. Check us out on YouTube on Texas football, or of course on the Horn as well from 4 to 7. I'm ready for it, man. This is I'm sitting here in front of the team hotel right now, by the way, guys. They're at the Marriott on Canal, and there is a Bevo out here, a Bevo inflatable that has to be, a story high. the terrace. So it is full regalia here on Chartres and Canal Street in downtown New Orleans.
There you go. All right, man. Well, Bobby, we look forward. I'll get there on Saturday and track you down, and we'll certainly look forward to Monday at Manning's throughout the day, talking to former players. It's a Texas One Fund event. It's going to be the who's who of Burnt Orange on that day, and we look forward to being a part of that. Thank you, Bobby, very much, and I know you have a meeting to get to. Thanks for jumping on with us.
Thanks, Bobby.
You guys have a good one. Safe travels, Aaron.
All right, buddy. He's already there. Yeah, he called me yesterday. He was traveling in. He was driving down there.
I think he got in like 7-something, and we did some. Got on some on Texas stuff. Did a couple of live streams and stuff. So having some fun.
They're ready, man.
Longhorn fans are excited. They are.
Rightfully.
Longhorn fans have a great athletic department. So they've had other sports. Volleyball just won a back-to-back national title, so they've had other things to celebrate. But football hadn't been this good in 15 years or so. It's been a really long time since their team has been this good.
All right. We'll pick up those conversations. Your thoughts on what we talked to Bobby about, and his thoughts on, we'll see.
I like him about the decoy thing. I like featuring. You got to break tendency early. My thing is pass to open up the run on early downs. Have a high pass rate on early downs. His idea. Jay Witt featured early in the passing game early. With running backs featured. Those are short, high percentage, easy passes too. RPO completions. I like where Bobby's going on that.
I'm all for that.
Yeah.
Well, because you have enough weapons, and
Exactly.
Sark's typical mindset is to get X-Man going early, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then but you got to know they're expecting that. So could you pivot out of that? And your whole point all the time about the pony package, right? Getting 2 running backs on the field, and
it's not a bad idea.
You're all the P's, Pony package, pivot with
6-0 line. I want to see it all. Last year he didn't have a lot of variety. No
that
two
was
tailback sets.
That was my eyewitness observation. That was a lame game plan.
Yeah.
They were flat-footed on the offensive line to hear Christian Jones say we weren't happy with our performance because even though Keelan Robinson's not a fit, they didn't move anybody.
No.
And it was the best player in that game was Quinn Ewers. I mean, that was the only thing that was exciting about it.
I agree with that.
Texas fans left mad at Xavier Worthy because he dropped a long touchdown pass, which he had dropped a lot of balls. Turns out he had a broken hand or whatever it was. But he. It was just not their best. They looked like they were happy to be in the Alamo Bowl.
They looked like they lost their best player and their best leader.
Yeah,
and that's what happened.
Yeah,
no Rojo, no Bijan.
I think we'll see the more intense Tuscaloosa version of the Longhorns in this game with Sark with a month to prepare, much like the whole offseason, get ready for the Alabama game plan. I think that's coming, but you can also expect a different Washington team, too, than they saw a year ago.
I mean, they're playing for destiny. They think they're a team of both of these teams believe they're a team of destiny. Every team in this playoff believes they're a team of destiny.
No question. It is their destiny to get this thing done. We will look forward to it and look forward to getting there. We'll come back when we do on Hook 'em Up. We'll play a little round of Who Said That, Rod? Who said it? Coming next. Time for Who Said That, audio from around the landscape that we try to figure out who said it. Rod, what do you have for me today?
Ty, I sent you a couple of pieces of audio. You can dial up either one of them. You can play Who Said That.
Maybe you're not conveying what you really feel inside, but you don't seem like particularly angry or upset about it. I'm wondering if you could just share what's really churning inside of you now.
I'm not quite sure on the question, Rich.
Well, you don't seem like
do you want me to throw the podium on the floor?
Whatever you want to do.
Who said that?
Is that Robert Saleh?
That was Robert Saleh. A frustrated Robert Saleh.
But not as frustrated as the media member wanted him to be.
No.
Tell us what you're really thinking.
Thought he was a little bit too calm considering the situation going on with the JET.
I do like the answer, though. What do you want me to do? Throw the podium on the ground?
Yeah.
Go Bobby Knight?
That's exactly
that
what
would
they
show
want.
that I care?
I think that's exactly what the people want from Robert Saleh. Not going to get that, though, but so that was a good one. All right, what you got?
All right, let's play this. Fire this one up, Ty. This is also football related, of course.
Martell Irby, 7 tackles, interception, forced fumble, one of the leaders of this defense, one of the leaders of this football team. A couple years ago, you were living in a Kia, working at a gym so you had a place to shower. Man. You moved to Tucson, didn't have a scholarship, didn't even have a spot. You bet on yourself, and here you are, double-digit win season, Alamo Bowl champions.
Glory be to God. I can't thank Arizona enough. I can't thank my brothers enough. I just want to enjoy this moment with my teammates, with my family, and just embrace it, man. I couldn't have scripted this any better, so I'm just going to take it for what it is, embrace it, and I'll worry about tomorrow, man. I'm just thankful. I couldn't have pictured this.
You told me the last time I talked to you about it, you said, I pulled away from my parents, I pulled away from my friends, I needed to figure it out on my own. But how much did you realize you needed to be a part of a team to be successful?
Now, looking back, I see that I needed that more than ever. Just being a part of the grind, being a part of something bigger than myself, so I can't thank these people enough, and I can't wait for this confetti to fall so us to just go crazy, and just enjoy the fruits of our labor, man.
Martell, people don't really know a lot about this football team. There's a lot of
There we go.
Martell
There we go.
Irbys
I
on
think we know who said that, Rod. But
Martell, whatever the young man's name is.
Martell Irby.
Yeah, you go.
Who
That's
had a
good
big
interview.
game. That was great. Cole
That's
Kubelik
inspiring.
doing a great job. Guy living in his car, and now all of a sudden he and Arizona beat Oklahoma last night. Scored the last 25 points of that game.
It's a great story.
To take the win.
It really
Good
is.
job by Cole Kubelik. He used to come on the show a lot, but now he does a show in the morning, so we can't get him on.
Mhm.
He's really good. Former center at Auburn, but does a great job on ESPN.
Yeah, I listen to him when he does offensive line breakdowns. He does a really good job. All right, Ty, dial up the next one. I sent you a couple of these, so dial up the next one and we can play Who Said That?
Yeah, we know what we're capable of. Everyone in the league does. That's why KCW is the way they do.
What stands out about that secondary for the Chiefs?
If I'm being honest, nothing. They just know how to play us. They know the leverages. They know what splits we in. They just know what we gonna do, certain movements. They throw a little double-doubles at us to stop the 2 best players on the outside, and that's all they do. I mean, it's not really like they got a Jalen Ramsey on these squads, you know what I'm saying? So, not much.
You know this. It's tough.
I love
That's
that.
Jamar Chase.
That's so good.
I think
He's got
L'Jarius
an
Sneed
interesting
somewhere-
voice.
He does. I think L'Jarius Sneed somewhere is listening to that, saying, "Okay."
I
okay,
love
think-
that.
I think
What do they do?
Not
I mean,
much.
honest, nothing. Yeah, they got a Jalen Ramsey over
Not
there.
much, really. Yeah, their problems on offense in the Kansas City right now.
That is fantastic.
Struggling.
That's a great piece of audio. Nothing.
Nothing.
They don't do nothing. They ain't got Jalen Ramsey over there. And a lot of respect for Jalen Ramsey, though, for Jamar Chase, apparently.
Yeah, well, he's playing in Miami now.
Yeah.
Miami plays Baltimore this weekend.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Jalen Ramsey will have his hands full.
Well, remember, we talked about Dak Prescott with a chance to maybe put himself at the top of the MVP race by those back-to-back games in this gauntlet they've been on in December, and he went 0-2, so he's out.
Oh, we know who's
Lamar Jackson has a chance with back-to-back huge games to take the trophy for the second time.
It looks like it's Lamar Jackson's to lose right now.
But what if Tua balls out after what happened, right? Tua all of a sudden going to be into the conversation because he's got, or Tyreek Hill, who's been talked about as an MVP if he blows up. in that game.
Or if neither one of them really set themselves apart, then Christian McCaffrey rises up again. Because even in the loss, he had a good game.
And, the margins are slim in the NFL, Rod. That Miami game, of course, Dolphins played the Cowboys at home. They traveled into Baltimore, but Baltimore played on the West Coast, came back on a short week. That always seems to be a factor.
Short weeks are an issue. Right.
And a long travel that they had to have.
Season.
Yeah. So we'll see. I think most people are going to pick Baltimore in that game, but most people picked San Francisco last week, too.
I did.
I
was wrong. Mike Florio did. Well, he did it with too much attitude.
Hey, we'll be back. The fabulous fifth hour is going to be the final hour of our shows this week, and it's the final hour of this show for 2023. So don't miss it. Coming back. Hook 'em up with Ian Rod B.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Hook 'em up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
Well, I woke up early Sunday morning, had myself a piece of toast, had $50 in my pocket.
Yeah, that was one of the sad stories of 2023, Rod, the passing of Charlie Robinson. Hate to see that. Also, over the holiday break, one of the founding members of the Dixie Chicks was killed in a car accident. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah, I did see that.
She was one of the founders, and of course the other three. Once Natalie Maines joined the group, they went on to great stardom. But they were all pretty saddened by that. But of course, one of the Dixie Chicks married Charlie Robinson at one point, had some kids along the way. But sad piece of news. But there were a lot of high points of 2023. Including our partnership on this new show that's now 6 months old, Rod.
Yes, sir.
We look forward to more of it coming up in 2024 on Hook 'em Up. We're also going to be doing more with Bobby Burton and the group at On Texas Football. You're also on that all the time.
Love it.
Which is going to be something we grow as well. But Ty, is it safe to say your highlight of 2023 were your Texas Rangers? That's your sports? Because if the Longhorns are going to win the Natty, it's going to be in 2024, but it'll be part of the 2023 calendar. But did the Rangers take the cake for you this year?
Yeah, I mean it's been a pretty good sports year for me and all my teams. I mean, we have to remember Texas basketball went farther than they've gone in a long time.
And then you jinxed it.
I jinxed that, but I'm still proud of that run. The baseball team did well, and yeah, the Texas Rangers, bringing my first championship of any of my teams since the Mavericks in 2010, 2011. So. But obviously, if Texas, I've kind of forgotten about that now that Texas has gone on this run, and it is official. I will get another tattoo because I have the last national championship tattooed on my wrist. I figured if we win another one, I'm gonna have to match that, right?
Well, and Rod and Ty, eventually in the new year, we're gonna have to get back in studio and do the on-camera show. Me wearing a Texas Rangers uniform, and you.
It just doesn't have. I don't know. We might have to wait.
Yeah, no, he's right. It loses cachet when you don't get to do it right.
Maybe once spring training starts or something, but
okay.
I don't want to do that in the middle of the winter. I don't feel like it would hit quite the same.
Well, I think we will get back in studio at some point in the new year. I think that's going to happen. But it's been a good year, and this is our final hour of the final show that we will do here in 2023. The next time we talk to you, it'll be pregame for Texas and Washington, which is a pretty good way to start 2024, Rod.
Oh, it's a great way to start 2024. It couldn't think of a better way to start 2024.
Yeah, with a chance. Hey, can I play you some?
Play for it all.
Play you a couple pieces of audio here to start this, and you're going to take us behind the burnt orange curtain one more time at the bottom of the hour. But I wanted to play this. This is the offensive coordinator for, because everybody thinks Kalen DeBoer is the offensive coordinator there. It's actually a guy named Ryan Grubb.
Yeah.
Who is the OC.
It's DeBoer's offense.
It's DeBoer's offense, and he brought that from Indiana and then brought Michael Penix. But Ryan Grubb is the title of offensive coordinator. Here are his thoughts on dealing with this Texas defensive front and how they handle it at 13-0.
You got to block him. You got to keep bodies on him at all times. I think you got to try to wear him out. And I think he's a really, really talented athletic player. I've said this before. I think they got great front players, but I'm always amazed with how well their front is coached. I think Texas has done a phenomenal job with the technique and how hard those guys play, but they don't play the whole game. And so I think trying to wear them down a little bit and get our guys to have the right type of mindset and physical mentality to just keep them moving and try to wear them out.
I stand on the left side.
This speaks to your theory of moving the pocket.
Yeah, move the pocket, but also wear them out with tempo.
Yeah.
Tempo wears them out. Moving the pocket wears them out a little bit. They move the pocket anyway, probably a quarter of the time. They love moving the pocket. They did last year. They moved the pocket a lot. So, yeah, make those – and Oklahoma did this a little bit, right? You make those defensive linemen have to chase. Make them chase with you running a lot of horizontal concepts, which Oklahoma did. You can't run at Texas, but can you run around Texas? And I think that's more, and with some quarterback run game Oklahoma did. I don't know if, by the way, that could be another tendency breaker. Penix does not like to run. He is not a runner, but he coming out of high school, this guy was a track star. Right, coming out of Florida. He's had multiple ACL surgeries, so he can move. If you watch film on him, you know that, but they don't run him. Nobody thought they ran Dillon Gabriel either until he had his career high in rushing attempts and rushing yards against Texas. It was the ultimate tendency breaker that won them that game. I'm just throwing out there a little quarterback draw here and there, something like that. Just be ready for it. They don't do it, but that's what breaking tendency is all about.
Yeah.
Doing something you don't do.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what the Jimmy Johnson cut we played last hour is about. I mean, the Buffalo Bills thought they were going to break tendency and do something they haven't done all year.
Done all season.
And Jimmy saw it on the TV news.
It's like B-roll. I got that. Was it Butch Davis with the DC?
Butch Davis, let's go to work on it. We can keep an eye on this shovel pass.
Yep.
And if I'm Sark, I'm listening to what Ryan Grubb just said and say, okay, they're going to move the pocket. We got to be ready for that.
Yep.
That's where some nickel blitzes could come if you predict it right. If you predict where they're going to move it, you can run right into it.
That's exactly right. Off the edge.
Off the edge,
Mm-hmm.
potentially. And I'd also say, be prepared for some tempo that you haven't seen. And maybe even Michael Penix, healthy as he's been all year, running a little bit.
Like I said, these are things that have worked against Texas all throughout the season. Well, quarterback run game had worked all throughout, but it was that big game. It worked a lot. And, I think you'd be remiss if you didn't throw it out there a couple of times to see if it'll work against Texas. And remember, when Texas has to worry about a quarterback running, they're a very different defense. They're less aggressive. I mean, that's what happened in the Oklahoma game. That's what made Jalen Ford has his worst games against teams who have quarterbacks that can move around and have and run up tempo and run pace. And that's when he has his worst games. Go look at Oklahoma was one of his worst games. TCU, you look at Oklahoma, U of H, go look at games where teams were running up tempo. That's when usually Jalen Ford became an afterthought.
Yeah, well, that's interesting. Also, I wanted to play this for you too, Rod. By the way, you said it all year. 2 minute defense. The Longhorns have struggled with.
Mm-hmm.
And to your point, I mean, middle of the game, you can go to a 2 minute drill,
up tempo right
go
there.
up tempo and see if they can deal with it.
Yeah,
Doesn't
exactly
have
right.
to be in the 2 minute offense or the end of the final 2 minutes of the half. You can do it at any time, and one big touchdown drive can change this whole game.
All it takes.
Really can. I think both sides are trying to find that.
Especially if they get down early, because they could. I could see Texas. Texas come out boat racing.
Yeah, and
they often do that in the script, and then you see teams kind of battle back. We've seen that even this year, right? Texas come out with a big lead, and teams battle back. I wouldn't doubt if that happens that way too.
By the way, speaking of the On Texas Football channel on YouTube, I will be a part of even from New Orleans. I'm going to be hosting the watch along, Rod.
Oh yeah,
from NOLA.
I'll be a part of that.
So we'll be watching the game with you, and I got to tell you, man, this is if you like watching the script, like watching the scripted plays, and this is kind of a dream to watch these two coaches, these two offenses, these quarterbacks with a month to get ready, what the scripts look like.
It's going to be great.
And what they can glean from it and what it can lead to, because it's going to be some good stuff, safe to say, on Monday night. And I will be, if you're not going to the game and you're not going to be in the Superdome or out at a watch party, tune in. Just fire it up along with the TV. You're going to do it on your computer, laptop, or iPad on Texas football. You watch along, and myself and Rod, myself and Bobby Burton.
Yep, I think CJ's probably going to be a part of it.
CJ Vogel.
CJ Vogel, yeah. No, it's great stuff. Blake Monroe might come on there, so it's going to be really good.
Looking forward to it. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's a fun way to watch the game if you're not at the game, for sure, because you get a lot of insights from guys like Rod and CJ, myself, Bobby make great points, and you're trying to it's like the Manning cast, but you're watching
pretty
it
much
as it happens. But we don't make jokes and.
Yeah, we're actually focused more on the game and the content. We have fun, of course, but yeah, the Manning thing, we won't bring on that guest, and we're not going to talk pop culture.
Will Ferrell's not coming on. Maybe that'll be fun.
Yeah, it's fun though.
Longhorn fans have business to take care of, and that's winning this game. By the way, the last time the Longhorns were at a game of this magnitude, it was in 2009, in 2010 Rose Bowl. It was Colt McCoy at quarterback, and I wanted to play this for you because there's a podcast called The Charity Stripe, Rod. And they had Colt McCoy and Quan Cosby on the show.
Hey.
And listen to this. The question was, of Colt McCoy, if you could take one player from this Texas team and put him on your team back in 2009.
I love that question.
Who would it be?
Oh, can I guess?
Yes.
Okay. Well, is either T'Vondre Sweat or, maybe Kelvin Banks.
Jonathan Brooks.
The injured Jay Brooks. Let's hear Colt McCoy, his actual answer. And I will tell you this, having heard this, it doesn't take him long. It doesn't take him long to say who he would want as the quarterback.
JT Sanders.
So let's hear Colt.
Who's one player that you would want to take from this Texas team right now and put him on your Texas team?
Yeah, Sanders, right away.
That
was kind of the one thing that, when Blaine Irby got hurt, the tight end position, we ended up spreading it out, right?
Yeah.
And we adjusted, right? Having Quan and Jordan was like a luxury. But had we had a tight end, and being able to get in some different personnel groups, it would have been a big factor for us.
He's right. That's a good one. He's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I thought about
Sanders.
it, I went from Sweat, and then I was like, well, he wants somebody to protect him. Down with Kelvin Banks, I went, actually, he wants somebody to throw to JT, because JT's the biggest matchup advantage out there. It's not X-Man, guys, and it ain't A.D. Mitchell. JT is the one athlete out there that you have not recruited a defender that can actually hold up in coverage against him. Because if you recruit, the only DBs or defenders that can hold up against him in coverage are DBs. And then you got to make sure it's a nickel back, like a slot coverage corner, because he operates and runs routes and has the athleticism of a receiver, but he's strong enough that oftentimes DBs, they're a mismatch for him once he has the ball in his hands in the open field, because he can break tackles, and he's really good after the catch. Oh, yeah, that makes sense to me. And Texas tight end position was an endangered species on the 40 acres post Jermichael Finley.
Oh, man, and just hearing him say the name Blaine Irby hurts my leg. It's like, oh, God, 'cause I was at that game, watched that terrible injury.
And that's why you said it right. The script for this game, the opening script, it should go through JT Sanders, actually.
I agree with that.
He should be featured. That's what you said. I agree with you. He should be featured early.
Yeah,
because they don't have an answer for him.
They don't. Nobody does.
Nobody does.
Nobody does.
Maybe, Alabama.
I like the way you said that. You haven't recruited a guy because there aren't many freaks like that. And that's why Brock Bowers was so effective for Georgia.
Yeah.
It's just you recruit corners, you recruit linebackers to go tackle running backs. You don't recruit guys to cover 6'6" and 4.6 feet in speed. You just don't.
Yeah, and I mean, hell, didn't he go off in the Alabama game too? Didn't he have a big game in the Alabama game?
Yeah, when he was big in the script.
If they don't have athletes that can run with him, I mean, the chances are nobody really does. Maybe Michigan's got one or two, but Washington don't have the athletes to run with JT. So that's the guy I'm featuring.
Yeah, and see how they react to it, because that'll tell you where you can open other things up.
Boom.
Yeah, for the long haul of that football game. All right, man, it's going to be a heck of a ball game, without a doubt. We'll get back to it with the Behind the Burnt Orange Curtain, and we appreciate that. That's good stuff with Quan. And
that was good. That's a great question, though, and it is so. I think the list for me, I guess if I'm ranking them, JT for him would probably be top. I think he might go. Think about that offensive line was not great either.
No, you might take some offensive linemen, because
in
2009 they were not great.
They were not a great old line, man. So I wonder if he'll take an offensive lineman there, take a Kelvin Banks next. But he had wide receiver. He had Chipley there with him. Well, it's the 09 team, right? Not 08.
Well, and if Colt were being honest, for that team, he might take Quinn Ewers because he got hurt. It would have been nice to have Quinn to go to in that game.
Come on, man. Garrett Gilbert got a Super Bowl ring.
Yeah.
He played
for that particular game, Quinn would have helped. I will tell you that, because, we're back to a spot where the Longhorns are in a national championship scenario, and they're a play away from a freshman quarterback on the field with very little experience.
We feel better about Arch stepping in that scenario, or what Garrett Gilbert had to do. Because Garrett Gilbert was a 5-star.
I know.
Gatorade Player of the Year, too. His dad was an NFL player. He ain't no scrub. You know what I mean? He came in there. And by the way, if not for a couple of turnovers, that might have been the greatest story ever told when he came in there, because he was slanging it a little bit, and then started to look like a freshman quarterback. He had those turnovers.
Well, and the name that will always ring in Longhorn fans' minds in that game was Marcel Darius, because Marcel Darius is the defensive lineman who hit Colt, that stung his shoulder, that he went numb. And Marcel Darius also had the shovel pass touchdown.
Speaking of shovel passes gone wrong.
Come on, Greg Davis. Just get to the half. Just get to the half.
That's another one. Yeah, I forgot about that. The shovel pass. It's come up way too much on the show today.
Yeah, just put that in the tank.
Shovel passes in big games. Apparently this is a thing. I guess so.
I think based on to the question, I think I would feel better about Arch than I did about Garrett that night. I really do.
Okay.
Because Arch seems like he's advanced and he feels like he's ready, but at the same time, it's a freshman in his hometown.
How many times we saw Garrett that year?
Not many, and that was a criticism of Mac, because they were trying to get the Heisman.
Yes, because after 08, he should have won in 08.
That's exactly right.
But he didn't.
And Mac was big on trying to get Colt, one of his favorite all-time players, the Heisman Trophy.
Which, honestly, I understand.
Yeah.
That makes perfect sense.
So he would stay late in games trying to pad the stats.
Instead of giving a young buck some reps.
Yep.
See? Those coaching decisions are miscalculations, however small, seeming insignificant. They do always come home to roost.
They do.
They do come home. Look at the Cowboys. You talk about the Cowboys in that running back position. We've been talking about it all offseason. Man, they really should go try to get better depth at running back. They really should have more variety at running back. Guys who can fill roles of being short yardage and goal line backs. And what happens now? 14, 15 weeks in? They've lost a couple of games already, as you pointed out. The one most recently because they couldn't punch it in on the goal line.
That's 3 losses.
It's like, come, you guys didn't see that early in the offseason that you needed to find an answer at running back?
Well, and I know it was a great story, but you know what? You could have drafted a bigger running back than Deuce Vaughn.
Yes, you could have.
I like the Deuce Vaughn story. His dad's on the staff. That was awesome. But at the same time, he's on your practice squad now.
You ain't used him at all.
And you couldn't have found a thumper in the 5th round of the draft that you could use right now as just a goal line back, kind of a those guys are available. That's right when you get those kind of guys.
They were. I remember guys were available in free agency. Deontay Foreman. We're just talking about Longhorn running backs. Remember, like Deontay Foreman was available. You could have, Rojo through the draft was a sensible pick later on. But hey, Cowboys, we like our guys, and they've done really good. Their guys are good, but I do think that miscalculation is coming home to roost. And you see that, and listen, every coach. My man Shannon should tell me this. We talked about it. Because his dad kind of passed the philosophy on to him. As a coach, you're just a problem solver. Every day you got to get up and solve problems. Some of them are on the field, off the field. Some of them are personnel moves. Some of them are schematic moves. And you're not going to always be right because you're not Jesus Christ. But what you're trying to be is you're trying to be right more often than you are wrong. And then the accumulation of those correct decisions, all right, those right decisions over the course of an entire football season and off season, which probably adds up to thousands of decisions here and there.
Yeah.
Oh, cut this guy, add that guy. You know what? More reps for this guy. There's really small ones. If you make the right decision over and over again, you'll end up where Kevin Stefanski is now. Yeah. Although you had all these problems you had to solve, you're like, hey, man, actually, we're a 11-win team. Yeah. Got a chance to make the playoffs here. That's what coaching is. That's all it is. You're just problem solving.
And that would obviously be a problem for Texas if something were to happen to Quinn.
Yes,
but it can happen in a single play.
Yeah.
This says Zeke has outplayed Pollard. SMH.
See, I don't disagree with that.
And I'll give Ty credit, man. He's been producing our show since we started, and was bullish on the Cleveland Browns when the season began.
Yeah, he was hype on them.
He did say that he didn't think. Who was it, Ty? That you who was your team that was going to fall short of expectations? But you also said that.
Jake Ferguson. I said
Ferguson.
I said they should have re-signed Zeke. I'm
pretty
spot on when it comes to the NFL. This year.
You did say they should have re-signed Zeke. And
y'all disagreed. Y'all were disagreeing. It was a big joke.
Well, here's the disagreement.
Need Zeke. They need a short yardage back.
Yeah.
And they were too stupid and short-sighted to see they need a short yardage back because they thought Tony Pollard coming off an injury was going to do it. So I don't disagree with you about your Zeke take, but I disagree that it had to be Zeke.
Right.
It could have been any running back that knows how to run on a goal line in short yardage.
That's right. And that's what we've said that at the time. That it just didn't. That divorce needed to happen. And it did. It was a salary cap situation, and we know that. And Tony Pollard, they banked on him being the guy, and he's just not the guy this year. He's really not even. Rico Dowdle's turned out to be a better short yardage back than Tony Pollard. But yes, it doesn't have to be Zeke. It can be anybody. Deontay Foreman would be fine. Roshan Johnson in the draft.
Yeah, anybody. So you're right, Ty. They should have. If this was the plan, they should have kept Zeke. If this was your plan, then Zeke was a better alternative. But my thing was the miscalculation was just go get a back that can fulfill that role. They never did. I'll give you a stat. Of 29 running backs with 25-plus carries of 3 or fewer yards to go, only 3 running backs have below a 50% success rate. Tony Pollard is one of those running backs at 27%. Actually, Bijan Robinson's on that list too, and Travis Etienne. Yeah.
Well.
But they got bruisers. Remember, the Falcons got another guy. Tyler Allgeier's a kind of short yardage guy. They got one of those guys,
they got
right?
a bunch of guys that they.
So yeah, that's my point. And
it feels like this was the year where the Cowboys really, and again, season's not over. They got games to play. They got Detroit tomorrow night, but they kind of leave their chin open on these things. The Amari Cooper trade, when they traded him when they didn't need to. Remember, there's no doubt that was the Joneses were mad at Amari Cooper because he didn't get vaccinated. He missed games because he didn't get the shot. He then showed up at a Mavericks game without his mask on. And they were mad at him and didn't think he was a team player, which is fine, right? Same thing you're saying about Zeke.
Agreed.
They thought he was putting himself ahead of the team, wasn't doing everything he could do to be there for his teammates, and we're paying you $20 million. But so they traded Amari Cooper, and they did it, and they went to the Senior Bowl and told everybody they're going to trade him because they were mad. And so they didn't get anything for him.
Nothing.
I mean, in the same offseason the Tyreek Hill got traded and Devontae Adams got traded, and these guys got a lot for them. The Cowboys were the first to move, and they traded Amari Cooper for a 5th-round pick or something.
I think that had more to do with the cap number. Oh.
Well, look, it was no, it's not. That was $20 million. But at this point, what else happened? That's a miscalculation by Jerry and the guys because that same offseason, Tyreek Hill got a mega deal. Devontae Smith got a mega deal. All these guys, he was all of a sudden very affordable for a wide receiver who is as productive as he was. And I'm talking about last season.
Yeah.
And they
I
hoped.
remember that.
Think about this. They decided and they hoped that Michael Gallup would come back and be the Michael Gallup he was before injury, just like they did with Tony Pollard this year. They hoped that he would come back and be the same guy that broke his leg in the championship game. And quite honestly, as you just gave that stat, he has not been. And he's not been able to carry it as the every down back. And that's a miscalculation. Amari Cooper was a huge loss for them. I mean, that's Joe Flacco throwing for 265 yards. I mean, they love him in Cleveland. And actually, based on the current wide receiver market, he's pretty affordable.
Yeah, now he is. Yeah, you're right. It was overpaid 2-3 years ago, not anymore.
And I said, as I said at the time, not only if you want to trade him because you don't like the guy and you didn't think he was a teammate when they needed him most, okay, fine. And you're going to save some cap money. I get it. And you got CeeDee Lamb coming. But as you said just now about the running, you got to have a plan. You got to have a plan B.
Yeah, exactly. And it can't be.
And if you're moving
we like
on,
our guys. No, that's not the plan.
And it may again cost them because guess what happened when they played San Francisco in the playoffs last year, and Tony Pollard got hurt. They had nobody to go to. They had no weapon. They just doubled up. The Niners doubled CeeDee Lamb. They tried to go to Dalton Schultz, but you can single coverage Dalton Schultz with a good player. And they needed Amari Cooper right there. That's what they needed was another weapon to get through that game. And I've seen it, and you just talked about it for these of their 5 losses, 3 have been because they can't punch in touchdowns inside the 5-yard line. They can't. Philadelphia, Arizona, and then again against the Dolphins. They win that game with a short yardage back.
Yeah. And it could have been Zeke. Like I said, that's an expensive option, though. That's for what Zeke was going to provide. That was an expensive option for just a short yardage back. That's why the solution should have been, let's go get a guy who specializes in that, but is a whole lot cheaper.
And Rod, I know, and if you're because again, this was the year for the Cowboys to go all in. They acquired Brandon Cooks to shore up receiver. They acquired Stephon Gilmore. They developed Deron Bland, which filled it in when Trevon Diggs got hurt. They had a lot of right things done, and I give them credit because they finally got into the trade market and added pieces. Well, then once you realize that Tony Pollard isn't all the way back, Rod, you had all the way until the end of October to trade for somebody. To trade for Derrick Henry. We talked about it on this show. 5 hours a day. Trade for Derrick Henry. Do what you have to do because that could be your missing piece, y'all, when it comes down to having to beat the Niners or beat the Eagles or go on the road to win a playoff game. And what we saw when they went to Buffalo and couldn't run the ball, they went to Miami and couldn't run the ball, lost both of those games. That could, to me, foreshadows what we're going to see in January.
I agree. That's a great breakdown of it. And unfortunately for the Cowboys, I think that's one of those limitations that right now is starting to become more and more blatant, that it's obvious that the Cowboys, they're not going to be a good running football team this year.
No.
Yeah.
They worked on it. They got better, but against good teams like the Niners.
And as they get late in the year, they're not going to be able to run the ball consistently.
Yeah, so. I mean, it's unfortunate. But, we'll see. Tony Pollard could find something. But Rico Dowdle's not going to play again tomorrow night. Rico Dowdle's out with an ankle injury. He didn't practice this week. Short week. He's not going to have him.
Didn't realize that.
He's still banged up. So now I think he's going to be a game time decision, but he hasn't practiced this week, so they're not optimistic that Dowdle's going to be able to go. And this is something we all looked at the roster and said, okay, well, if Dowdle's hurt, who's next?
Malik Davis.
Okay.
There you go.
Well, they don't use him. They don't use Malik Davis. They don't put him on the field. They might need to because I'll say this about Detroit. Detroit is beatable, but, man, they have a really good offensive line, and they're going to run the ball with Jahmyr Gibbs. They're going to run the ball with David Montgomery.
Well, why wouldn't you against the Cowboys?
Yes, they're going to come at you, and everything comes off of that. And you got to cover this Sam Laporta, this tight end. You got to cover, Amon-Ra St. Brown. You got your hands full with this offense, and so you're gonna. This is the Cowboys haven't lost at home in 2 years. I mean, they're really, really good. They don't just win at home; they dominate. There'll be a lot of emotion in that building tomorrow night with the Jimmy Johnson ceremony coming at halftime. But at the same time, this Detroit team, they're coming in as champions for the first division champions for the first time since I was in college, Rod, 1993.
It's unbelievable.
1993. And they have a lot to play for because they're one of 3 11-4 teams in the conference and could still get the 1 seed if things break their way.
I mean, I'll give you a stat that's it's just mind blowing. For the first time in NFL history, the Browns and the Lions have won 11 games. least 11 games.
That's the two most sad sack franchise fan bases that there are. I mean, we're
In the same season, this is the first time in history they both won at least 11 games in the same season. Never happened for Detroit and
those are the two
Browns.
fan bases that you could claim if you're a parent, it's child abuse to have your kids grow up as fans, right?
I agree. Yeah, you shouldn't do that.
You shouldn't.
You shouldn't.
You just if
You
you've
don't love
lived
your
it your
kids.
life, you don't love your kids.
You don't love your kids.
And you and I are Texans fans, so but that's only 20 years in, right?
Yeah.
21 years into the existence. So,
Yeah.
but these are long-suffering Detroit Lion,
Talking about-
Cleveland Brown,
oh, man.
Rust Belt fan bases.
Talking about generations of fans that just been suffering in depression for years.
Well, would you give the stat
decades.
earlier that this is the first time since 1989 that the Browns are ahead of the Steelers, are going to finish ahead of the Steelers in the standings?
In the division? First time
That's
ever.
35 years, right?
Yeah. It's 1989. First time it's happened since 1989. It's great. I said, some of these, but we don't see the Browns achieve to this level, and we don't see the Detroit Lions achieve. I'm one of the only Detroit Lions fans here. I think Chip Brown and Megan Fancy Boots, she's also a Detroit Lions fan. Ain't many of us down here.
Because you played for them.
I played for the Lions. I played for the Lions more than I played for any other NFL team. So that's one of the teams I root for secretly, and they are legit, man. That offense. Ben Johnson won't be there after this year. He'll get a job, as a head coach. He's a fast riser. If you're looking at the top stars as play callers right now in the NFL who are not head coaches, it's probably Ben Johnson offensively, and it's probably Mike McDonald, the defensive coordinator for Baltimore defensively.
Yeah.
Just young rising stars. And his offense is fun to watch. Like, it's just, he throws in so many random wrinkles and so many creative ideas. There's a sandlot, kind of backyard feel to what Detroit does a lot too. It's a lot of fun concept. They're probably one of the best, freshest offenses in football at any level, college or pro. It really is that good.
It's good stuff. I'm looking forward to that game. I'm hopefully going to watch it in maybe in Harris Casino in NOLA tomorrow night, and maybe get a little wager on that game and watch the Jimmy Johnson thing. I'll be looking forward to that. Looking forward to that game. That's one of the
wager on the Cowboys, huh?
Maybe home team. They've been really good.
Losing 3 in a row. I just don't see that happening to the Cowboys, but. It's the NFL. If they lose 3 in a row, they're in trouble.
Yeah, 100%.
They got some issues.
Because they'll wrap with Washington in that last game of the year. But, obviously, don't want to be – you want to be peaking right now, kind of like the Browns are.
Kind of like the Longhorns are.
And the Ravens,
hopefully.
Potentially, and the Longhorns, 100%. All right, we'll come back. When we do, speaking of Longhorns, we'll go behind the burnt orange curtain one more time. Rod's got the deep dive analysis of the game we're all paying most attention to Monday night in NOLA. We'll hit that coming back, plus some what's popping before the end of the hour, our final hour of 2023. Happy New Year.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Hook 'em up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
All my friends, yellow rider.
Coming up in Behind the Burnt Orange Curtain, Rod will let you hear from Pete Kwiatkowski, the defensive game plan against Michael Penix in the nation's #1 passing offense.
Oh, yeah.
Top ranked. But right now, Rod, in NOLA at the media headquarters, it's Kyle Flood. Kyle Flood is answering questions of the assembled media because yesterday was defense, today's offense. And 15 minutes with Kyle Flood on the main stage. Quinn Ewers and Xavier Worthy will be coming on as well. So I'm sure you'll hear a lot of sound and audio with those guys coming up. Christian Jones, A.D. Mitchell. This is really, there was a media availability for local media, but this is for the national crew.
Okay. Yeah.
We'll talk to these guys and get ahead of the game, and they'll lock it down, and, this will be the last of that, and then they'll get ready for the game on Monday through the weekend. Kyle Flood did say that when he was asked about Arch Manning being the backup, he said, we got a ton of confidence in Arch. I think his progression through the year is excellent. He's a real student of the game, and he's approached it like that from the very beginning. Also, how about this, Rod? When he was asked about Washington's defense and what he's seen, he said it's very much an NFL-style defense. The first thing I would say is they play base personnel, meaning 7 true front players, which is a little bit unusual in this day and age of college football. They play nickel defense to 11 personnel, which is pretty standard. They've got excellent edge players. Their defensive angles are as good as anybody we've played this year. They play at a really high level.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with them. I brought up the stat earlier, for people who don't know how good Braylon Trice is. I mean, just think about, last season, all of the really great edge rushers that Texas played and were able to block really well last season. Guys like, Will Anderson, who's drafted, in the top 5 in the NFL draft. Tyree Wilson was also a high pick in NFL draft, first-round pick. Will McDonald was a first-round pick. Felix Enudike-Uzoma was a first-round pick. Dallas Turner, who plays for Bama, he's an edge rusher. He's probably going to be a first-round pick this season. All of those guys, none of them had a game as good as Braylon Trice had against the Texas offensive line. He had 2 tackles for loss, 2 sacks, and 6 tackles. He had the most tackles, the most sacks, and the most tackles for loss of any of those edge rushers. He actually had more sacks than all of the first-round edge rushers that Texas played last year combined.
Yeah, he was effective.
And so my point is, you better have a plan
that's
for
why,
that dude.
That's why my mental note was they just look flat-footed offensive because we hadn't seen a player dominate that, especially Kelvin Banks.
No,
coming off the edge. It just kind of looked like they were all a little bit slower and not firing off the ball like we'd seen during the year. And Washington took advantage of that. I think we'll see a different group, but you better because that guy can wreck your game without a doubt. All right, Rod, that's good stuff. So let me see what also the Kyle Flood said today. He was asked about A.D. Mitchell and said he's got a skill set that we're lacking before we got here. He's the complementary receiver to Xavier Worthy. We needed to make the field a little more open for both guys. And a guy like J.T. Sanders, his role in what we do as game planning is critical. And that's
That's what you brought up about last year's Alamo Bowl. They didn't have that guy. Right? They didn't have that. They had X-Man, but they didn't have A.D. Mitchell.
Yeah.
It made them easier to defend.
Yeah, and you know what? The other thing that mentally noted in that game is they did have their full complement of receivers, right? And they did have Michael Penix, and they did, Texas didn't get sacked, but they only gave up 27. And the Texas defense, as you talked about, PK's game plan was good. They just need to be more physical. Because the guy that really stood out to me on the Texas defense last year, Rod, was Terrence Brooks. As a freshman, he was on the field a lot, and he really didn't back down to those receivers. Right? Those are NFL receivers. He really stood his ground and played really well in that game. I thought this is where Ryan Watson and Terrence Brooks are going to have big games here.
Yeah, I totally agree. Honestly, I think it could come down to not only how much and if they can pressure Penix, but how this secondary holds up. You may be talking about a team that has to get coverage sacks. I mean, this is a guy that is not sacked a lot off of teams' pressure packages. Only 9.5% of the pressures against Michael Penix are converted into sacks. Only been sacked 11 times this year, 18 times the last 2 years. And I think one of the ways that you can get pressure on him, you got to force him to hold on to the ball just a second longer, process things a little bit longer. The way you do that, this is why it's a It's a full team effort to get a sack against Michael Penix, because forcing him to hold on to the ball longer means forcing him to process, which means he needs to see something different pre-snap than he sees post-snap. That means you got to be moving some pieces around pre-snap and post-snap. The only interception he threw last season in that Alamo Bowl was an interception where they were moving around the defensive front and he wasn't sure what he saw. And if you're going to force him to hold on to the ball longer, you got to make sure that your pressure is getting there. And I think it's going to be interior pressure that has worked best, and that means pressure up the gut, the interior gaps. Their two tackles are studs. They're both NFL players. Rosengarten and Fauatanu, those guys are going to play on Sundays. Rosengarten has allowed 0 sacks this year. Fauatanu has allowed 2 sacks this season. So the best place to get that pressure, even though they only allowed 5 sacks by the O-line this season, they're responsible for 5 sacks this season. I think it's through the interior. So once you get that interior pressure, then I think it's going to be up to the DBs, once again, in addition to the different looks, presentation you're giving post-snap and pre-snap, to be able to play tight, snug coverage, sometimes even press man to take away the easy short completions. Last season, he was 16 of 18 on passes 0 to 9 yards. Not a lot of deep shots converted, only 1 of 10 on those 20-plus yard passes, but he was really good on screens and quick passes, inside breaking routes. You take those away, force him to hold on to the ball. The only thing you got to worry about then is the deep shot. And as PK said, that's just mano a mano. That's just you being able to play the ball in the air. It's going to be man-to-man. You need to go make a play on the ball. If it's Rome Odunze, I don't trust our guys to be able to win against him, because he catches 70% of his contested catches. He has 17 contested catches on the season, leads all of FBS. He is a contested catch machine. He'll just come out with a 50-50 ball and make it a 70-30, literally.
All right, that's good stuff right there. Let's get more of that good stuff. Behind the BOC, it's the Burnt Orange Curtain. More with Rod.
And they were all asking themselves the same question.
Hey, Ty, can we
have... What is behind that curtain?
Okay, so PK spoke with the media yesterday, and he had a lot of, I think, really compelling things to say. One thing I thought was interesting was the question about T'Vondre Sweat and T'Vondre Sweat's impact, not only on the team, but the culture, the scheme, everything. Here's PK talking about T'Vondre Sweat's impact, and I love the last part of this audio. Hear this.
There's 2 pieces to T'Vondre. Obviously, the physical stature that you mentioned, but also his level of maturity and growth as a teammate, a leader, has been awesome. From the first year that we got here to now, to see his growth and how he approaches, how he communicates with the guys. Not so when it's going great, but when it's not going, when we face adversity, he's a very influential guy in that locker room, and so to see his growth from a leadership standpoint has been awesome. And then, yeah, he's a big dude. That's, there's an athlete somewhere inside that body. That's what we always joke about. But he is hard to move. He eats up a lot of space. He takes multiple blockers, and so that frees up the linebackers, gives us a little bit more, a bit of a luxury to be able to play with lighter boxes, because of what those 2 guys inside can do in the run game.
Schematically, playing with a lighter box means you're playing with fewer defenders and they have blockers. Usually that puts you at a disadvantage in the run game, but not when you have big humans like T'Vondre Sweat, because they can take up 2 blockers and then they can even out the numbers advantage and even give you the numbers advantage if you got 2 guys who consider war daddies who demand the double team like Byron Murphy and T'Vondre Sweat. So that's how Texas can theoretically play the run, neutralize it with a light box. They tried this last year, playing a lot of 2 high safeties, rolling down for run support late from the safety position, and it didn't work because they were 40-something, I think, in the country in rush defense last year. Now they're top 5. And I think this year that outcome will be a little bit different, even with the same game plan. Remember, last year they held Michael Penix to his lowest yards per attempt in the last 2 years. He had his longest incompletion streak of the season versus Texas, under 60% completion percentage, only completed 1 pass of 20 yards or more down the field. Texas' game plan actually did work. It just left them vulnerable to the run, left them vulnerable to a lot of the money downs. They were just bad defending money downs last year, 94th in the country. Now they're top 5 in the country. So I think the similar game plan they had last year, but with a few tweaks, and one of the tweaks is I think Texas this year with Devondre Sweat, Byron Murphy, and Jalen Ford, they can play the run with the lighter box and still defend the deep ball with numbers advantage. Speaking of the deep balls, PK was also asked about the defensive backs and the DBs and how they've improved throughout the season, and if he thinks they've improved enough to be ready for this matchup versus Washington. Here's PK.
Just better understanding of the leverage, and we've tweaked some things in the back end that have helped them. But then they're going to catch the ball. We got to get them on the ground, right? And so when we tackle, right, we have it and don't give up explosive plays, and we try and force these offenses to drive the length of the field. We're pretty good, but it's all about tackling and controlling the explosive plays. And then there's the deep balls they're one-on-ones, right? And they do a good job. We got to go up and compete, and we got to play the hands, and play the ball, and there's no magic answer to that other than competing and being where you're supposed to be, and then at the when you're high pointing the ball, right, and making a play on the ball, playing the hands, and hopefully getting the ball stripped out.
Let's talk about the deep ball first. They're the best deep ball passing team in the country, best passing team in the country, but it's because of how good they are at the deep ball. 44% completion percentage on the deep ball. The average, folks, is around low 30s, around 31%. So they're elite on passes 20 yards or more down the field. Texas this year defending the deep ball, allowing a 36% completion percentage, which is good. That's a little above average, right around the average. That's good. But if you take out the sample size of backup quarterbacks, Texas defense is allowing 42% completion percentage on 20-plus yard passes. 7 of their opponents completed 40+% on deep throws. 6 of their opponents were 50% or better on deep throws, 20 yards or more down the field. And one of the ways that Texas was able to really defend the deep ball against Washington was they had their safeties deep. If they have to bring their safeties up, they're going to leave those guys, those DBs, out on an island. So that is something to watch. Also something to watch is Texas really had trouble. You talked about leverage, how they improved leverage. Remember they had trouble with inside breaking routes last season, even earlier this season. That was the same issue Texas had against Washington in the Alamo Bowl. They gave up a lot of inside breaking routes. This season, Texas inside breaking routes, they've allowed opponents to complete over 60% completion percentage on inside breaking routes, almost 9 yards per attempt. But here's the thing, inside breaking routes on money downs. That's where Washington hurt Texas last season on money downs, 3rd and 4th down. Remember, they were 56% conversion rate on money downs last season when Penix was targeting inside breaking routes on money downs. He had a 50% conversion rate. When he was targeting closely clustered groups of receivers on money downs, bunch formations on money downs, you're talking about upwards of an 80% conversion rate targeting bunch formations on money downs in that Alamo Bowl last season. And you would think, oh, that's just the Alamo Bowl. Well, this season, it tracks. This season, inside breaking routes on money downs against starting quarterbacks, Texas defense is allowing over a 50% conversion rate when on inside breaking routes targeted on money downs. Targeting bunch formations on money downs this season, 3rd and 4th downs by starting quarterbacks, Texas allowing over a 70% conversion rate on money downs. So the same issue they've had all season long, same issue they had in the Alamo Bowl, and the same issue I guarantee that Washington is going to present to them again. They got to solve that problem. Or they got to find a solution, an antidote for it. If they don't, it's going to come up and hurt them again.
That'll be Monday night. It's our full more of that coverage coming your way on Monday afternoon, Rod, 4 to 7, as we talked with Bobby Burton earlier from On Texas Football. Bobby and his team are going to be there from 10 in the morning at Manning's.
It's going to be a marathon coverage.
Yeah, and I think they've got their spot there from 10 to 10, and we're gonna take it over. We're gonna hijack it, kind of like your guy Jair Alexander did the coin toss the other night.
I love it.
No, Bobby's going to jump on with us. So 4 to 7 on Monday. We'll have you and Patrick and the crew from studio, Bobby and myself. And as Bobby said, they're expecting 30, 40 former Longhorns to be rolling through there. So hopefully grab some of those guys. put them on the air and get their thoughts to give you the most comprehensive pregame coverage of Texas and Washington you're going to find anywhere on 101.9 on AM 1260 on the Horn app, hornfm.com. Also on Texas Football is where you'll find Bobby Burton. That's a YouTube channel that is kind of like our Horn app, Rod, blowing up.
Right,
blowing up.
Like wall-to-wall Texas football coverage. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we'll take credit for the good luck we provided the Longhorns with the Hook 'em Up radio show. That
Hey, that in Monroe. It's been good luck.
Baby
luck
Monroe, baby.
For Texas football, it's a beautiful thing.
It is a beautiful
And
thing.
my wife's alma mater, the University of Montana, is also in the championship.
When are the Grizz playing?
The Grizz play, I believe it's they got time off. Actually, they played the same weekend as what the national title would be, if I'm not mistaken.
Ooh.
Yes. With the college football playoff national title. They play the same week, I believe. In Frisco, though, if I'm not mistaken. So we got to get from Frisco to Houston if we're going to make that happen. But she wants to go. She wants to go see
Yeah, that's her alma mater.
She wants to go see the Grizz. Well,
it's your alma mater and her alma mater.
Yeah, so I think I'm going to have to watch the baby while she goes see her people, and then she flies to H-Town, meet me down there while I go see my people.
Your people.
Our
like
people.
And, Frisco ain't bad.
No, it ain't bad. No, it ain't bad. And she deserves it.
We come back, I'd ask the people that my daughter's boyfriend and his family went to I'll ask you this question coming back.
Okay.
I got to get this out.
All right.
And it has to do with Frisco.
Oh, Frisco.
We'll also, because everything's brand new in Frisco.
It is. It smells. Got that new smell.
We'll also get to what's popping into the weekend. Safe to say, in the final weekend of 2023, a lot popping. We'll get to it next on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby. What is popping the weekend, Rod? The final weekend of 2023.
Yes, sir.
Wish everybody a happy New Year and be
New
safe.
Year's resolutions happening? You getting them together? Is this a thing? You still do that?
There's some new goals to set. You know what I mean? I don't know if I'd call them resolutions at this point,
But you do have like a goal setting
Sure.
session
Yeah.
before the new year. Okay,
Things
I
you
think
wanna-
everybody should. Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably a good way to start the year.
No doubt.
Kind of reset, flush out the bad, start with the new, and so happy New Year to everybody. Be safe this weekend.
Yes, sir.
And into 2024, we'll be back with full shows on Tuesday. We'll have the pregame show on Monday. But yeah, then all into 2024 with Hook 'em Up with Rod and Ty, and we will get to some New Year's resolutions and some things we're going to be focusing on. And one of those would be to get back in studio at some point, and not here in the beautiful South Austin Onion Creek headquarters. But
Yeah.
as long as we need to be here, we'll be here.
You got to bring the show to the people, whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes.
That's what we're all about.
Also, we're bringing it to you live from New Orleans. Do want to thank, again, we'll be telling you about them all weekend, our travel partners at Hayes City Store and Taste on Main.
Got to get to Taste. I got to get to Taste.
Hopefully you can do that over the weekend
I
before
know.
I see you again. 'Cause
Yeah.
I know Travis has invited you out to
Oh, I
check
gotta
it out
get
and
there.
sample the menu. It's unlike, there are great steakhouses in Austin. We know that. But you usually got to get downtown and fight traffic and parking and all that stuff. Man, you get the parking everywhere down there in downtown Buda.
Oh.
100-year-old building on Main Street, 116 Main Street. And I always say, man, that if you want a steak, you got that. But they've got the menu is so versatile. It's a casual steakhouse, but you love oysters. I know a lot of people love the oysters in the raw bar. You an oyster fan?
Not an oyster fan.
But
I
there's
know they
good
got
seafood,
I know
good
they got good
fish.
stuff there. Oh, no, I trust them.
As I said the other day, I was in there, and it's like I was trying to pick the appetizer. I was like, oh, man, do I want the
So talk about good first world problems.
I know.
So much good stuff. I'm not sure what
Which
I want.
sides do I wanna
And
go
You know,
with?
that's when I order like I'm a king. I just order all kind of stuff. Like I'll take that and that and that. Just ordering all kind of stuff. It's a beautiful thing.
Like, do I want the pork belly tostadas, or do I want to go with a shrimp cocktail, or I
I'm
want to go with
glad now the show's over. You're making me hungry.
All
You're
right,
just
well,
making
right
me
on time.
hungry.
Right on time. All right, what's popping? We've got 4 bowl games today, Rod. Any of these games do anything for you? The bowl games today, Ohio State, Missouri tonight's probably the biggest of the games.
That might be sexy, if not
that's
for all
the Cotton Bowl.
transfers and portal.
Eli Drinkwitz is trying to finish off an 11-win season and beat a blue blood. Be
Yeah.
good for his brand, no
That
matter
would be
what.
great for Eli
Put on his
Drinkwitz.
resume.
Yeah.
I'd also say Oregon State plays Notre Dame today at 1 o'clock in the always fun Sun Bowl.
Notre Dame. I haven't kept up with what's happening with them in terms of transfer.
Now they're going to have
portal.
Riley Patterson as their quarterback next year.
Okay.
The Duke QB
Yeah.
is transferred in.
Okay.
11 o'clock right here when we wrap up. What's popping is Clemson and Kentucky will be playing in the Gator Bowl in Jacksonville. And then Memphis and Iowa State in Memphis playing the Liberty Bowl today. There are games tomorrow, too. Ole Miss and Penn State, number 10 against number 11. That's the
should be
Peach Bowl.
sexy, yeah.
That's a pretty good game.
That should be good.
I mean, Ole Miss has had a hell of a portal run here. They don't
Yes,
get to
they
use these
have.
players, but they have attacked the portal.
Yep.
Walter Nolan and Juice Wells and a lot of these dudes.
Lane Kiffin.
Lane
man.
Kiffin. Auburn, Maryland tomorrow. Georgia, Florida State with all the opt-outs.
Yeah, they have damn near
Tomorrow
40,
afternoon.
40 opt-outs and or transfers between the two schools.
That was supposed to be the Florida State Will Show You Bowl, but they don't have any players.
What if Florida State ends up as the only undefeated team?
What if they beat Georgia and
You know what I mean? What if I?
They're
What if,
20-point underdogs right now.
you know what I mean? But what?
20.
What if they end up winning and going undefeated in Texas? Because even if Texas wins out, Texas will still have a loss.
Alabama too?
Yeah, and
That's a great question.
Like, what if they are the only undefeated team? Do they
That
get
would have
anything?
been. I mean, I know they had the
Anything?
opt-outs and the transfers, but so Florida State doesn't have much chance against Georgia, I don't think, as a 23 touchdown dog. But if they were to win it, yes, and one of the one-loss teams won the championship,
They'd have a case, man.
they could claim it.
They could. I would if I was about to claim it. Like, hey, man, we're undefeated. All right.
All right. Well, Ty, you be safe driving. I'll see you there in New Orleans.
Yes, sir.
By the way, you ever heard of we'll pick this up next week, but a store called Shields Sporting
No.
Goods?
No.
Ty, you ever heard of it?
Have not.
I was told about it. My daughter's boyfriend's family went and said it's like the greatest store ever. I'll get back into that because that's what's popping.
It's in our area.
It's in Frisco.
Oh.
So you mentioned you may have to go up there.
Yeah, I might have to.
It's kind of between Frisco and the Colony.
Oh, we got time because that'll